Starting the broadcast, guys.
Welcome in. It is time for Total Bases Playoff Edition. The Major League Baseball playoffs start today. Missed you guys yesterday. Didn't really know what to do with myself at 9 a.m. without a show. But we're back for the rest of the week. So we've got playoff games the next 3 days. And then on Friday, for Friday's show, we'll talk about Saturday's games because by Thursday night, we'll know all of the matchups for Saturday's game. So we're with you the rest of the week. Before we get in, we got 4 games. We're going to cover all 4 of them. Before we get into the 4 games, as we sort of let people file in, I just want to talk about the playoffs in general because I used to be the guy that was like, well, you're never going to make any money betting the Major League Baseball playoffs. There's not a ton of value, and it's a lot tougher to do. However, I went back and looked. All 3 of us made money in the playoffs last year, so we all had plus units. I believe the 3 of us combined for 45, 46 units. Yeah. And I actually went back and looked at my results the last couple of years in the playoffs. And I actually, so I've made a couple of, I've updated my take on this. And I want to see if you guys agree, disagree, or have anything to throw in there. I think the new format has, so 2 things. One, I think the new format has created more betting opportunities for an obvious reason. There's more teams, more games. And if you give us more days where there's 4 games, it's likely we're going to be able to find one winner. The other thing is baseball popularity has dipped so much during the regular season, but the playoffs are as popular as ever. And I think that kind of speaks to the new format where suddenly you get this influx of very uninformed money that was not there all year. And so I almost think, I'll go to you, Brian Leonard, I almost think the playoffs are more bettable than they've ever been. And I'm excited for the next month.
Yeah, I feel that way in the all professional playoffs. One of the reasons I like it is you don't have to worry about motivation because all teams are motivated once they get to the playoffs. We talked about this all year long with certain teams, with Detroit, obviously, the Dodgers, the Padres. So we know what we're going to get. And the playoffs, if you've noticed, the totals are lower. And that's because every game is treated, obviously, like a playoff game. And so you're going to get your best relievers out there on a regular basis as opposed to your garbage guys. And you're using your top 3 starters. So I love the playoffs. I love the hockey playoffs, NBA playoffs. It's the easiest time to win in the NBA is in the NBA playoffs because you know who's coming up and how good the teams are. And, that's why they made it so much harder to win first quarter and first half in the NBA playoffs. So all you got to do is take the team who lost the first game and come back and, just continually roll that over. So, yeah, I'm excited about the playoffs. And as you mentioned, Ralph Michaels was nice enough to send that to us on the back end today. And I'm at his place down here in Florida. And I see how the back end gets to work a little bit while I'm down here.
$5 Tuesday today, guys. I have a $5 play up. And also, we mentioned this on the last show, but since football started, WagerTalk is allowing us to sell our MLB plays for $9, anything except for a 5% play. So stay tuned. We're all going to have probably a free play up today, and we all should have a play up for $5, whether it's baseball or another sport. My baseball MLB $5 play has been up since yesterday, so go grab it and grab these guys' plays as well. Regarding the playoffs, yes, one thing that's good about the playoffs is, like what was mentioned, the teams are not really resting people. There's no tomorrow now. During the regular season, you have months and months ahead. You worry about guys' schedules. You worry about guys fatiguing. But in the playoffs, it's balls to the wall. There's no fatigue. There's no nothing. The pitchers do tend to come out earlier in the playoff games because managers want to perhaps use them 2 times in a series. So they're generally not going to stress their starters out through 7 innings in a playoff game. So that's one thing to keep in mind if you're betting strikeouts or outs props. Most outs props I lost 2 years ago. I learned the hard way. A lot of my outs props lost because pitchers were coming out before the 5th inning. And it was because managers wanted to use them in game 4. Now in the wild card, we only have 3 games, so that's really not relevant. But when it goes to 5-7 game series, things like that, a manager might want to use his pitcher 3 times in a 7-game series. So he will maybe take a pitcher out early. So something to keep in mind.
I disagree with that somewhat, but I do think you're right about guys coming out early. I think managers just don't want the other team seeing a guy for a 3rd time through. And of course, you have the famous example of Kevin Cash taking Blake Snell out, and he's just like, what? Like, excuse me? But I do think that you're going to, and this is where, and we'll talk about this a lot over the next week and 2, you really have to handicap the manager in the playoffs more than you ever do the rest of the season.
Very much.
I think getting inside the manager's head and knowing how they might manage something will tell you kind of what you if you want to be on that team, if not. But you're right, TB. Some of them, and listen, some of them do it to their detriment. All of a sudden, it's like I gotta outthink the room because it's the playoffs, and sometimes that's just not necessary. That's the type of stuff we're going to talk about on this show. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you'll have your chance.
It's really dumb decisions in the playoffs, Dave Roberts.
You'll have your chance on this show to talk about him. Listen, guys, in the comments, keep the comments coming. We're going to go right down the row. So the OCD folks in the crowd are going to be thrilled because we're going right in order, morning to night, starting with Tigers Guardians, going right to the night. So for the guys in the chat that every day are like, wish you didn't bounce around so much. Guess what? We're not doing it in the playoffs. Right in order. So don't worry about that. But I still want to hear what you guys have to say. So keep firing off in the comments. And I think WagerTalk management might have messed up with the $9 thing. Because as I said, the baseball playoffs are the most popular games of the year. But hey, I guess we're selling them for $9. So that benefits everyone. So we'll keep that going. And today, $5. Because of course, it's $5 Tuesday. All right, we've got enough people in here now. Let's get right into it. We are starting the day. Can't believe I'm saying this, Brian Leonard. We are starting the day in Cleveland, Ohio, because the Guardians are not only in the playoffs, but they're hosting a playoff game, something that I just didn't think was even remotely possible this season, even at the beginning of the season when they weren't 15 games behind the leader in the division. So Tigers Guardians, they absolutely owned the Guardians absolutely owned the Tigers in September, but it's a clean slate. We talked about this the last couple of weeks. The Tigers get in. Are they dangerous, and do you like them here?
I did want to point out that it's a little bit different this year because the home team is going to get all 3 games because they got to get these 3 games in 3 days, so there's not going to be any traveling. So that Cleveland being able to outlast Detroit and get that home advantage is really even more important than what at least I thought at the time. And also, as I mentioned, these are lower scoring games, so every run counts. And you mentioned Cleveland being the first game on the board. Well, Cleveland and Detroit, whoever wins this series is going to be the first game on the board just about every time, because we've got games being played in Chicago, New York, and Los Angeles, the 3 big media centers. So all the people want to be able to watch those games, all the local fans. So, unfortunately, the Detroit-Cleveland series gets first crack every day. But, hey, who cares as long as you get to play the games. Both these teams are very happy to be here. Skubal, the lefty, going against Williams. And by the way, there's 8 teams going today. 5 of those teams are starting lefties, including the Boston New York game, in which they've got 2 lefties going in that one. Skubal, the lefty, against Williams, the righty. This is starting to be a very familiar thing, as these 2 seem to be going against each other a lot lately. We're looking at Detroit roughly about a 160 favorite here, total of 6. And that is the lowest total on the board. Let me check real quick the park factors. Progressive Field, the wind is blowing in. Should be nothing different than normal. Dodger Stadium blowing out slightly. Theirs is going to be 3% runs less than a normal game. The Yankees blowing left to right. Those would be minus 8%. And Wrigley Field blowing dead in from center field. 11% less runs in Wrigley Field as you would normally get based on the wind direction for today. Skubal and Williams. I took a look at this series. Skubal is, as I mentioned, about a 160 favorite here. Detroit is actually favored in the series in about the 120 range, even though they're only going to be favored in one of the three games. And Cleveland has seen Skubal. They've performed well against Skubal. Skubal's pitched well against them, but Cleveland has fared well. If you take a look at, I went back, the team total for Detroit in this game is 3.5. And in a game where you only expect to score 6 runs, I think that's a pretty nice bet on the under in that. If I went back and looked, out of the last 13 Cleveland games, Cleveland games at home, they've held the opposition to under 3.5 runs in 9 of those 13 games. And all of them so far in September, they've been terrific. And right now, the Detroit team total is under 3.5 at -125. And also, Cleveland has held Detroit under 4 of the 6 games in Cleveland in this month, also under the total. So they've done well. And, we usually talk about Cleveland against Detroit, and especially left-handers. Cleveland's not really built to be good against left-handers, but my roommate for this week, Ralph Michaels, has pointed out that Cleveland is 15-5 versus lefties since July 7th, and including a 7-0 run. So Cleveland against lefties is looking pretty good. Cleveland's at 2.5 on the team total. Detroit 3.5 on their team total. So I think you're either better off playing Detroit team total under or Cleveland over 2.5. I'm going to go with the Detroit team total under here, under 3.5. That's probably my one of my best bets on this show here. So we'll go with Detroit, the team total under 3.5 -125.
I would totally agree with that. Reason being, Cleveland has every advantage here except starting pitching. Cleveland's bats are hotter than Detroit's bats right now. Cleveland's bullpen much better than Detroit's, in my opinion. Sorry, my necklace is coming off. But starting pitching, actually, Skubal is a top 2 pitcher in Major League Baseball. Everybody knows that. So taking a look at Gavin Williams. Now, this is one of the pitching starters that surprised me. I thought they were going to start Tanner Bybee, but then it came out Williams, and I'm like, why would they do that? I dug a little deeper and I found out why they did it. Gavin Williams against the Detroit Tigers, 125 at-bats against, 168 average against, and a 502 OPS. Amazing numbers and a huge sample size. So that's exactly the reason they did it. I would say game total under, maybe first 5 under 3.5, because Skubal has pretty good numbers against these guys too. But I don't think you can take Detroit at this number, because the only advantage they have in this game is Skubal. But given the stats that I just gave you right now, that kind of negates that advantage there, in my opinion. I think Cleveland is a live dog here. And coming towards the end of the season, they were much more on fire than Detroit. Detroit just kind of fizzled out and backed into the playoffs. So momentum is a tricky thing in the playoffs, though, because they've had some time off. They're regrouping. So momentum doesn't really mean all that much. But, man, the Tigers, are the real Tigers the first half Tigers or the second half Tigers? I tend to believe it's the second half Tigers. So Guardians would be the only way I would go here. A Detroit team total under, perhaps, or a Guardians plus 1.5, something like that would be how I would go.
Yeah, I think the reason that they want to match Gavin Williams up with Skubal is because Gavin Williams is the more likely guy, if he's on, where he can throw zeros up. So that's where it's like Bybee, I think, is capable of giving you a nice effort, a good start. But if you're looking at someone that essentially needs to out-dual Tariq Skubal, and Gavin Williams has his good stuff, his good stuff can wipe out a lineup and can match Skubal, which I guess the thought process here is, well, he's going to go out and shut down the Guardians. At least that's what the books are saying. The total in this game is 6, so they don't think there's going to be much offense. And the other thing with Gavin Williams, which I think makes it a little bit easier to use him as your game 1 starter, is if he doesn't have it, you can bail on him quicker, because he has been somewhat of an like all or nothing type guy. When he's on, you know he's giving you 6 or 7 good innings. When he's off, it tends to be location related, putting guys on, walking guys. I think the Guardians might be able to say, you know what, we got to go in a different direction. We're going to go to the bullpen, and then it's really like a inning by inning type thing where it's like, where are we at in the game? How many resources do we want to burn here? Because here's the thing: in a 3-game series, for the 3-game series, they will burn through every reliever they need to burn through if it means they can get a win. However, if it's a different situation, let's say all of a sudden Guardians are down 4-0, it's a totally different game plan, totally different approach, because you now have to start to prepare to have your best guys in game 2 and game 3. That's why these 3-game series, or really any of these playoff series, are so intriguing, because it can change on a moment's notice. But I think that's why you see Gavin Williams here, because I think he gives them the best chance to match Skubal and get to the bullpens, which actually the Guardians have quite the advantage. If you look at this series, like, not only has their bullpen been better, but in the head-to-head games against Detroit, the Guardians' bullpen has been significantly better. So far this year, Guardians bullpen against the Tigers, 1.75 ERA. Tigers bullpen against the Guardians, 4.12. And then, you talk about Tokyo Brandon, you talk about what Tigers are we going to see? Well, yeah, like the last month, the Guardians have the best record in baseball. The Tigers are the worst record in the American League, right? Like, so, my personal thought process is you let the Tigers in. Not the Guardians. The Guardians didn't let them in, but the Astros did. And now they have new life. That scares me in terms of wanting to fade them. But I don't think you can discount the fact that this team has just not been the same team since the beginning of the year. And the thing that made the Tigers, if you go back to last year's playoffs, they were very, no one gave the Tigers a chance really in last year's playoffs. At least many people did not. The reason that they were able to win that series against the Astros, and the reason they were able to get as far as they were able to get in the playoffs, was AJ Hinch's ability to mix and match the relievers and sort of play this 9-inning game where he had a plan for every inning and he really mixed and matched. I don't know that he can do it with this year's roster. I just don't know that this relief unit or this group of pitchers is as good as last year's. And so that gives me a little bit of concern for the Tigers. With a lot of what you guys are saying in the chat, and I agree with sort of both of you, I don't know if I can, I certainly can't lay $1.60 here, but I don't know if I have enough to go against the Tigers. So I'm likely out on this one. Brian, was that your part? Are we going to do the parlay for this show? I guess we are. 4 games, we can do one.
Yeah, we could do it. If we're gonna do the parlay, put that down for me. Detroit under the 3.5 team total minus 125.
Who's Detroit going to start in game 2? I mean, we can talk about it tomorrow, but are they going to start Montero or
here's the other thing too. I don't think, I truly believe this, and especially like someone like Hinch, I really don't think these guys are looking at game 2 yet. I think I think in a 3-game series, this game is so important that I believe they might have their game 2 starter in their head and you might not see them. But I think based on how game 1 goes is what teams a lot of times do with game 2.
Cleveland already listed Vibey as their game 2 starter.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to be the starter.
I'm assuming it's going to be Casey Mize.
Mize?
Man,
if this goes to a game 3, though, Cleveland's in trouble because Cicconi's going to be their starter, and that's not good news for them. But anyway,
I don't know. I don't know if he would be their starter for.
It's already listed. It's already listed.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. They can change just because a starter is listed by MLB.com means absolutely nothing. These things are going to change based on.
Get to that later.
they're just subject to change. I truly believe no manager has game 3 planned out yet. I think the emphasis is winning game 1, and then they'll see how it goes.
The Tigers have been like this all season, though. If they lose a Skubal game, they're in big trouble. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think if the Tigers lose this game, I wouldn't be surprised if the Guardians wrap this up in 2. I think losing today would be devastating for them.
I would say in the past, a lot of these games that we thought were going to go 3 ended up being a sweep.
Yep.
So yeah, it's it's something that if you got a chance to play your team and you want them to win the series, just go for the sweep on it because you get those 2 wins and it's over. And that's something that has paid off lately. It doesn't mean it's going to pay off again this year, but still, these first games are very important. And as was pointed out by Brandon, if Detroit happens to lose this game, then they're in some tough spot because Cleveland will have the starting pitcher edge probably on them.
And the bullpen.
Someone was like, "You're thinking too much, Adam." Like, well, yeah, that's the point of the show. We're trying to break down the games. I mean,
we're going deep, guys. This is a baseball nerd show. This is not a picks show. So,
all right, and we only got 4 games, so you gotta give them the extra rub here, or else we're not gonna have an hour show. So let's get into the next game. I thought we did a thorough breakdown there. Let's try to do that with Padres Cubs. This is a very intriguing series to me. I don't read a ton of I read what I can. I only have so many hours in the day. But someone sent me a good article from the Players Tribune that Pete Crow Armstrong wrote a couple days ago. It's worth a read if you can find it out there. He kind of he wrote about his second half struggles and about going into the playoffs, October baseball, how much this means to the city of Chicago. Got me fired up. I was ready to go play after reading that. And now, of course, we've got Cubbies at home, and October baseball could be short-lived for them if they don't win here, because as we know, you're in the playoffs, but these series go quick, and you lose today, and suddenly your life is on the line tomorrow. Very interesting game 1 right here. Probably, in my opinion, this might be the best game of the day. This is the most interesting game of the day for me, because you have the Padres as an underdog on the road at Wrigley. It should be in a tremendous atmosphere at Wrigley. They're going to end up having to go with Matt Boyd because, of course, Cade Horton might have been the guy in this game, but now he's hurt. And Nick Pivetta has been great, but the Padres, Brian Leonard, have not been quite the same team on the road as they have at home. So how do you look at this one? Padres, Cubs, Pivetta, Boyd. Do you have a play here?
Yeah, we're looking at basically the White Sox have been bet up a little bit. They're up to about 123 or so with a total of 7. Matthew Boyd did a press conference yesterday, and it was pretty touching. He said he'd gone his first 8 years without making it to the playoffs, and he's so excited to be here. And he said his grandfather was always a Chicago Cubs fan, and I believe he'd passed away, and he was tearing up a little bit when he was talking about it. But he gets the call here at home. I was somewhat surprised with the opening number on the series being the Cubs minus 115. And of course, it's up to about 130 now. Chicago getting all 3 of those at home, I thought was a big advantage in this. And plus their hitters, they're starting to get their hitters back, and we'll see if they continue to play well. But this is a team, both these teams have been basically treading water for a while now. We'll see if somebody is able to turn it right on. But Pivetta's a fly ball pitcher, but as I mentioned before, the wind is blowing straight in here. So that's going to make his start even better, because that's usually, if Nick Pivetta, the last few seasons, he gets in trouble with the home runs. Other than that, the guy's been a great pitcher. And as I said, for him to be around a free agent for as long as he was, San Diego made a great deal. And if you take a look at some of the other signings in the offseason, you got to say Pivetta is probably the best pitching signing for a starter. And San Diego did a really nice job on that. But do I trust either one of these teams? They're so hard to predict at this point. I think the line is somewhat cheap with Boyd, but we've talked in the past about those. Because of his injuries he's had, he's already way past where he's pitched the last 2 years. And now, as you mentioned, without Horton, he has to get even more innings here in the playoffs. This could be one of those where if it gets to 5 innings or in the 4 innings, they may pull the plug on him early and let the bullpen come around. San Diego should feel pretty good about Pivetta going deeper in this game. So I don't know which way to take. The line is about where I made it, so I'm probably not going to get involved in this one.
$5 Tuesday, guys. We all have plays up for $5 free plays as well. Go to wagertalk.com to see what we have up. Mine's already up, by the way. Yeah, these two teams, I have these two teams matched up less than a point apart. This is the tightest matchup of all the playoff matchups, according to my numbers. The eye tests, Padres have such a plethora of talent, but they underperform year after year. I was surprised to look at the records and see that Chicago has 2 more wins than the Padres. That kind of surprised me because Padres are more talented, in my opinion, and Padres have one of the best bullpens, but they underperform always. And I don't know why. So Pivetta and Boyd, looking at their stats against the batters they're facing today, they both have been rocked pretty good, and it's a good sample size. So my inclination would be go to the over because we got 2 power lineups here. But we also have 2 good bullpens. So kind of gridlocked here. Every stat I look at that makes me lean this way, I find another stat that makes me look this way. So I'm totally gridlocked in this. There's no way I'm going to bet this game. I'm probably not going to bet this series at all because I got these teams just so dead even.
Brian, can I get my Wrigley Field weather report from you? I pretty much ask every time we have a Cubs game.
Yeah, wind's blowing directly in. Home runs should be down 15%, doubles and triples plus 1%, singles down 7%, and total runs down 11%.
Yeah, I guessed as much when I saw the total that there might be some wind blowing in. It doesn't. I got to be honest though, it doesn't totally put me off the over here at 7 flat. I kind of go back to so what Tokyo Brandon said. Yeah, you do have 2 lineups that are capable. I think you have 2 pitchers. I'm not as high as the market seems to be on Pivetta. So that's like, I don't know if it's going to put me on the Cubs per se, but like I'm not as high in the market as Pivetta. He's got the exit velo numbers and the barrel rate numbers and the hard hit being in the bottom 15% is concerning to me. Now, he doesn't really get many ground balls. So if this was a scenario where the wind was blowing out at Wrigley, I'd probably like the Cubs a lot more for that reason. I think the wind blowing in definitely helps him out a little bit. On the other side, I don't mind Boyd, but Brian's made this point well over the last couple of months. He's really hammered the point home on the show, and I think it's worth noting that the innings may have start to catch up with him a little bit. I agree with Brian in the sense that I think Counsell could go to the bullpen early. I'm not exactly sure that's a great thing. That's the one thing. It's not that the Cubs have a bad bullpen. I just don't know if I trust the guys that are coming out of that bullpen in a spot of this magnitude. I actually don't know if I trust the Padres relievers in Wrigley on the road. Whereas, like you look at some of the bullpen numbers from the Padres over the last month and a half. Mason Miller's been lights out. Suarez has been lights out. They clearly have the better bullpen. But you know what? I've watched Mason Miller a lot, and when he's like gets a little too juiced up, he hasn't pitched in many big games in his career. I think it's worth noting. Like he spent most of his time in Oakland. How many big games did he pitch in? 0. And then he's pitched in a couple with San Diego. But there's been a couple of times where he's been on the road in a big spot. He's a little too juiced up. Suddenly, he doesn't throw a strike, and then it's like that 101 mile an hour fastball a little less effective. He might groove one. I go back to ticket that I cashed earlier this year. He's on the road against the Marlins. They put a little pressure on him. Kyle Stowers hits a grand slam. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen here, but I think that just saying, oh, well, the Padres have this lockdown bullpen, so they're a guarantee to go get 9 tough outs at Wrigley against this Cubs lineup. I think you maybe need to, I don't know that that's just a guarantee. On the flip side, I certainly don't think that the Cubs bullpen stringing together 4 innings worth of outs is a guarantee either. So I still kind of like the over here at 7 flat. It doesn't take much to get to 7. You get to 3-3, you're free rolling. The weather is a little bit, it's just annoying that we don't have a little bit of a breeze out. But again, 7 flat makes me kind of like the over. I think you're going to have, let's get a chat comment in here because I agree with this. Wrigley's very tough park to homer in when the wind blows in. I don't know that you need home runs to get to 7. Like, just because it's a hard park to hit a home run in, I don't think it means that these lineups couldn't get a timely hit or put up a crooked number. And that's the thing with some of these totals you're going to see in the playoffs. Seven's not that, it's not that hard to get to sit like 3-3 and all of a sudden you can't lose the over. I think it's a little light. I still would have made it 7.5. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I do want to point out, I'm not enamored with the Cubs bullpen, but they've got a lot of veterans. Kittredge, Keller, Thilbar, Pomerantz, Rogers. They've got guys that have been around for a long time. And so it's not like Palencia is one of their co-closers right now. And he's young. He's only 25 years old. But the other guys have been around the block. So I don't think it'll affect them as much as it will be some young players. And I did get a message from my new secretary, Ralph Michaels, that you were talking about a package for all of us for okay. There's okay. So I guess they're all separate. It's coming through, but you could save $50 on our playoff packages, $99 instead of the $149. So it goes by bases 99. So I guess they're not all together, but you can buy them separately. Bases 99 and save yourselves $50 from each of us. And hell, buy all three of them. So we'll get you some profit. As was mentioned, about 46 units of profit last year. And you've watched us all season long, and we know what we're doing with baseball. So, yeah, join us with the playoffs. And I do have a 4% up for $5 on today's card, and I'll be putting up a free play later on.
And bases 99 is what exactly? Can you just clarify what that is again, Brian?
Bases 99, basically, instead of getting our playoff package for 149, each of our playoff packages for 149, you get them for 99. So for 297, you can get all three of our packages.
Go to whichever capper you like and use bases 99 to get about 30% off our MLB playoffs package. Basically, right?
47.51 units. That's what the three of us combined to make in the playoffs last year.
Basically,
so
all of us made a profit last year in MLB playoffs. Go with the one you trust. And each one of us, we're offering a playoff package, bases 99. $99 for the entire MLB playoffs.
Right.
Until through the World Series. Yeah. Okay. This was just a second comment on the Cubs Padres, right? One thing, just a quick note. Padres are a very poor road team, and the Cubs are very good at home. So Cubs are 50-31 at home. Padres 38-43. I think that's the only team. No, the Padres and the Reds are the two teams that have losing road records here. So, yeah, Padres just underperform. Such a hard team to trust, but dang, they're so talented.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. And here's the thing with the Padres. I think when they're pricing the Padres, they're going to get a lot of credit for the bullpen. It's widely known that they have the best bullpen in the league. And if you look at a lot of the stats, like if you were just to pull up bullpen stats, you're going to see the Padres at the top of that list. Everyone knows Mason. Yeah, everyone knows Mason Miller is a beast. Everyone knows Robert Suarez is great. My whole thing is this: you put them in this environment, I do think it's a little bit of an equalizer. And then you look at what the Padres have done at Petco as opposed to what they've done on the road. I think even what my numbers make this game, I don't fully trust, because I'm gonna bump the Cubbies a little bit here. I'm gonna bump the Cubbies a little bit here to being at home, just standard. But I'm gonna definitely downgrade the Padres for being on the road, because I think the numbers show that they've been worse on the road. And B, those big time relievers, like, listen, you get Mason Miller on the mound at Petco Park, game on the line, he's probably going to throw 3 pitches by you. The whole park's going to be behind him. It's going to be good morning, good afternoon, good night. On the road, I think the outs are tougher. And so I do think that might give a little bit of an edge to the Cubs if you're looking on a side bet here.
Cubs won 92 games. I was just surprised. Going through, I didn't realize the Cubs won that many games. It didn't seem like they did, but they did. Pretty good team. Talented team.
Very interesting game. I'm not gonna. I want to see how the other two play out in terms of our discussions on them, but I may circle back to that one. We'll see. Okay, let's move on. Red Sox Yankees. What a treat some of these matchups are. The wild card round, and we're getting Guardians Tigers. We're getting Red Sox Yankees, division rivals. You love to see that. Another chapter, if you will, in the Red Sox Yankees rivalry. We're gonna get to see the crash outs of one of these fan bases over the next couple days. So that should be great for neutral people that don't care about either team. But it's Garrett Crochet, it's Max Fried, Yankee Stadium, Red Sox Yankees. Brian Leonard, do you get involved in this one?
Yeah, I may be. Crochet going for the Boston, Fried for the Yankees. The Yankees are about a 130 favorite or so, a total of 7. But I'm more interested in the series price. We're getting the Yankees right now in about a 185 range. The reason why I like the Yankees in the series is because you've got Boston's clearly best pitcher going today, and yet the Yankees are about a 130 favorite in the game. The next 2 games, if it does get to that point, will have huge advantages for the Yankees. They've got better starting pitchers than Boston. Boston's got some young talent, but these are all young guys that haven't been in this position before. You take a look at the Yankees, and they've got Rodon out there. Schlittler has pitched terrific down the stretch, and the Yankees have that ability where the bullpen struggled early on, but is pitching much better now. And from a hitting standpoint, obviously the Yankees have the better hitters. They're the better home run hitters. Boston really doesn't have a lot of home run power. They had their third baseman who wouldn't leave, Devers. Devers was the guy who they couldn't get to play first base. He leaves, and if you go back and look, he was really good in Boston. He was really hot when he played. And then you also have the Boston rookie who is no longer there, and he's not playing right now. And those are their two best hitters on the season. Bregman started the year great, but he hasn't hit well in the second half. I've got some concerns against Boston. Normally when Boston gets together with the Yankees, I like to play the underdog in that. I just think the Yankees right now are so much better than this current Boston offense. You're not going to find a bigger discrepancy, other than maybe the Dodgers and the Reds from the hitting department. But the Yankees are much better hitters than Boston is. They got much better power, and they are playing at home. And I like the way the bullpen's coming out. So I'm not going to get involved in this game 1, but I do like the Yankees to win this series. That would be my better bet in this.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. Given the fact that after Crochet, the Red Sox will be putting out Brian Bayo. Lucas Giolito's out, so who do they got after that? Kyle Harrison? I don't know. If this goes to game 3, they're in trouble. They're in trouble if this goes to game 3. Because the Yankees probably will not start Will Warren. They'll probably go with Schlittler over Warren in game 3. But anyways, we're jumping ahead. Regarding today's game, this is so great. I love playoff baseball game 1s because you get such good pitching matchups. We got Crochet and Fried. These are 2 top 10 MLB pitchers. And if you look how they performed against the teams they're facing, both, as you would expect, like 220 averages against the teams they're facing and like 600 OPSs. Not great, not horrible, but definitely better than average. Yankees have pretty much every advantage, but kind of a slight advantage. The bullpen, though, they do have quite a big advantage over Boston here. But the hitting, I got the Yankees ranked 6, where I got Boston ranked 10, so slight advantage. But overall, Yankees are the better team. But I like Crochet a little more than I like Fried. But is a pitching advantage? This is kind of similar to the Tigers game today. I like the Tigers starter better, but is just having a better starter enough to take them? No, I don't think so. I think the books, when they're pricing things, they consider starting pitching. They put a little too much emphasis on starting pitching sometimes. But given the fact that I like Crochet better than Fried, I was surprised to see the Yankees favored here. Something's wacky about this number. But Boston, if they don't win this game, they're in deep trouble. I'm not going to bet the game, though. But I do think the Yankees will probably win.
I'm going to make a statement that I think people will disagree with, but listen, like hear me out first, because the Yankees are the best team in the American League. I'm not saying they're going to the World Series. Okay, matchups, it's hard to string together wins in the playoffs. This right now, in my opinion, is the most talented team in the AL. And listen, the Mariners have a great team, but I think when you take everything into account, hitting, pitching, ballpark factors, right? Like everything into account, I think the Yankees are the toughest out in the AL right now. And the fact that they get this game at home is massive. I said a couple weeks ago, I thought the Red Sox would be the odd team out in the American League. The only reason that they weren't is because the Astros couldn't beat the Oakland or the West Sacramento A's down the stretch, right? That's the only reason the Red Sox are still in the playoffs, in my opinion, is that the Astros couldn't. Now, maybe they would have gotten in over the Tigers. I'm not sure. But the point I'm trying to make with the Red Sox is they haven't been a playoff team since Roman Anthony went down. It's Titan CT. I still like the Jays, but I'm saying that I think the Yankees are the most talented team. I think when you look at this Yankees team, put them on their home field, look at what Max Fried has done over the past month and a half. Last 7 starts for Max Fried. 6-0, 1.55 ERA. Like, if I don't know, I don't know that there's another guy right now that I want with the ball in the playoff game, like that I trust more maybe than Max Fried. I mean, you talk about the Blue Jays. I'm not going to go too far off topic. Who do you want on that team with the ball right now that you're like, yeah, I love this spot in a playoff game, right? Who do you want on the Guardians? Gavin Williams? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking about, look at the American League. You want Logan Gilbert in there? Like, he's been good, but I also think he's hurt. I'm just saying, like, this Yankees team, Max Fried, them at home, Judge. I know he hasn't been great in the playoffs in his career, but that's a small sample. That could obviously change. I think the Yankees are going to be a very tough out. I agree with Brian. I like them to win this series, and I will make them our parlay leg here. So my parlay leg is going to be Yankees money line. Don't love minus 130 against Crochet. Listen, I respect the hell out of Garrett Crochet. He's a great pitcher, but outside of him here, I just don't see what the Red Sox have that gives them any sort of edge in this game. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, when I look at the graphs page for the roster resource, they've got over the last 14 days, Max Fried is the number 1 pitcher in Major League Baseball, number 1 starter. And if you look at the last 7 days from hitting, Aaron Judge is the number 1 hitter. And Giancarlo Stanton, Mike Stanton, if you were around long ago like me, he's the 9th best pitcher. So they got their 3 and 4 hitters are both top 10 hitting right now. And their starting pitcher is the best for the last 14 days. It's tough to go against that. You know, Aaron Judge, as much as we like the big dumper, Aaron Judge is probably the most talented hitter in Major League Baseball, at least in the American League. And he's the hottest hitter in baseball the last week. Granted, anything can happen, and the playoffs are a little bit different ball game, but he's coming in here red hot. So it's hard to go against the Yankees right now. I think Seattle is the better team. I think they will win the American League, but you made a great point. The Yankees are a tough out. They've got the experience. They've got a lot of depth, and we all know the changes they made into their bullpen, which are starting to pay off a little bit right now. So, yeah, one of the reasons why I like the Yankees to win this series.
If it does become Seattle Yankees, I'll say this about that series: the Mariners will have a much tougher time winning in Yankee Stadium than the Yankees will have winning in Seattle. I think that would be the only sort of, thing I would say about that, because I'm not disagreeing with you. The Mariners, I do think if you were to put rosters, bullpen, starting pitching, I could, and obviously I've liked them all year. I'm invested in them, so I hope they win. But like when I look at like their biggest competition in the American League, I thought it was going to be the Blue Jays, but now that you start to see some of the injuries that they've had, and I kind of look at their rotation, I'm like, I don't know if that rotation matches up with one of those two. Point I'm trying to make here is I think the Yankees are very talented. I think they're starting to play their best baseball at the right time. If you go back to that Marlins series, which was a total disaster for the Yankees, they're kicking the ball all over the field. Jazz Chisholm's throwing it into the fourth row. They're getting beat. I think they got swept in Miami. Like almost since that point, it was the low point of the season for them. The Yankees have really turned it around. And I don't know that they've gotten the credit they've deserved for it because they didn't win a division. There's been other better kind of stories in Major League Baseball. And I'll throw this out to both of you. Is it safe to say the Yankees have flown under the radar a little bit right now? Because I just don't think they're getting the hype they usually get.
I agree.
I think that might have to do with the fact that they didn't win the division, number one. And they're probably the worst fielding team in all of Major League Baseball. Those two factors probably take them off the radar a little, but you're right. They are extremely talented. Even after Judge and Stanton, they still have some decent hitting, which I didn't expect at the beginning of the season.
I will point out that Jazz Chisholm was injured, and I haven't seen if he's playing today or not. Bad defensive player, but the guy does have a decent bat, so he's been very good.
Yeah, listen, the margins are so thin in the playoffs, especially when you get a matchup like this. We could sit here and argue all day who's better, Crochet or Fried. It's a very, I mean, you can make incredible cases for both. But I just think if this game got into the bullpens, I'd rather have the Yankees bullpen on their home field. I'm not a huge fan of the group of Red Sox relievers. And then, of course, you're now going to put them in a tough, high-leverage spot in Yankee Stadium. Priced appropriately, probably. But, again, we only have 4 games to choose from. And for the parlay, I'm okay with minus 130. So, and I agree with you, Brian. I think the Yankees series bet is a great bet. I don't see the Red Sox winning this series. So, yeah, I will go with the Yankees. And that brings us to our final game. I think I've timed this out nicely. We've got 13 minutes left on the show. One more game to talk about. Tokyo Brandon is going to get his chance to talk about how Dave Roberts is a terrible manager. But we're going to let Brian Leonard go first. So the nightcap tonight, out west, Reds, Dodgers, Hunter Green, Blake Snell. Who do you have here?
Snell the lefty, Green the righty. We're looking at the Dodgers about a $2 favorite right now with a line total of 7, slightly to the over. If you're looking at the series, the Dodgers are upwards of the $3 range, $2.80 to $3. Obviously, the Dodgers have the better pitching, although Hunter Green's been terrific. He's just been awesome, but he's much better at home than he is on the road on the season. And you could actually say that this could be like found money for the Reds because they weren't expected to be there. They had fallen back, and the Mets put them in this position. They didn't win the playoff spot. The Mets just choked it away. And so Cincinnati comes in, with no pressure at all on them. And the Dodgers, obviously being the defending champs and all the money they have in the team, there's a lot more pressure on the Dodgers. So this first game is very important. If Cincinnati was to win this game, there'd be a ton of pressure on the Dodgers after that. And that's something that I don't want to have them laying $3 as a favorite in this. So, and when you get to the playoffs, every team that's in the playoffs has been able to win on other teams' fields. They've been able to beat good pitchers as the season goes on. It's not like you got the Road Rockies here where they've only won, 18 games over the entire season on the road. We've got every series has got teams that are very good at the underdog role. Now, that said, I don't know if I'm going to get there with Cincinnati, but I can't lay this number with the Dodgers. It's just too much for me against a team that's even if you're a 500 ball club, which basically the Cincinnati Reds were, and they're much better at home than they are on the road. They're still a good team, and a lot of this will depend on if the Dodgers get Smith back at catcher. Now, they say he's probably going to be back, but he is so good about shutting down the opposition's running game, and that's what Cincinnati can do. Now, granted, they didn't steal nearly as many bases this year as they had in the past. Francona is not a guy who goes out there and tries to steal that extra base, but that shuts down a major part of the Cincinnati team. because from a power perspective, the Dodgers have a lot more power than Cincinnati does. And Cincinnati's got to be able, against the quality pitching like the Dodgers, they've got to be able to run into some runs, steal some bases, go from first, third, that kind of thing. So with Smith, the catcher, I think that's a big deal. If he's starting at catcher, I don't want Cincinnati. If for some reason he's DHing today, then there's more value on Cincinnati in that regard, if you ask me.
The Dodgers have talented pitching. They have talented starting pitching. They have good names in their bullpen, but their bullpen has been atrocious this season. I mean, Blake Trinan, yes, he was injured for a lot of the season, but since he's come back from injury, he has not been himself. Makes me worried because many guys in the clubhouse will say he has the best stuff in that bullpen. Tanner Scott, awful since he came to the Dodgers. I expected big things from him. He's been terrible. Vesey has been good. Who else has been good in their bullpen? They've got two guys who have been consistent in their bullpen. And then they're just throwing out dudes out there. So the bullpen is hard to trust, but I like the Dodgers. I'm going to make the Dodgers my parlay leg. I'm going to make them Dodgers first 5 money line, my parlay leg. And I'll tell you why. Hunter Green has been great this season, but he has an 800 OPS against the Dodgers in his career against these batters. And one of the biggest discrepancies in home road records, he 1.58 ERA at home and a 4.8 ERA on the road. And that's not against the Dodgers. That's against anyone. So I think the Dodgers have a good potential to tag Green here early. Several ways you could go here. Dodgers first 5 over 1.5 even, I think would be a decent way to go. But Blake Snell against these Reds, unbelievable numbers. 48 at-bats against, 104 average against, and a 314 OPS. That's almost 400 points below what I consider the Mendoza line for OPS. Unbelievable numbers. I think Blake Snell is going to shut these batters down. The Reds are the one team that pretty much doesn't belong in the playoffs. They backed their way in by losing their last game, and they got lucky that the Mets lost. So, I mean, they don't belong here. I think the Dodgers will just mop them up, in my opinion. So that's going to be the bullpen does worry me. But yeah, Dave Roberts. Yeah, we'll go on Dave Roberts. We'll wait till Dave Roberts blows a game, and then I'll go off on him. But I'll give him a long leash until he makes a dumb mistake. If he pulls Blake Snell after 3 innings, I'm gonna throw up.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, TB, I can't disagree with that. All your points are sound points. The one thing I will, I guess, push back on a little bit is like, I don't think that it matters that maybe like a team backed their way into the playoffs. Like, I don't think that's like a way to sort of like make a case against a team. Because again, I think sometimes you get in that fashion. Like Brian Leonard said, you're playing with house money. You're very dangerous. That being said, in this matchup, I definitely think this matchup suits the Dodgers. I kind of like that Dodgers team total over. I think Dodgers team total over is a pretty good way to go here. Reason I think that you could see some runs in this game, especially maybe the Dodgers scoring some runs. Hunter Green is really like, he's going to throw almost all fastballs, probably 55-60% fastballs. And like, I mean, if you look at what he's done this season, it's 100 miles an hour. Here it is. Do something with it. And the Dodgers are one of the teams that can do something with that, probably more so than some other teams. So, you know, if you look at Hunter Green's like the StatCast page, his metrics, it's very good, except in exit velo and hard hit rate, and he doesn't get a ton of ground balls. The reason he doesn't get a ton of ground balls is he likes to pitch up in the zone. Why does he like to pitch up in the zone? Because most guys cannot handle 100 up in the zone. It's a tough pitch to handle. He beats a lot of good major league hitters because he throws 100 miles an hour and he puts it near the top of the zone where it's still a strike, but you want to swing at it. Elite hitters can handle that. And when an elite hitter, let's say a Shohei Ohtani, or even a Mookie Betts or a Freddie Freeman or a Will Smith, or a Max Muncy or a Teoscar Hernandez gets a hold of 100 at the top of the zone, where does that ball end up? In the seats, in the crowd. That's where 100 miles an hour up ends up with a guy that can square it up. The thing is, for Hunter Green, a lot of teams don't have 6 or 7 guys that can square that pitch up. The Dodgers have 6 or 7 guys that can square up a 100 miles an hour four-seamer and put it in the seats. And that's why when I see his hard hit percentage and his exit velo being in the bottom 20% of Major League Baseball, but his numbers being so good, what does that tell me? Well, he's going to blow that by a lot of people, a lot of players. It's going to get, and he's not giving up many base runners. You're not going to really string hits together against Hunter Green. What you can do, though, is catch up to 100 up and then put it 8 rows deep in the seat, and all of a sudden you have a couple runs. Team total is like over 3.5, minus 140, minus 145. I'm kind of going to be surprised if the Dodgers don't get to 4 runs here. And also, just if you want to talk about the game total, or if you like the Reds at all, I'm almost going to be a little bit surprised if the game total doesn't go over, because I do think the Reds are going to have to score some runs to stay in this game. So if you like the Reds, I think you have to like the over a little bit. Like, I'm just not seeing like a 2-1 type game, which I guess is a statement because, of course, Blake Snell, Hunter Green, like, they're both really good pitchers. Snell's been great of late. Tokyo Brandon pointed out that there might be some runs late to be had off the Dodgers bullpen. I don't disagree with that either. So I think the best way to play it, TB, I kind of agree with you. First 5, if you don't like the money line, maybe like the over in the first 5 being 1.5, that seems very low. That's basically a bloop and a blast, and you're there. And that's probably going to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if you get 2 times through the order against Hunter Green in those first couple innings, like, someone's going to hit one pretty far. And if it goes out of the ballpark, you might have that first 5 over. So I'm with you there, TB. Go ahead.
Speaking of 100-mile-an-hour, have you seen Ohtani's barrel speed? My God, he swings that bat fast.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, versus guys' fastballs too, and that's what Green throws. I do want to point out that for some reason, Cincinnati's decided Zach Littell will be the starter for Game 2. Kind of surprised me, as well as Abbott and Lodolo have pitched. Maybe he's just going to pitch a couple innings as maybe an opener, and then Abbott or Lodolo will come in after that. But that was a little bit of a surprise this morning. And then Singer's been pretty solid all year long too. So interesting how they're setting that up. Keep that in mind tomorrow that Littell will be starting, but we don't know how long he'll be going. And he's a fly ball pitcher. I guess pretty good home run hitting team.
I think the Reds are in big trouble. I mean, they're a 500 baseball team. They don't belong in the playoffs. They're in big trouble, in my opinion. But I said the same thing about Max Muncy, and I said the same thing about the Brewers, and look what happened to both of them. Brewers had the best record in MLB, 97 wins.
So much Risen Wave in the chat. Risen Wave in the chat points out, I think the Dodgers got to Green last time they saw him, which was probably about a month ago. And it was a similar type thing where I think they got him for like 5 or 6 runs over 5 innings. I'll have to go back and dig into that game a little bit further. I'm sure that a couple of those balls left the ballpark. So, TB, you settled on Dodgers first 5 money line for the parlay. Yep. Brian, can we get a price on that?
Minus 180. We're eating a little bit of chalk today.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, that's the thing. Like, the 3-teamer makes it a little bit easier to get action on some of these, sides that you might not necessarily want to lay it on. What about the Yankees? What are you seeing for a price?
The Yankees were minus 130, and my Detroit under team total was minus 125.
All right. So let's run. So we are at the end of the show. Pretty thorough breakdown on all 4 games. I think we gave out a lot of info, probably more so for you to make your own decision if that's the route you want to go. If you want our plays, give us that promo code one more time, Brian.
Yeah, base is 99. You'll get any one of us all the way through the World Series for only $99, which was originally $149. So that's a pretty good savings. And we are putting out, as was mentioned earlier, all of our baseball plays the rest of the way will be for $9, I believe. But
aside from 5%,
5% are 35. So any 5% we have, it's definitely if we have 5%, that's you're probably better off getting it all the way through. But I'm sure we'll have more than that. So we'll see how it goes. But, it's good time to get our package for the rest of the time.
And to mention, today is $5 Tuesday as well. So we're all going to have a play out, I'm sure, for these MLB, or Brian and Adam do football, so they might have a football play. But $5 Tuesday today, and we all put free plays up too. So go to WagerTalk.com and click the free plays page to see what we got.
All right, before we sign off, the parlay one more time. Brian Leonard is going to go with the Tigers team total under 3.5 in the early game. That's Tigers team total under 3.5 for the full game. I'm going to go with the Yankees on the money line for the full game. Tokyo Brandon is going to go Dodgers first 5 money line. That parlay plays plus 395. And even with the not hitting one last week, we are still ahead on the season on the parlay. Hopefully we can bring that energy into the playoffs and cash a couple of these. As long as there's going to be 4 games a day, I think we can probably do a parlay. We may have to think of something else when we get later, but this week, at least the next 2 days, we'll get one out. And who said we couldn't do an hour show with only 4 games? We still went over. It doesn't.
When we have Adam, we never have a problem going in.
Hey, I
give him the microphone. He can do it by himself for an hour.
Actually, we probably all talked about the same today. So.
Well, listen, we're making packages on the coupon codes on the fly here. I wasn't expecting that. So we had plenty. But no, I'm glad.
When Ralph is in the house,
hour, we didn't even need to have we didn't even need to have Tokyo Brandon go into story time or do turn it into a talent show. We did our show. It was perfect.
A fireball.
So so no, I'm fired up for tomorrow. Hopefully all these games split, and then we've got 4 games on Thursday. Who knows? It was a great show. Hopefully this, hopefully everyone is ready to go for the first day of the postseason, and we'll be back tomorrow 9 a.m. to do it all over again. So have a great day, everyone. Bases 99 is the coupon code. Get you the full playoffs for any of the 3 of us, and $5 Tuesday as always. We'll see you guys again in the morning.
One of the greatest games in the history of the NFL this Sunday, Vikings-Browns. The total is 36.5. That's how bad these offenses are. So what do? We export both teams. Send them over to England. Let them deal with them. But seriously, I do think there's a betting edge in this game. I'm going to break down the side and total and also give you a player prop for this early morning Sunday game in England between Minnesota and Cleveland. Free play with analysis coming up right here, right now. Hi, this is Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, right back here on WagerTalk TV. And do you know the look-ahead line this summer for places that post advanced lines at Minnesota -7, 41.5 for the total, which is already a pretty low total. Now, as of this week, the real betting line, Minnesota 3.5, 36.5. We briefly saw some 37s on Sunday night, Monday morning. And by Monday afternoon, it was down to 36.5. And why am I talking about that? Well, yes, obviously it's a low total, but 37 is a very key number. In fact, back in my day when I was coming up in the 1990s, and yes, I started 29 years ago in August of 96 as a full-time professional sports bettor and a handicapper, 37 and 41s we saw all the time in the NFL. There was about a 4 to 5% chance a game would land exactly on 37. It was the king of totals. It was like a 3 or a 7 with point spreads. 41 was pretty important as well. We never talk about it anymore because all the games are in the 40s and 50s now. Well, 37 is back. The Browns are bringing it back, and the Vikings are helping as well because these have been two good defensive teams. In fact, Cleveland's been a great defensive team. Both offenses have been pretty bad. In fact, Cleveland's been a terrible offensive team. They remind me of the Iowa Hawkeyes the last couple of seasons. We had a lot of fun with them 2-3 years ago playing all unders because they had a great defense, no offense. Cleveland looks like they fit that mold. The problem is that now at 36.5, there's not a lot of value left with the under. Under or pass for me would be the only way I play the total. And it's also an interesting situation, though, with the side in this game because Minnesota just played overseas last week in Dublin, Ireland. So they do have to travel a bit, but they're staying in the time zone. They're staying overseas. They're not having to cross the Atlantic. Cleveland does, and they just played a high-scoring shootout against Detroit. Well, high-scoring for Detroit, but Cleveland's defense still held up pretty well in that game. And they also held up well in the game against Baltimore earlier this year. You know, on the surface, you wouldn't say, oh, the Browns are a great defensive team. They gave up 41 points to Baltimore, 34 to Detroit in their two true road games. But then you look at the yardage. They only gave up 242 total yards against Baltimore. 2 turnovers, no was the problem. Against Detroit last week, they held them to 168 passing yards, only 109 rushing yards, 3 turnovers. In fact, Cleveland has had 8 turnovers and only forced 2 in their 4 games this year. So if things start to turn around with the turnovers, which we might see, could get a little closer here. So I do think Minnesota has the scheduling spot being overseas, but once again, in no hurry to lay 3.5 in what should be a very low-scoring game. I lean under in this one. Would have liked it a lot better at 37 or more, but we always look to play the low totals under. But I'm going to give you by the way, the team totals, odds makers did a really good job on this as well. 20.5 with Minnesota, 16.5 with Cleveland. Obviously, 21 and 17 are key numbers. So if you can get either the Vikings or Browns under 21 team total or under 17 team total for Cleveland, I do like those options. But I think the best play in this game might be a sneaky running back prop. And I know we're talking a lot about unders. How about let's take an over prop, though, for Cleveland in this one. And probably not one many people will talk about, and that's their rookie running back from The Ohio State University, Quinshon Judkins, over rushing attempts, yardage, however you want to look at it. He did not play in the opener against the Bengals, but he's been pretty good in the other 3 games since. In fact, despite getting blown out in Baltimore, he still had 10 carries, 61 yards, averaged over 6 yards per carry. Then against Green Bay in that tight home win, he was very effective. 18 carries, 94 yards, over 5 yards per rush, even on 18 carries. Last week at Detroit, blowout game, but they still gave him 21 carries, 82 yards, almost 4 yards per carry. So on the season now, he's averaging just under 5 yards per carry, 237 rushing yards in 3 games. So yes, the Browns are a terrible offensive team, but they have a solid running back, and Minnesota's been very average against the run. Both these defenses have been great against the pass, but Minnesota's been very average against the run this year. In fact, Minnesota on the season's given up just 5.8 yards per pass. Cleveland's averaging like 4.8. Flacco, Dilla, Gabriel, whoever they have back there. I do think Gabriel's an upgrade, by the way, if we see him sooner than later. Flacco, who's 40 years old. He's 40. He's a man. He's terrible, though. He should be out of the league. Don't understand why Dylan Gabriel is under center. I'm doing this video early in the week, by the way, to get it up for you here. Maybe by kickoff on Sunday, he will be the starter. We'll see. Either way, though, I think the running back, Ludkins, is going to get the majority of the offensive, or Judkins is going to get the majority of the offensive work here on Sunday. Carson Wentz, of course, in for J.J. McCarthy. I wasn't big on McCarthy, the second-year quarterback from Michigan, who's really a rookie because he played like 1 snap in the NFL preseason last year before getting hurt. Wentz has looked serviceable this year. He's been pretty good, actually, in the 2 starts, a 98.2 rating. But once again, Cleveland's defense is at another level this year, and I do think they can hold him in check. One other thing I wanted to point out about the Minnesota defense is that their rush numbers, as I said, haven't been anything special. In fact, if you look at Minnesota's rush defense this year, they're giving up 4.5 yards per carry against opposing teams that average just 3.5. They're giving up 130 yards per game against opposing offenses that average just 92. They have faced some bad offensive teams running the ball and still underperformed. And while Cleveland's numbers are nothing special, 3.7 against teams that allow 4.1, I think they're a little bit better because, once again, The rookie Judkins did not play in week 1, and he's put up some good numbers since. I think this is a little bit of a sneaky prop. You can play it however you want. His rushing attempts, his yardage over, any kind of Cleveland rushing props over. I think that's going to be their edge in this game against Minnesota. And let's stay away from the ugly side in total and look at a prop to make us some money. Or early Sunday morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern in England, Vikings and Browns. Hey, what are your thoughts on this game? Drop your thoughts below in the comments. I do truly read them. I'll reply back. Hey, include some analysis if you have time as well. What other NFL plays do you like on Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening, even the Monday night game? Hey, drop your NFL thoughts below. We read the comments and we reply back here on Wager Talk TV. And if you're liking these free play videos, I do all the Thursday night games for you, the Sunday, Monday night games as well this week. These primetime games, whenever they're national TV standalone games, including the England games, the Europe games, I try to give them to you free here on the channel. All I ask is a thumbs up like. The more thumbs up likes, the more positive comments below, the more free play videos I'll keep pumping out for you each and every week here on Wager Talk TV. And never miss out. Click subscribe for free and click that bell as well. You will get an instant alert. I got this one up nice and early this week for you. Wanted to get it up several days in advance. Click that bell. You'll get an instant alert when these free play videos are posted every day. You'll also know when my NFL Fade the Public video is ready for Sundays, and also my college football top 25 video is ready for Saturdays right here. Click that bell on Wager Talk TV. Now, it's nice, these free play videos. I give you opinions on all the spotlight games, and sometimes they make my client card. Most of the time, they're not strong enough. But if you want my official best bets each and every day for all sports, all access, baseball playoffs are here, college and pro football, college and pro basketball starts right around the corner, just a few weeks, then get a direct subscription at WagerTalk.com. There's several different options. Doesn't matter if you get a 1 day, a 1 month, or 1 year. Every client gets the exact same best bets I'm personally using. Same games I've won with consistently since I started over 29 years ago in August of 1996. If I have a personal best bet, I send it to my clients. And right now, I've got some special offers this week. Go check them out right now, including some promo codes on my page, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. And don't forget about that Weekend Warrior special. Gets you all of Saturday and Sunday's college and pro football and Monday night for just $49 complete. Also have some all-sport, all-access packages, a 1 day for $39, a 1 week for $99, 1 month, 1 year for as low as $3 a day, about $1 a play. Check it out on my page and get there quicker right now with shortcut WT.buzz/SM. And by the way, I do have a 1 year promo code, SM365, available, which gets you a full year for about $3 a day, $1 a play. It's an instant $811 discount. So check out the special offers on my page, the best bets every day. And oh, by the way, the best reason to go to my page on a daily basis is my free selection. Here's how it works. The last cut from my best bet card is still a really strong opinion. I put it up for free for everybody each day. So get the strongest free play each day on my page with analysis, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, and get there quicker, WT.buzz/SM. On the way out, you can follow me on social media at Steve Merrill. You see in the bottom corner of your screen, 2 R's, 1 L, MERRIL, at Steve Merrill on X and Instagram. And stay tuned here to Wager Talk TV because you know there's more free play videos coming up next.
Welcome into KIV and Crack, week 5 of the NFL, week 6 of college football. I'm going to just say it right off the rip, Crack, because I kind of always thought you were more of an NFL bettor, but right now you are crushing college football. Since college football season started, 29-19, hitting over 60% there at Wager Talk. Love to see it. What if people are looking for college football plays from you? What are they going to get? Are they getting props? Are they getting sides? Are they getting totals?
And to be blunt, listen, I love NFL props. I love betting them. I mean, people wanted sides, so I give out some sides, and I know I'm with a real sharp guy with that gives me sides because I don't handicap sides. But college football is just unbelievable every year for me. College basketball, college football, they're my wheelhouse things. Props are too, and NFL, like just randomness of such an efficient market. It's so tough to win. But then when you get these bad beats, and I don't really talk about bad beats normally. Last week, the Rams obviously was a terrible beat versus the Eagles. And then the same Rams team has to beat me this week. I have the Colts plus 3.5.
Me too.
God. Yeah, there's some bad beats. And I was on a show earlier with Andy, and Andy was saying, well, the guy really, going in the end zone really wasn't showboating or anything. I didn't
say he was showboating, but hang on to the football, my guy.
How you put the ball up with one hand? Like, you look like you're showboating to me, like bragging to the cat. Get the touchdown first, then do all showboating you want.
Todd Furman tweeted, Crack. He goes, footballs must weigh 5,000 pounds because these guys can't wait to get rid of it before they even hit the end zone. It's like, just wait 4 more steps, and then I don't care what you do with the football.
Yeah, it's funny you say that too. I follow Todd, but I don't read Twitter a lot. So someone sent me something on Todd Furman. This is where we are at with sportsbook branded coverage. Okay, so all right, yeah. So this guy.
Oh boy. Listen, I
channel.
can't comment on this stuff. I can't because listen, here's the thing. I've been in this media space for a long time, Crack. Yeah. And I don't want to discredit or disparage anybody, right? I try to just keep my mouth shut, but this is egregious. You cannot be giving out this type of advice to people. Let everybody know what is going on in that tweet.
Yeah, well, I don't know who the person is. I wasn't planning to throw him under the bus, although I would, because listening to someone like this, it's really going to hurt you. But I don't ever mention names or go after individuals. It's a rare thing. There wouldn't be enough time in the day actually to do it anyway. So, but this situation, the guys on their network, the DraftKings network, talking to two other good-looking people. They're all good-looking people, beautiful suits and beautiful eyes and bodies, and they're giving out, oh, this is what I would bet. So he's telling someone to buy a college football game from 3.5 to 2.5 and lay like $1.58. Furman said, yeah, $1.58, and you could bet the money line. I looked at the money line. Some places was minus 168, 170. Like, you're telling someone to buy it, laying 2.5 minus 158. First of all, there's so many bad things in motion here. One, you never buy in college football. That's right. Never buy in college football. Two, you have to look at the money line. If you're going to look at even if the line is minus 2.5, minus 50, at a certain shop, because maybe they don't want them off 2.5, you can look at the money line, and it's worth more to lay 20 extra cents to buy 4.5 points, not to pick them, or even 3, whatever. 3.5 points. It's really dumb, the things I see. And third of all, he said he's betting it. I'll wager a lot of money that he's not putting a bet on that minus the 2.5, minus 58. So go tell someone else this stuff. I just can't take these people, and I never. You notice I don't go after people. Very rare. I go after people on social media. I only do it to help the public too, to let them know how stupid these people are. I'm using the street words. I can't help it. Egregious. How egregious these things are. It's such bad advice. It's hurting so many people. But I just told Andy, we're so close to the sun. People like us, me, you, Andy, but we're too close to the sun because we think we represent a big portion of players. No. People that are smart enough to watch these podcasts from the WagerTalk network, they are people that are looking for more, looking for edge, responsible gambling, so-and-so. And these people that are on these shows that are nationwide shows, these kids that came into the marketplace these last 5, 6, 7 years, they're there because of the Shaqs and LeBrons and different athletes.
I'm going to stop you. They're there because they got a broadcast degree from Penn State or Syracuse or one of those big media schools and realized, hey, 2018 legalized gambling has now put things on the forefront. So now these major networks, NBC, ESPN, so forth, want to integrate gambling into their content. The problem is they didn't hire gamblers. And so when you're over there on Fox, right?
Yes,
like we got the guys I used to work for on Barstool, they're on Fox. But the thing is you on Fox are branded as a professional gambler. The guys on Barstool, it's, for lack of better words, they're having a good time. They're making it entertaining. No one is going to blindly follow Big Cat's plays. He says it all the time, how ice cold he is, right? So you get that idea of, is it entertainment or is it wagering?
You're right. I like that. I like you said that.
And it's true. There's a hybrid, right? Nick Costos over there, I think he's with BetMGM Network, and he says he calls it wagertainment. I think that there is a hybrid version that we do have, but the upsetting part is you've got to be able to differentiate. And when you slap a sportsbook name on it and it becomes a sportsbook branded show, people are tuning in because they think that they are getting good information. And telling someone to buy a whole point from 3.5 to 2.5 on a team like Penn State when the money line's minus 170 is the most egregious, unprofessional, irresponsible thing to do. I didn't say anything on social media. I just close my eyes and shut my mouth, because you never make somebody else look good, make yourself look good, making somebody else look bad. But you're right. It is very irresponsible.
Yeah, and what I was talking about, I'm glad you brought up all what you just did. That's perfect. That covers the other end. What I was talking about, these kids that watch, the LeBron and Shaq and different, they go to the ballpark and see all the advertisements, and they're, enamored and mesmerized, and they love, oh my God, if LeBron's on there, I got to join that site. And that's what I was talking about. These kids, they don't respect the number. They don't know about anything. They don't know about shows like these. They don't know about what half points are worth. They don't know the key numbers now, and how the key numbers, like in the NFL, aren't even worth what they were worth 5 years ago or 10 years ago, when they moved the half a point. The extra point. They moved that yardage. The analytics came in the game. The going for twos and different. There's a lot more moving parts now, where the 3 and the 7 is not worth what it once was. So for them to give out buying points now on college football, and it's just so bad. It's so bad. It bothered me so much. Usually I don't get bothered by that. Someone sent it to me, and I'm about to retweet it. I said I did. I just realized that the retweet didn't go through. I am going to retweet that with some comments, not going after anybody, because it's not his fault.
Here's my guess. My guess is that he, the guy who was on the show, or they, the host of the show, are probably simply reading off a teleprompter.
Yeah, they are. And, if they're not responsible for their own words, that's on them. Because one thing about me.
But I think the reality is let's just say that their producers are maybe in their same age group. They're gambling too. They're enthusiastic. They don't know that this is bad advice. Hand up. I was one of these kids. Absolutely was one of these kids.
Good point.
15, 20 years ago. I remember, Crack. I will never forget. I pushed on Green Bay -5. I bought from 5.5 to 5. Can't believe I ever did that. And I was so happy to have pushed that Green Bay game. I cannot remember who they played. And Chris Andrews jumped in the middle of my ass. If you guys don't know who Chris is, he is the sportsbook director over at South Point. And, years later, he apologized. And I said, Chris, no, you are absolutely right to say, Kelly, yeah, that's great. You pushed on that game. You had a push instead of a loss. But here's why you don't want to buy points, especially off not a key number in the long term in the NFL. The reality is, like you said, whether it's analytics, whether it's been rules changed, all of these things come into play. Certain key numbers are now shifting, telling these kids to pay 20, 30, 40 cents. Same thing with teasers. I still play teasers. I got -110 teasers with a local guy. Reality is not everybody has access to that. If you're laying 140 at some of these other books, you are making a bad bet. And I think that it is our responsibility to pay that forward, because Chris Andrews taught me, 15 years ago, Kelly, don't do that. This is bad. Amazing. This is bad math.
It's amazing how good is Chris, though. He's a bookmaker. He wants you guys to buy on the 5, and he's actually telling people don't buy on the 5. It's a sucker bet. That's how good that South Point Sportsbook is over there. It's very interesting. He told you that.
But it's so true. Oh, I remember being like, wow, this guy's kind of a dick. But that is the joke. Younger me was like, hey, I know what I'm doing. It wasn't until I started giving out plays 2009, 2010 on Twitter. It wasn't until I hit that 3-team underdog parlay. I went and saw Todd. I went and saw Kenny White and all of Brian Blessing, all those guys over there at Don Best. And they offered me to come work for them. That the math and analytics really came into play for me, where they were like, here's what the spreadsheet is. Here's what I make the game. Here's how, Kelly, you can actually use advanced metrics to make better wagers. Great. You hit this underdog parlay. This is awesome. Now, how are you going to parlay this into a career? And having those mentors and those people being able to do it is huge. Crack. That's what this younger generation needs. I mean, my nail lady hit a $5,000 parlay for $4,000 yesterday and is like going nuts. And I'm thinking, all I could look at was Christian McCaffrey over rushing yards. Very, very original, but I was happy for her. That's probably one of the bigger scores she's going to have of her life.
She'll be chasing it forever, though. She'll be chasing that. It's like a heroin person that tries heroin for the first time and they get mesmerized. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Now they're chasing that first high forever. That's the bad thing, but that's what happened. Listen, I'm not saying we were born sharp. I understand what you just said. I was a stone cold sucker. Until someone took me and shook me and showed me the right way. I was making money betting things that were advantage bets and going to the racetrack and blowing it when I was 17, 18. I was a stone cold sucker too. It took someone to show me what it is to make money long term. And you talked about the teaser pricing. So teaser, people that give out, I won't. You notice I haven't given out a single teaser. I believe I haven't given out a teaser at WagerTalk so far. The only reason now there's some great teasers out there, but the only reason why I haven't is because I try to give out an obtainable line. So an obtainable line for everybody, they play at the DraftKings and the FanDuels of the world and different. And I'm not picking on those two sports books. All of the sports books now in Vegas here, we can't lay under $1.30 on a 6-point teaser. Honestly, the books should just use a mask and a gun and take the money from us, because you're not beating $1.35 teasers, 6-point teasers.
Well, you know,
but local guys do still have $1.10,
yeah,
like you said.
John Murray said this to me the other day on Kelly and Murray. He said, Kelly, he goes, that's a testament to Mr. Wong, right? That's how good his system was to say, hey, the books are going to keep moving it. I remember when I first moved to Vegas, they were minus 110, 115, then all of a sudden 120. I mean, this has been a slow progression. Finally, they put their hands up and said, enough. We are tired of getting beat on these teaser plays. Remember the teaser cards or the pleaser cards? Like there were so many different options there back in the day, way before the phone apps, where I knew guys that's all they played on NFL Sundays.
Yeah, and just not to down Stanford Wong. That's not his real name, by the way. Not to down him, but there was really sharp guys betting those teasers way before Stanford Wong knew what 11 to 10 was. So he may have wrote a book and talked about it, but trust me, and they call it the Wong teasers. But the sharp groups were betting them way before him, and that just means, guys, betting teasers through the key numbers of 7 and 3, taking a 7.5 or 8.5 favorite and bringing it down through the 7, through the 3, under the 3, and again. That's not even worth what it once was. Nothing to do with the juice because of the analytics of the game, too. 8's a real number now in the NFL. So there's a lot of moving parts why teasers are much harder to beat. And the number one, though, is the juice, charging so much juice. But there are local guys. If local guys can still make money charging $1.10 and even $1.20, why can't these major corporations that have made money for years on these teasers make that money? And why can't they offer it? Because it's real simple. The public doesn't demand that they offer it. The public just fires no matter what. They don't respect the line.
Nailed it.
They don't respect the number. They just want to play and have action.
I asked John Murray on Wednesday night, I said, how come you guys just don't make this Chargers line 7? Like, they're going to bet it anyway. And he goes, we don't have to. Sure enough, they never had to move it to 7. The whole world bet the Chargers. Giants win the game outright. So whether you tease the Chargers, you bet them on the money line, they know that you are going to walk up and you are going to hand over your money willingly by betting bad numbers, by laying wrong prices. And you nailed it. There is no public outrage to say, nope, I'm not betting. We're done betting teasers at this establishment until you guys lower your pricing.
No, listen, we have conditioned a whole new genre and society of sports bettors to just betting. And I'll tell you what, we are creating so many problems this is my responsible gambling segment for the future, not just among these degens and these kids and college kids, lawyers, doctors, business people, Wall Street people. There is more out of control gambling going on in all these different jurisdictions with 1-800 numbers for responsible gambling. They can't handle all the phone calls coming in. And do you know how many people are still closet gambling? And how about the jurisdictions that have the online live casinos now, where the housewives putting the kids to bed and they're under the covers firing on slot machines, and the husband's in the other room, by the way, doing the same thing, playing online blackjack and Keno and everything else. You know, we're leading people down a path that's really bad. At least you got a place like New Jersey. They're really tough on responsible gambling. They're really tough on asking questions to somebody when they're depositing. I know that some of the jurisdictions are like that, but yet others aren't. How can you control someone coming to Vegas, putting cash in an app? You can't. You don't know what's going on with them personally. New Jersey does take a little bit more of a responsible gambling view, and I like that. What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
No. I just had a funny story. I met a politician, a female politician the other night at dinner. Her husband was like, hey, I know you're the gambling girl. I was sitting at the bar with a girlfriend who happened to know the politician wife. And I said, that's funny. And he goes, I want to show you my bet. And I said, okay. And he goes, but you can't make fun of me about my betting price, how much I bet per game. I said, of course not. I don't unit shame. So what didn't matter that he only had $5 on the bet?
Yeah.
It mattered, Crack, that he bought it from 7.5 to 6.5. And I looked at him and I said, what were you thinking? And he goes, you said you weren't going to shame my bet. I said, I don't care that you bet $5 a game. You don't buy from 7.5 to 6.5 in a divisional game. Come on, what are we doing here? Like, this is just ridiculous. I think he laid minus 140 for that point, by the way.
Yeah, it's the $1.40. Years ago, maybe depending on how low the total is too. Sometimes you can I have the buying. There's still some buying opportunities, but it's going to be with a local guy. It's not going to be with one of the sites that charge you so much. So it really is. Kel, I'm going to give the viewers, if we get this out there, so we can give them under Dobbins tonight. Let me make sure it's still the same line, because I actually bet it.
Let's talk that Monday Night Football game real quick, Crack, while you're pulling that up. I am going to wuss out. I'm going to Stanford Wong it, or whoever created the Wong teaser. I'm taking the Jets plus 2.5 over that touchdown. I'm taking the Broncos down under that field goal. And then I'm just going to sit back and hopefully relax. These teasers have been really good so far this year to me, Crack. Betting them early, betting them late, it almost has not mattered. So that is what I'm doing tonight, Monday Night Football. Every Monday you come on in here, you give us a prop bet. And while you're finding that, I do want to remind everybody this weekend, you get every football play from Crack. Saturday, Sunday, 5%, anything you guys want from him, only $49. That is our Weekend Warrior package over at WagerTalk.com. And of course, as a bonus, you're going to include anything that Crack plays on Monday Night Football as well. That is $49 right now. No coupon code needed. The Weekend Warrior package over at WagerTalk.com. All right, Dobbins, talk to me about the Broncos.
So I'm looking, BetMGM still has Dobbins under 64.5. That's fine. Under his rushing yard, 64.5 minus $1.15. So Dobbins tonight, I think the running backs are going to get a little more involved on the game tonight. So there's a free prop for people. But going on to that package, I always still just laugh because I've never sold plays like that for that price. But $49, that's a great weekend just to get in. You're going to get all my college stuff. You're going to get the props and everything. And then after that, obviously, join a monthly package or something. But this is a great Weekend Warrior special you guys have going for the customers and the clients. So jump in on that, guys. We really appreciate that. Appreciate you. Cal, if you didn't mention that stuff, I'm terrible at self-promotion. So thank you for doing that for me.
Don't you worry, Crack. I got you taken care of. Again, Crack's been absolutely red hot in college football. So maybe jump on board for this weekend and get him for Saturday, Sunday, and of course, Monday. Crack, real quickly before I let you go. Last weekend, you texted me, hey, I took Buffalo and the Grandissimo, Texans as well, and some of your other survivors. I went half Lions, half Texans. By all means, they were all pretty easy wins. Yes, the Texans kind of had that slow start, but ultimately pulled away in the fourth quarter. Same thing with the Bills, kind of that wonky start that kind of shot themselves in the foot with penalties early. Spencer Rattler looked a little bit better, but ultimately the Bills are just that much better of a team. Still won the game by double digits. This week is a little spicy. We've got some interesting plays here. Yeah. So obviously, I think the whole world's going to be on Arizona. This is the spot to use them this week. They are a 9-point favorite. We got Minnesota staying in Europe. They are in London. They are a touchdown favorite. The Colts, I have now since put on my list since we lost last weekend. Maybe this is a spot to use the Colts. And of course, how can we forget those Baltimore Ravens? Oh my gosh, I don't know if I can stomach it. We'll see if Lamar ends up being healthy or not. I have a feeling he's going to be a go. There was a lot of rumors on social media whether he quit on his team or whether he was really banged up or not. But I'd like to think this is a spot. Baltimore back home, they can get a win over that Texans team again. Maybe that final score is a little misleading. Kind of talk to me about your guys' process. You guys haven't been eliminated yet in any of your survivors, correct?
No, for the most part, I don't think anyone has really been eliminated this weekend too. Yeah, this it's going to get tougher. Obviously, it's going to get tougher, but this weekend's going to get tougher because this coming weekend, I don't even know if I trust Arizona, but yet I'm probably going to lean to Arizona. So it just doesn't sound right. Minnesota, I'm not trusting, even though I was real high on them at the beginning of the season. But it's going to get tougher and tougher as the weeks go here. It's not like last year where by this week, 95% of the survivor pool down at Circle was knocked out. But I grant my big play went through again, and most of, I think everyone's pick. I really didn't look at the rest. I think
Yeah, there was, I think, a little over 1,300 between the Packers and the Chargers. I could be wrong.
Oh, that's
there at
Survivor.
Circa.
Yep.
Just a few people knocked out. I think it was 6 over in the Westgate 5K, and I think there was 2 in Grandissimo. I'd have to double check that as well.
Okay.
But I do find it interesting because I said this on WagerTalk today on Friday, Crack. So I wanted your kind of opinion on it. I think because of what we've seen in years past, right? Minus the 2023 season, these early bloodbaths, these early losses that mainly were the Bengals.
Yep.
I think kind of makes people think, oh, I should zig and not zag, right? Like nobody wanted to be in that top 1 or 2 plays, but those have been so easy, for lack of better words, just rocking chair winners minus the Broncos week 1. Do you think that people are trying to zig when maybe they should just right the ship and then find a better week to say, hey, this team may be upset?
I was yesterday after my Fox show, I went down to Circa to film. They have a reality show on Survivor. So I never looked at a score, ran right out of the place and went over there. And I didn't even realize I'm filming and the Saints are going in to go ahead of the Bills and they got an interception or a fumble or something. I never realized how close I came to even losing the momentum could have swung totally there if the Saints would have scored there. But, I got to tell you, Kel, I'm going to give a little secret sauce here. So I follow this podcast. I think I told you about this and how they won the Survivor. One of the hosts, he's part of a team that won by never taking a team 4 points or less. Home team favorite. Probably tough to do throughout the whole year, but I am going to stick to home teams. Boy, I tell you, for as long as I can. And I'm not going to pick under a 4-point favorite unless I absolutely have to. In the Survivor, you have 20 weeks. You have to pick. You have to go Thanksgiving week, and you don't even think about Christmas week. But you have to save someone for those 2 weeks with the shortened schedules. That's the little kink in the contest. But my strategy is probably going to be to pick home teams, and home teams are 4 points or more. I'm not even looking at road teams.
No, and I don't think you should be looking at road teams. And I've been screaming that from the mountaintops, particularly road teams in the division. The Falcons were that team that everybody used last week. I didn't understand. Now, granted, Packers, Dallas isn't a divisional game, but still, that's one of those primetime games. So, there are certain spots where you're absolutely right. I want nothing to do with the road team, primetime and in the division. And you're right. I'm looking for those teams at home, maybe off a loss, heading into their bye week, coming out of their bye week. Now, obviously, there's different angles at play there, but that's what I kind of thought about the Ravens this week. I'm like, surely this is the week. But then you look at their injury report here on Monday, and I'm going, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's scary. And, who would think that Kansas City and Baltimore would be playing, and one of the losers are going to be 1-3. So it's amazing. This NFL, any given Sunday, anything can and will happen. I've been saying it forever. That's why the Survivor is so fun, and these contests are so fun. But
absolutely. This has been another edition of Kelly and Crack, wt.buzz/Crackman. If you are looking to partner up with Crack for this weekend, for a month, or for the rest of the football season, he is the best. Make sure you guys are giving him a follow over on social media as well. Crack, thank you for always taking the time. Guys, if you get a chance, hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe so you never miss another episode.
Appreciate you guys watching, following, liking, subscribing. Thanks, Kelly. I'll see you guys all next week.
Greetings, everybody, and welcome back to WagerTalk TV. I'm Pavlos here to break down another match for the Champions League. Match day 2 on Tuesday and Wednesday. This goes on Tuesday. It's a match between Chelsea and Benfica. Really, really exciting match for a multitude of reasons that I'm going to break down in just a minute. But before that, I have a big 5% total for Tuesday's slate in the Champions League. 8-2 run in 5% releases. We had a nice start in the Champions League a couple of weeks ago. 7-2 start for plus 19 units. Also number 1 in soccer last 30 days, plus 44 units. We have a nice promo along with Carmen Bianco, who also had a very, very strong start in the Champions League. You can get both our plays for the entire Champions League from now till the final in May 30th, 2026. And as an added bonus, you'll get all the Europa League and Europa Conference League plays for free. So head over to the deals page over at WagerTalk.com or my page at wt.buzz/pl or Carmen's page, and you should be able to find it. Now onwards to our free play. Chelsea are taking on Benfica on Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Chelsea minus 155 favorites at home. Not really sure if I agree with that one. The draw is at plus 310. Benfica plus 435. Underdogs on the road. The spread is set at 3/4 of a goal, so 0.75. The total is set at 2.75 goals. So we got so many interesting stuff and tidbits of information regarding this match. Starting with the manager situation, as Benfica, they recently sacked their previous manager and brought back the special one, Jose Mourinho, who is also up against his former employers in Chelsea. So, it's a really, really interesting match, not for the things that will happen on the pitch, but also outside of the pitch. So, we also have this the match that these two played recently back in June in the knockouts of the Club World Cup, where Angel Di Maria played for Benfica. He pulled even from the penalty spot at the 5th minute of stoppage time in the regulation to send the match to extra time, where Chelsea eventually won by 4-1. So that was a very, very competitive and physical match, resulting in 6 cards in regulation and 5 more cards in the extra time, including a red card for Benfica, which actually paved the way for Chelsea, to beat them by 4-1. So a lot of things have changed since then. Benfica recently had elections, which resulted in the sacking of their previous manager, and they brought back Jose Mourinho, a huge upgrade if you ask me. But he also moved some players, got new ones. So Benfica unbeaten in 3 matches since Coach Mourinho took over. They got 2 wins and a draw. They actually lost just one of their 13 matches in all competitions this season. They got 9 wins, 3 draws, 1 loss, including a 1 Super Cup final versus arch rivals Sporting Lisbon. A pretty good run of results, but the previous coach took the blame for Benfica's loss to Krackomberger in match day 1 of the Champions League, in a match where Benfica, they were actually 2-0 up. They had a 2-0 lead in the 16th minute, but managed to lose that one at home. So another interesting tidbit of information, Benfica, they eliminated Fenerbahce in the last qualifier for the Champions League earlier in August. A Fenerbahce side that were managed by Jose Mourinho at that time. So funny thing is that Mourinho got eliminated with Fenerbahce and then joined Benfica, who eliminated Fenerbahce. So, I don't know, conspiracy theorists, just do your thing. As for Chelsea, they did start the season unbeaten in 4. They had 2 wins and 2 draws, no losses, but they have won just 1 of last 5 since then. They got 1 win, 1 draw, 3 losses. They lost 3-1 to Brighton over the weekend. They lost 2-1 to Manchester United, and they also lost 3-1 to Bayern Munich in match day 1 of the Champions League, in a match where we easily cast our 4% best bet on both teams to score and over 2.5 goals. Chelsea, they're not doing well, especially in the defense. They kept just 2 clean sheets in 8 matches so far. They conceded 2+ goals in 4 of the last 5. So they will have a tough time keeping Benfica at bay, but they should also get their fair share of chances. Now, I don't want to get involved in sides totals. Not easily going to get involved in Jose Mourinho's return to the Champions League, let alone in this match against his former employers. Although this match looks a lot like a both teams to score, which is currently at minus 170-ish. And this doesn't strike me as a 1-1 draw. So if you add the over 2.5 goals, you get a nice plus 105 for a same game parlay of both teams to score and over 2.5 goals. Plus 105, I'd bet that to minus 110. By the same token, the total is set at 2.75 goals. The over 2.75 goals is at minus 120. Also a great option here if you like goals. But my best bet here is cards. As stated before, there were 6 cards in regulation and 11 in total when these two met in the Club World Cup back in June. They both have players who like to rough it up. They both lost in match day 1 of the Champions League, so there is a sense of urgency. They will fight for the win in order to not get, not fall behind early in the competition. So whenever we want to bet on cards, we always have to look at the referee. And the referee in this match is Mr. Daniel Siebert from Germany. He has an average of exactly 5 cards per match in 6 matches this season. And he also officiated Benfica's knockout match versus Fenerbahce and dished out 9 cards. And he also gave out 11 cards in the Europa League qualifiers and also had a red card in each match. So this is a referee that likes his cards, isn't afraid to to dish out red cards whenever the situation is appropriate or inappropriate, I should say. Last season, he had an average of 5.26 cards per match in all competitions, with some really good numbers in the Champions and Europa League matches. Season before that, he had an average of 4.91 cards per match, again with good card totals in the Champions and the Europa League. The over 4.5 cards at minus 120 is my best bet for this game. And before I recap, I want to remind you guys, I have a 5% max bet. It's a total on Tuesday in the Champions League, 8-2 run in 5% totals, 7-2 start in the Champions League so far this season, plus 19 units. Number 1 in soccer, last 30 days, plus 44 units. We also won both our 4% best bets in the Champions League last week. So let's do a recap in this match. Best bet here is the over 4.5 cards, minus 120. I bet that to minus 130, minus 135, but that's it. Both teams to score at minus 170. Not a great price, but I definitely see both teams scoring. If you want to pep it up just a little bit, over 2.75 goals at minus 117, or a same game parlay with both teams scoring over 2.5 goals at plus 105. So if you like this breakdown, guys, make sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Drop a comment below. Let me know what you think about the special one, Jose Mourinho. I love to see him, in these competitions. He's a character. He's a character. If you don't know him, just Google him or just go to YouTube and just search for Jose Mourinho. He's a really, really interesting character. And now he's back in the Champions League after, I think, quite a few years. So I think it's going to be an exciting match. Again, let me know. And also my free plays and my 5% max bet, you can find those at wt.buzz/PL. Good luck. God bless.
Welcome in to the opening line report. I am Kelly Stewart, also known as Kelly in Vegas. We're going to break down what we saw last week in the NFL, and we're going to talk about NFL Week 5. We've got Teddy Covers, the man with all the information. He shares his notes with me, and I think it's absolutely incredible. He writes just, I look at it and I'm like, oh my God, I gotta reproofread this, Teddy, because you write how you're thinking. Here we go. Here's what I saw. Here's what we need to know. Next game. And that is what this show is all about. Information early in the week. And that is why we are here bright and early on a Monday morning there on the West Coast. Teddy Covers, anything you want to get into before we talk Monday Night Football?
I want to say thanks, man. The support for this show this year has been overwhelming, and I really appreciate it, guys. We appreciate the likes. We appreciate the comments. We appreciate the follows. The goal is, and this is why this is the #1 football show on Monday mornings anywhere out there, all right? We're going to give you a ton of info, Be ready. Let's rock and roll.
Yeah, let's rock and roll, Teddy. We've got 2 Monday Night Football games here. Neither one of them is, well, in my opinion, anything to write home about, but we'll start off with the Jets at Miami.
So I don't care if it's a marquee matchup or if it's a matchup of 0-3 teams. They're all bettable games, all right? And when you find an edge, you look for it. So it doesn't matter to me. I literally could care less whether it's, these marquee matchups or not. Jets-Dolphins, it's a classic rivalry. That being said, there's some urgency right now. Let's do an EBA for a Monday Night Football game tonight.
Wow, right out of the gate. I wasn't even ready to go yet. Haven't even hit that caffeine yet. Come on.
Exactly. If you want the Dolphins, bet them right now. All right. This line is still sitting at 2.5. It's 2.5 with juice. I'm seeing the first 3 starting to pop up. It appears as if Miami is the much more popular choice this evening than the New York Jets. So again, you're not going to get the worst of it at 2.5. If you want the Dolphins, bet it sooner rather than later. Total's been sitting 44.5 from the open. It really hasn't moved. I'm seeing a little bit of under push, but not enough to say you got to get to the window with it. But we are seeing some Dolphins money right now. We could easily see more. So if you like Miami, play the 2.5 right now. If you like the Jets, find a 3 now or just wait until later. When it comes to the late game tonight, really, that's been sitting 7.5, 44.5 all week. By the way, my look ahead line for this, Miami 2.5, 44.5. My party number was 2. Look at line for Denver. Cincy was 5.5, 45.5. My powering number 6.5 for that game. Obviously, the markets are at 7.5 right now. So based on my numbers, there's a little bit of value on the Cincy side, but I'm not seeing any indicators that this line is going back down to 7 or anything like that. So the urgency for Monday Night Football tonight is only if you like the Dolphins.
All right, I was going to ask, in between the two games, something that looks really simplistic to me, Teddy, is to tease the Jets up, tease the Broncos down. I sit back on my couch, I relax. Tell me where maybe that's the wrong thing to do here on Monday night.
So if you're following basic strategy, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to tease the Denver down to 1.5 and tease the Jets up to 8.5. That's crossing all the key numbers. I'm not going to talk you out of it. I have an opinion, a bettable opinion on Cincy Denver for the late game that you can get right now on my homepage, wt.buzz/TC.
All right, let's get right into Thursday Night Football. Rams at the 49ers. Hand up, Teddy. I had the Colts yesterday, and I was not very happy with that result, but that is okay. Niners, though, Marco gave me the Jags on bet on it as his barking dog, and I thought, and then John Murray said they were going to need the Niners, and I kind of pump faked, and I said, all right, I'm going to bet the Jags. Sure enough, Brock Purdy back in action here for the Niners. What do we need to know about him going into Thursday Night Football?
So before I do that, just a little recap of what happened yesterday. It wasn't a bad day for bad beats in the NFL. Indy was probably the worst of the bunch, and the over wasn't in there. It wasn't very attractive either. That was probably the toughest beat. The Vegas had the blocked field goal in the final drive, but when it came to bad beats to right sides that lost, wasn't a whole lot of them. Was a big day for over bettors, 9-4 to the over in Sunday action yesterday. When it comes to San Fran and LA, with all these games, you get 4 sets of point spreads. You get the look-ahead line. These are the bettable lines from last week. I use the Westgate Superbook numbers. Sometimes I'll adjust if Westgate is off market, and I'll mention it when that happens. I don't remember any of them this week that are like that. So, but I use the Westgate Superbook for the look-ahead lines. So that tells us how much yesterday's games affect these numbers. I'll give you my powering number for these two teams. We'll talk about where the line opened last night. And we'll talk about, and again, with an opener, I use consensus numbers. I don't use the odds logic on live odds screen for their openers. I use a consensus of books, usually a Sunday about between 5 and 6 o'clock Pacific time is when I'll write down what the quote unquote openers are. And then we'll talk about where the money has moved from the openers. So look ahead line here, Rams -3, 47. My powering number, Rams -3.5. Markets opened last night, 3.5 / 46.5 / 47. And that's pretty much what we're seeing today. 3.5 for the Rams this morning. Total 46.5 / 47. So we haven't seen a whole lot of movement on this one yet. As for LA, look, they were a wrong side yesterday and they got there. And I'll give them credit, all right? It was kind of the opposite of last week at Philly, where this time they fell behind and rallied late to win. They had a couple of lucky breaks go their way. We'll talk about that. We talk about Indy. But Stafford made the throws when it mattered most, including the game winner to Tutu. Tutu Atwell is one of these guys that doesn't get a lot of PT, and they're super excited when he makes a big play, and obviously he did yesterday to win the game. Puka and Devontae Adams might be the best wide receiver duo in the league right now. They combined 17 catches, 226 yards, 2 touchdowns between them. So the Rams got away with one yesterday, came out victorious, and now obviously at home against San Fran. San Fran will have plenty of support in that crowd. The 49ers only punted twice, and yet the offense was never in sync. They went 0-1 on 4th downs. They had 4 turnovers. All of those 4 turnovers, by the way, came on 1st down for San Francisco, which is something that tells us that people are taking too many chances in that sense. The defense didn't force any. Purdy wasn't sharp. He was back after missing 2 games with that toe injury. Quote, as an offense, we have to play better than today, and our team knows it. Offense needs to protect the ball. Defense needs to go take it. That's our game. Today on offense, we didn't succeed in any of it. It hurts. San Fran has been outrushed by the opponent each of the last 3 games. They average just 3.5 yards per carry. They rank 31st in the NFL in yards per carry year to date. This running game isn't working. But frankly, I'm more worried about the defense without Nick Bosa than the offense. I mean, yes, they outgained Jacksonville by a yard per play, but again, that lies a little bit. They allowed a punt return touchdown and special teams touchdowns. Remember this. Special teams touchdowns, teams that are good on special teams, make their stats look worse. Teams that are bad on special teams make their stats look better. When you give a punt return touchdown, the other team doesn't get any offense, and you get 2 drives in a row. So, and Purdy did some things right. 300 yards, 8 different receivers caught a pass. Ricky Pearsall hurt his knee, though. He's been their best receiver. Check his status. Trent Williams talked about the 3-1 start, and if the Niners feel like a 3-1 team. Quote, what does a 3-1 team feel like? I mean, we got 17 games, so 4 weeks in. It don't matter. We got a Thursday night game. We got a big divisional rival. That's all we're focused on. The record will speak for itself at the end of the year. That, to me, is a solid quote from a veteran player. Not worried too much about 1 win or 1 loss, looking at the big picture. That being said, again, my power number is 3.5. The game's lined at 3.5, so I'm not seeing any initial value for this Thursday night affair.
All right, minimal value there on Thursday night. We got lots of value here on Wager Talk, and it comes from all of you guys. Over 1,000 of you guys watching live right now. This is wonderful. Makes my heart very happy. So give us that like. Make sure you guys are subscribed so you never miss another episode of the Opening Line Report. Teddy, one of the games that I think has some interesting, we'll call it scheduling, right? The Minnesota Vikings get to stay in Europe, right? They just played and lost yesterday morning to the Steelers bright and early. Now they're taking on the Cleveland Browns, who just got trounced by the Detroit Lions. Kind of break down this early East Coast kick, very early West Coast kick next Sunday.
Yeah. Just like this past week when you wake up in Vegas, 6:30 a.m. kickoff in Vegas, 9:30 for you on the East Coast. Look ahead line here. There was some variance. They're 4.5/5/5.5 for Minnesota. Total 38.5. Note that low total and how it's getting lower. My parting number, Minnesota -5. The markets, there was variance last night, open 3.5/4/4.5, and all in between. Total from 38.5 in the look ahead to 37 last night, and we're seeing 36.5s out there this morning. The Browns are the ultimate under team, a defense that can stop anyone, and an offense that really can't score at all. I'll talk about the Cleveland side of the equation first, then we'll talk about Minnesota staying in Europe. And remember, it's not like they're staying in the same stadium, not even staying in the same country. They're traveling from Ireland to London. It's a flight, it's change of hotels, it's a road game. But it's less of a flight than their opponents had. But in terms of a huge edge for Minnesota, I'm not going to call it a huge edge. It might be, I didn't give them anything in terms of from a power standpoint from staying in Europe. Maybe I give them a half point. I did give them a half point. So I gave them a half point for staying there. So is that worth something? Not much. Anyhow, the Browns showed us yesterday, and remember this. We talk about bad teams off a win. They're not trustworthy. Last year, they went 0-3 straight up and against the spread off their 3 victories. And again, this year, 0-1 off their victory. They got a great opening drive, 13 plays, 80-plus yards, touchdown, and then got outscored 34-3 the rest of the game. Joe Flacco, less than 50% completions. He threw a couple of picks. The rookie running back, Quinshon Judkins, he had a really good game. He's been solid, but nobody else offensively did anything. They allowed a punt return touchdown. The defense, what do we say? Amazing. Again, they held Detroit to 277 yards, 4.9 yards per play, 16 first downs. It's hard to do that to the Lions offense in Detroit, especially when the offense is turning the ball over and punting. That being said, Kevin Stefanski, quote, "We did too many things you can't do if you want to beat a good team on the road. We obviously have to clean these things up." Same thing he's been saying. Joe Flacco, that first interception was on me. I didn't read the coverage correctly, and I threw it to the wrong spot. It's really frustrating to make a mental mistake last night. It's worth noting for everyone that wants to bring in the rookies, all right? Both starting tackles are hurt. DeJuan Jones out with a season-ending injury. Jack Conklin's been inactive the last couple of weeks. If you want to bring in a rookie quarterback against the Vikings defense with both tackles out, you're asking for trouble. I would not bench Joe Flacco at this stage of the season. Flacco is without a doubt, Flacco is their best option. Now, for Minnesota, they're going from Dublin to London, staying in Europe. Obviously, Wentz had 350 passing yards yesterday, though they trailed by margin all game. But he had 2 interceptions. He had 6 sacks. Jordan Addison was a factor in his first game back with the 81-yard touchdown. The defense struggled against the Steelers. The Steelers ran for 131 yards on 4.5 yards per carry. They gave up an 80-yard touchdown to DK Metcalf. It was an uncharacteristic performance from that Brian Flores defense. Allowed 5.9 yards per rush, didn't force a turnover. They were -2 in turnovers. They made mistakes. Kevin O'Connell after the game, we just didn't do enough to overcome either our own execution or the injuries or whatever. And let's talk about injuries for Minnesota. All right. The center, Ryan Kelly, out with a concussion. The tackle, Brian O'Neill, was ruled out with a knee injury after getting hurt on the Vikings field goal attempt in the first quarter. In fact, by the end of the game, they were playing with more backup offensive linemen, 3, than starters, 2. So left guard Donovan Jackson's likely to miss at least one more game. And I would expect that to be the case here. So it is a Minnesota team with cluster injuries on the offensive line facing one of the best defenses in the NFL. I can understand why my powering number a little bit high compared to the market right now based on that assessment.
All right, Teddy, the Dolphins play the Jets tonight on Monday Night Football, but we're going to talk about their matchup versus the Panthers next week. Panthers, what do we make of this team?
What do you make of them? We make that we're going to bet against bad teams off a win. All right. That's what Carolina was, much like Cleveland. They got the W, they exhaled, and it was ugly. Look at line. Pick 'em, Carolina and Miami. Total was anywhere from 44.5 to 46.5. Wide variance on the total. My powering number prior to Monday Night Football comes Miami minus a half a point for what it's worth. The market's open. Miami minus 1.5, 45.5 last night. And that's basically what I'm seeing right now. There are some ones out there for Miami. And again, the total, I'm seeing 44.5 and 46.5 right now. If you like the Dolphins tonight, you can parlay Miami tonight with, again, they're playing on national TV. If they look good, they'll be laying in Carolina. If they look bad, this will be a pick 'em or Carolina will be -1 or something like that. So if you want to bet on or against Miami for tonight, you can make 2 bets instead of 1 and potentially get the best of the number if you parlay on the Dolphins twice or against the Dolphins twice. But I mean, Carolina, they were a bad team off a win. They led 6-0. They missed extra point after the first drive, and then they allowed 42 straight points to New England. They were so far behind that Andy Dalton got in the game. Bryce Young went on the bench. And again, this is a game where the box score is going to lie. All right. Box score says Carolina outgained New England. No turnovers for either team. Well, what happened? Well, the Panthers got 91 yards on a truly meaningless final drive with Andy Dalton behind center. And New England, with all the big plays they made, they got done having short fields. They didn't have to put up a ton of yards. Bryce Young after the game, quote, "It's on me. It's on everybody in that locker room." We talked about that after. We can all take accountability. We all have to look in the mirror. We all have to understand what we can do better. Dave Canales after the game, head coach, quote, "When it happens in all phases, I'm the common denominator. I have to take responsibility for that." So at least they're saying the right things. The leaders are saying, "I screwed up. I got to do better." That being said, another team with some significant injury concerns. Wide receiver David Moore got hurt. The right guard Zavala got hurt. The defensive tackle Cam Jackson got hurt in yesterday's game. So they're not healthy and they're not good. And that's a problem, even against Miami.
All right, next game up also has some Monday Night Football implications. The good old Jets, Teddy, versus the Cowboys. Man, I went to bed last night. Hand up. I took the Cowboys plus 6.5. I said, I'm going to bed. I woke up to whistles. My iPad was going off. Whistles going crazy. I look and I'm like, holy cow, here come the Cowboys. I think that was an impressive tie, if you will. How about that? Does that count?
Yeah, but the fact that so Dallas has to go for that. They can't kick that field goal in overtime. The play calling on 2nd and 3rd down was all we're going to go take 4 shots at the end zone, and they didn't. I was surprised that they didn't, and it ended up costing them a potential W. That being said, a potential W, tie is better than a loss. Not if you're playing Survivor, it isn't. Ties, both sides lose for Survivor. Season wins, huge deal with ties because they don't count as wins either. So for Survivor, for season wins, bad news if you had Green Bay or Dallas. Or, Green Bay particularly for season wins, or Dallas if you had overs for those 2 teams. Good news if you had unders. Look ahead line here, Dallas minus 1.5, 46.5. My powering number going into Monday Night Football, Dallas -1. The market's open 1.5 and 46.5. And what are we seeing? 47.5 right now. If we see any offense from the Jets, we're going to see over money for this ball game. All right. The markets want to play Dallas over. Dallas has played like an over team from the get-go this season. I'm not going to EBA it because we're going into, or emergency betting alert it because we're going into Monday Night Football. And if the Jets and Dolphins finish 3-0, we're not going to see that over money. But if you see points start being scored tonight in Monday Night Football, get to the window and bet this one. I don't know if it'll be up. It won't be up during the game, so never mind. Bad advice. Ignore that little one. Edit that out. Oh, shit, we're live. But the bottom line is there could be opportunities to get involved here with the over if we see points for Dallas and the Jets. And I would bet that sooner rather than later if we see points in bunches. I mean, the offense looked great on last night, and the defense has been rough from the get-go. And, of course, when the defense allowed 2 scores inside 2 minutes and couldn't hold the lead, when he went in with like 40 seconds left or whatever it was, scored that the touchdown to take the lead for Dallas, I'm like, you should have gone out at the 1 and burned the clock. They didn't, and it cost them a win, although they still got the tie, which is a heck of a lot better than a loss.
All right, Teddy, if you bet my best bet on Wednesday when I gave it out on Bet On It, Raiders plus 1.5, you got a win. And if you waited any other point in time than that, you got a loss. This Raiders team is bad. I was so disappointed in that fourth quarter by this team. We mentioned the Colts, also a loss for me, but more of a wonky loss. A.D. Mitchell, thank you for that one. But what I want to talk about, in addition to what you think about this game, because a comment section tells me that they like it, is I am considering using the Colts this week in Survivor. Let me read you what I sent to my partners. Off a loss versus the Raiders. The only other strong play I see is to play them week 8 versus the Titans. I wanted to get your thought on maybe a Survivor play here as well.
Look at line Indy minus 6.5, 49.5. My parlay number Colts minus 7. The market's open 6.5 / 48.5, 49. And we're seeing 48s now. So a little bit of under money and a little bit of Colts money. And let's do it. Let's get an emergency betting alert for this one. Okay, what you've seen with the Raiders and what I've seen with the Raiders, this is not a team that's going anywhere. All right, their offensive line is a disaster. They're a West Coast team traveling east for an early start game off a devastating loss at home. They're back, they went back east one week and then back to Vegas one week and then back east the next week. Indy coming off a loss. There were some positives from the Raiders yesterday. They had 240 rushing yards. Ashton Genty became the first Raiders rookie with 3 touchdowns in a game since Bo Jackson in 1987. Yards per play, Raiders 6.9, Bears 4.1. Red zone, Raiders 2.3, the Bears 1.4. Or 1 out of 4. Max Crosby was unblockable. He's the most impactful defensive player in the game that I've seen this year. He really is. And they found a way to lose. Can't lose games like this at home. Obviously, they had 4 turnovers. The defense forced only 1. Geno threw 3 picks. No receiver had 50 yards. They had the blocked field goal on the offensive line on the final drive. This all has to do with offensive line issues for the Raiders. It continues to be a problem. It likely will continue to be a problem for a team that's struggling in short yardage and struggling in high leverage situation. Oh, by the way, Colton Miller, tackle, carted off the field in the final minute with a leg injury. It mattered on that final field goal attempt, and it will definitely matter if he's missing this week. Check his status. They're also without Michael Meyer at tight yesterday's ball game. Indy, they lost the game straight up and against the spread, but they didn't go down in my power ratings. They were every bit as good as the Rams, if not better, in that game. I feel bad for that. I know everyone's ripping Adonai Mitchell. I feel really bad for that guy. He was just trying to reach the ball across the goal line like players do. He wasn't showboating. He was just trying to reach that, and he just fumbled it out of his hands. Instead of the play of the day, it's a 75-yard catch and fumble through the end zone. And then Jonathan Taylor, 4.5 yards per carry against LA's defense would have been better, but that long touchdown run got called back on penalty. Oh, it was Adonai Mitchell's penalty. Oops, that's rough. Brutal for over-bettors, brutal for Colts bettors. They finished with 3 turnovers, 2 of them in the fourth quarter, 11 penalties. Jones, his first 2 turnovers of the season in that ball game. And, of course, the play that they lost, they're supposed to maybe give up a field goal there. They're not supposed to give up an 88-yard touchdown to Atwell. But the quarterback, Blackman, fell down and covered. He tripped over his own legs. Happens. They didn't give up 462 total yards. That's their most since week 5 of last season. And there are some injuries in the secondary. Cornerback Kenny Moore is hurt. Jalen Jones is on IR. Xavier Howard had a rough game against Puka Nacua, but the Raiders don't have a Puka Nacua on their team. I got to think the Colts take money at 6.5. I would say if you want to bet Indy, do it sooner rather than later.
So that is a yes. I should be considering them possibly for this week's Survivor play.
Sure. The Colts would be on my short list. Absolutely. As teams.
Okay. The reason why I ask, guys, is you in the comment section get noticed. I see what you guys got going on here, and you are welcome. For Teddy and I'll take a little credit for talking you off the Chargers this week. Great call by Teddy early in the week saying you do not want to take the Chargers in this spot. Another Monday Night Football game. That is the Broncos play tonight versus the Bengals. They're headed to take on Dan Alexander's Eagles. And boy, oh boy, do the Eagles look good, Teddy. I used the Bucks plus 3.5 in my Super Contest play, and it was dead on arrival. That was until late in the fourth quarter where Baker Mayfield tried to make a run at it and unfortunately failed for my plus 3.5.
Yeah, I tapped the brakes on the Philly looking. Philly knows how to win games, but I tapped the brakes on Philly looking good. We'll talk about that in just a second. Look headline here, Philly minus 5.5, 43.5. My powering number going into Monday night, Philly minus 5. The market's right now sitting at 5.5 and 44 at the open. And yeah, I'm seeing 4.5s out there right now, as opposed to the 5.5s last night. We have seen already some Denver money, and the 44 is still pretty much sitting there. There are 43.5s and 44.5s out there. There's some variance. Philly yesterday had 31 points on 200 total yards. 200 yards. All right. They had a blocked punt touchdown for the first score. The second straight week they've scored on special teams TV. Remember the blocked field goal against the Rams? I do. Second half drives for Philadelphia. Let's see. 3 and out. This again, game on the line. All right. 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. Touchdown off a fumble, 25-yard drive. Hurts fumbled too, by the way, on that, but he went out of bounds. They had 1 first down, then punt, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out safety on the final play. Jalen Hurts in the second half, 0 for 8 passing, and Philly finished with minus 1 yard of offense. Now, that minus 1 is because they had the weird play at the end of the game where they had the safety, but the offense has been really janky, all right? This is not an offense that's clicking on all cylinders. It's an offense that's working, and then it's not working, and then it's working, and then it's not working. It's not a consistent offense, you know. Philly, a little fat and happy. Their only loss in the last 365 days came to Washington in a game where Hurts left with a concussion in the first half. Hurts, it's a great team win, another gritty win. We know this has been a challenging environment. I'm proud of the way we competed. You know, a lot we can prove on. It's always good to get a win out there. They don't come easy. The defense gave up 2 70-plus yard passing touchdowns on catch and runs. Lane Johnson, the right tackle, left in the third quarter. Jalen Carter on the defensive line left in the fourth. Injury concerns for Philly in the trenches, although certainly the Eagles more depth in the trenches than the average team. On Monday Night Football, if you like the Broncos tonight and think they're going to cover, maybe you put a parlay in. Denver this week, Denver next week. If Denver looks good, if Denver blows them out, this line will be shorter than the 4.5/5 that we're seeing on the OddsLogic live odds screen right now.
Teddy may disagree with me, but I would say both of these teams looked improved, at least over the last 24 hours. We got the Giants taking on the Saints here. Jackson Dart, was that just an anomaly there, Teddy? Rejuvenated team under new quarterback play. And then the Saints, I thought they were in a dogfight versus the Bills for a better part of that game. Granted, I wasn't focusing fully on that, but I may or may not have been cheering for a crazy outright upset of the Saints for Survivor purposes. But overall, Spencer Rattler made some better plays. His receivers made some catches that they hadn't been doing previously in games.
So if you remember, we didn't want the Chargers last week because it was a very bad Charger spot. So let's not throw in that the Giants are suddenly great. The Saints played competitive football with Buffalo. And then at the end of the game, you look up at the scoreboard and they lose by double digits. All right. So, and that's as well as the Saints can play probably. So I tapped the brakes on either one of these teams about to go on a run or something like that. Look ahead line, Giants minus 1.5, 43.5. My powering number, Giants minus 2. The market's open 1.5/2, 42.5 last night. We are seeing Saints money right now. I'm seeing pick'ems. That's the leading indicator books right now. I'm not sure if anything's come out on Malik Neighbors this morning. Neighbors will affect the point spread. Neighbors not going to play, I don't think, but there was the concern that he tore his ACL. And if, the Giants' best playmaker ripped up his ACL, we could see some Saints. We're likely to see some Saints money. Look, the Chargers outgained the Giants 6 yards per play to 3.6. All right. Giants had 3.6 yards per play, and they won the game. Jackson Dart took 5 sacks. He threw for 111 yards. They only had 2 touchdowns and 5 red zone tries. The defense won the game for the G-men yesterday. Carter, Burns, Thibodeau, 20 pressures between them. That was, they were to blow up the line of scrimmage against Herbert and company. Dart has a little hamstring injury that needs to be checked out. And he also got evaluated for a head injury. Russell Wilson came in and took a sack and then punted Brian Dable after the game. Quote, "I know Dart is likely to be sore. I mean, he gutted it out. Son's a tough son of a you-know-what. He's tough, but I knew that." So, again, bad team off a win. That's the Giants here. The Saints fought. They were in the game. 3rd time in 4 weeks. They've been competitive. Their first 9 drives all ended in Bills territory. They had 189 rushing yards at 5.6 yards per carry against Buffalo. Kellen Moore, we put ourselves in position. I felt like we were competing. We're playing the right way. We just came up short. We didn't make enough plays when it matters most. But when you have 9 drives that end in Bills territory, they had 4 drives that started in Bills territory, and they came away with 2 field goals from those 4 drives. They had the punt, and then they had that Philly special that didn't exactly work real well for the Saints. They threw a pick in the end zone. Rattler, quote, "It's frustrating because we're in these games. We just got to close them out." Of course, he's 0-10 as an NFL starter. So Cameron Jordan asked if he felt like the team bounced back after getting clobbered by the Seahawks. Quote, "Losing is not bouncing back. At the end of the day, it's the same feeling. We just got a way to get in the dub column." Golly. Of course, they had a roughing the punter penalty that doomed their chance of a late comeback. And no question, all right, if you're ranking NFL teams, and I do this every week in my power ratings, there's 3 teams that are right at the bottom: New Orleans, Tennessee, Carolina. That being said, I don't expect the Saints to go winless. This is the type of game that they could win, in theory.
All right, Teddy, 13 minutes ago, Ian Rappaport said Malik Neighbors does, in fact, have a torn ACL, and he will be having surgery. So that is unfortunate for the Giants and for my fantasy team. But if you guys have been following me for a long time, I got the KIV jinx. Doesn't matter. One of my best players. I had Brock Purdy too. Oh, and George Kittle. It is what it is. But I will say, and unfortunately for Dan Alexander, there's a new tweet out. The outside linebacker, I'm going to butcher his last name, Okonronko, is also got a torn bicep and is going to be put on injured reserve and possibly done for the rest of the season. So keep an eye out. 2 injury reports early here on this Monday morning. That's what we do here on Opening Line Report. We're bringing you guys breaking information so that you can make solid choices in your wagers early in the week. Teddy, we've got 2,000 people watching this live right now. Please let them know what you've got over at WagerTalk.com. I know earlier in the show you mentioned you've got a play up for Monday Night Football as well.
Yeah, we're running pretty good right now. No question about it. 3-0 in the NFL yesterday, 5-2 All Sports Weekend. We won last weekend, a 6-1 All Sports Weekend. The only NFL loser I have over the last 2 weeks was the Rams against the Eagles when the blocked field goal got returned for a touchdown on the last play of the game. 5-1 NFL run. We're seeing things pretty clearly right now. That's why we do the work that we do, so we can make money on this freaking crazy league. I'm in play on Monday Night Football tonight. You can get my best bet as well as free plays. I got free plays on both of the games. So you can check out my video. Just visit my homepage, wt.buzz/TC, or just go to the website, WagerTalk.com. I always encourage you, if you're going to get on board, don't buy a play. I expect to win my Monday Night Football play tonight. But if you want to get on board, let's partner up. All right, let's see if we can make some money together. The weekly packages. We got a great deal right now. If you buy 1 month, you get the second month for $3 a day. It's basically, 2 months for under $400. It's a good deal. Again, we got baseball and NBA playoffs, MLB playoffs start. We got NBA starting in October. This is a great time of year for bettors. I'm expecting to make you guys money. That's my job. So again, visit the website, WagerTalk.com. Check out my homepage, wt.buzz/TC, for tonight's best bet winner and any potential packages if you want to get on board.
All right, Teddy. I know I am talking a lot of Survivor, so if you guys hate that in the comment section, let me know. But I'm going to keep it going because the Texans got it done for me. Nice win. Now, I will say, for the first 3 quarters, I was like, gosh, what a snooze fest of the game. How are the Texans going to lose this? And then all of a sudden, offense. I think we were both on the Chiefs last week. I could have swore that is why I wrote down the Chiefs early. I might have been wrong there. But the Baltimore Ravens here, look, did Lamar quit? Is Lamar hurt? I think that there's a lot of rumors being spread right now on social media, and I don't have a real clear answer here. But I want to take the Baltimore Ravens here off a loss back at home, similar to what we saw week 2 versus the Browns. Is this the spot to use them in Survivor? Because I feel like this was one of those teams early in the year you wanted to save. And now I just want to play them, get a win, and not have to worry about this team the rest of the year. I think they're in shambles.
Yeah, there's no, and then there's hell no. I would not put any money on the Baltimore Ravens this week. I would not use them in Survivor. Listen, well, let me get there. But their injury report is a freaking nightmare. All right, it's a nightmare. Look ahead line here was Baltimore minus 9.5. 45.5 the total. My powering number with Lamar healthy is 4. Without Lamar, all right, with Cooper Rush, 1.5. Let me tell you about Baltimore's injuries, all right? We know Lamar's hurt, all right? The hamstring injury, and whether he's hurt or not, whether he quit on his team like social media says or not, doesn't matter, all right? Baltimore's allowed 37 or more points in all 3 losses. All right. The defense is missing 7 starters right now. Linebacker Roquan Smith got hurt yesterday. Marlon Humphrey got hurt yesterday. Nate Wiggins got hurt yesterday. They're already missing Matabuke. They're already missing Broderick Washington. Ronnie Stanley, the left tackle, got hurt yesterday. This is a team that is, again, not like they have salary cap room, not like they have extraordinary depth. When you have to pay your quarterback like Lamar got paid, guess what? The depth isn't there. And then you have cluster injuries on the defensive side of the football. Even last week before Kansas City, my wise guy friends were arguing, Baltimore's the best team in the league. Don't worry about their 1-2 record. Baltimore's the best team in the league. Right now, again, my priority number is 4. The markets, you can still get 6.5 on this game. But my priority is 4 with Lamar. If Lamar plays in this game, this number will be higher than it is. Hill, quote, about the injuries. It's part of the game. I mean, not everything would be sunshine and rainbows. Last year, we started off slow. Remember, last year they started 0-2 and made the playoffs and went deep. So I don't think it's difficult. We just know what we need to do going forward to be in the place we want to be. It kind of just shows you the character of the team. Okay. I'm off market on my Baltimore power rating. So far, it's served me well. And that injury report is really problematic for a team that hasn't stopped anyone basically all year. And it's still being priced like a Super Bowl contender, even with the injuries. And the Texans, D'Amico Ryans, quote, when we go out and execute the right way, that's what it can look like. We've been there. We just haven't played clean football. Stroud only had 6 incomplete passes, 8.3 yards per pass attempt, no interceptions. Team had no turnovers. We think about teams that have rallied from behind and made things interesting, like Carolina did against Arizona, and then they bounced in the next week. They win 30-0. A team. This isn't a bad team off a win. This is a playoff team off a win. This ground game was there. Woody Marks had an impact in yesterday's ball game. But you're right about the fact that game was 6-0 into the fourth quarter against the worst team in the NFL. All right, against a team that couldn't move the football. Even though the end game numbers look really good for Houston, or pretty good for Houston offensively, in my mind, the win over Tennessee did not answer those offensive questions. And they didn't even get in the red zone until the fourth quarter against a bottom-tier defense. Good thing for them, they're facing another bottom-tier defense this week.
Speaking of bottom tier, that is who the Cardinals are facing this week in the Tennessee Titans. And that was who was on my long list, Teddy. I told you before the show, we got about 6 minutes where Teddy and I get a little wrap, kind of go over some things. And he goes, I'm saving my answer for the show, Kelly. I said, come on, I've got to play the Arizona Cardinals this week. I know everybody's going to play them. This one is probably the biggest favorite Arizona is going to be all year. Titans looked abysmal. Again, last week we said, Teddy, the only time the Titans looked good was against Denver their week 1, and they benefited from multiple turnovers from Bo Nix. The problem was Cam Ward's receivers couldn't catch a football. Seems like they still can't catch a football. They have lots of problems there in Tennessee. Tell me why. Your expression said it all. Tell me why on earth I should not be using the Arizona Cardinals this week.
Arizona's a problematic team right now. All right. They're coming off back-to-back walk-off losses on the last play of the game, both to division rivals. All right. It's in theory a get-right spot. It's also in theory a really flat spot for a team that isn't that good. This Cardinals offense has been stuck in the mud for extended stretches. 4 games, and in all 4 games, for at least a half, Arizona hasn't been able to move the football at all. So back-to-back 4 walk-off losses. Kyler Murray, 4.9 yards per pass attempt, 2 picks, 6 sacks. He led the team in rushing. Again, remember, no James Conner anymore. Trey Benson was a non-factor in that ballgame. Marvin Harrison, who made some plays in the fourth quarter, still has been problematic. Yards per play, they're outgained by 2 full yards per play at home against Seattle, only 4 yards per play. Jonathan Gannon, I appreciate the resiliency. That's there. No one has their head down. Everyone believes they can win, but we're not doing enough all 3 phases. Oh, by the way, all kinds of injuries. The cornerback, Will Johnson. Zay Jones is hurt. Offensive lineman, Will Hernandez is hurt. Defensive line, Darius Robinson got hurt in the second half of that ballgame. So it's not a confident team. It's not a particularly good team. They're getting out-yarded, outplayed. They're off back-to-back division losses. Get right spot? Maybe. I don't trust them. Do not. My powering number for the game, or look at line, Arizona -842. My powering number, Arizona -8. And yet the markets are at 9.5 right now. All right. Opened 40.5 last night. We're seeing 41.5 this morning. So we have seen some over money for this ball game. That being said, I don't know if we're going to see a whole lot more. There is some under juiced at some of the books that are leading indicators. But I mean, for Tennessee, you're right. Embarrassing offense. 4 games, they haven't gotten to 21 points in any of them. They were shut out here. 10 first downs. Didn't reach the red zone. Only 3.8 yards per play. Cam Ward, 10 of 26 for 108 yards, no touchdowns, 1 pick. He's been sacked 17 times already this season. The running backs, 16 of 60, 16 carries, 60 yards, not doing anything. Remember Calvin Ridley? He had 1,000 yards in back-to-back seasons. This year, the last 2 years. This year, after 4 games, he has 10 catches and 141 yards. Remember that mid comment, or we're mid right now, that Cam Ward said in the preseason? I remember it. Listen to this quote from Cam Ward. At this point, we have nothing to lose. We've dropped a quarter of our games. We have yet to do anything. So we have to lock in, especially myself. That's the same quote. That's saying we suck. So Tennessee does suck. They're 0-10 their last 10. Brian Callahan's 3-18. Each of the last 4 games, all 4 games this season, they've allowed an explosive touchdown run where the defense has been missing tackles everywhere. Jeffrey Simmons, quote, who's a 3-time Pro Bowler. He's a veteran leader on the team. Quote, we're playing bad football. Simple. We're not playing good football right now. I'm tired of hearing the same thing coming to this locker room. I'm tired of saying it. We got to play better. Of course, they got kicker problems too. Joey Slye missed a 41-yard field goal and a 43-yard field goal. Can't be doing that when you're getting shut out. Tennessee is garbage, but they're garbage coming off a particularly bad win. Arizona is not a team I trust to lay a price with. And from a survivor standpoint, Tennessee's going to win 1.
Yeah, they're going to win 1, but I think we got to wait until after they fire Brian Callahan. I got it on my long list. There's a few things, and I could also mix up some of these plays. All right, Teddy, let's go into the Bucs versus the Seahawks. I mistakenly said something nice about the Bucs, so I'd like to take it back here. And I have not been that high on the Seattle Seahawks all year, but talk to me about the rest advantage here for the Seahawks. Also about the Bucs playing in 1-score games and what that means for the betting market.
I'm not sure that Thursday to Sunday rest advantage, it matters all that much. I mean, people talk about it a lot. Some of the talking heads are real intrigued with, they got extra time. If you look at the results, it's basically 50-50. So from a point spread standpoint, it doesn't matter all that much. Seattle, look ahead line, -1.5, total anywhere from 44.5 to 45.5. My powering number, Seattle -2. Last night, we saw 2.5s and 3s. And guess what? Ain't no 3s out there. Ain't no 2.5s out there this morning. They all got bet up. Now we're seeing Seahawks -3. We're seeing Seahawks -3 with juice. The wise guys didn't like Tampa last week. They don't like Tampa this week. And there is perhaps some urgency here. If you like Seattle, the 2.5s are gone. But if you like the Seahawks, I grab a -3 right now, especially we start talking about Tampa Bay's injury report. This is emergency betting alert worthy. Seahawks -3. You've missed already the 2.5s. They're out there for a little while, but this line could easily go to 3.5. I'm seeing 3.5s out there at a couple of books already, and 3 minus juice just about everywhere. Now, the Bucs allowed a blocked punt touchdown, then Mayfield threw an interception the interception in the end zone cost them the game, but they were minus 2 turnovers, didn't force any. They went over 2 in the red zone. They allowed 3 touchdowns and 3 red zone tries. That being said, Mayfield has injured biceps. He had 2 great catch and runs at 77 and 72 yards, but other than those 2 big plays, Tampa's obviously didn't do anything. Todd Bowles, quote, obviously he's got to take better care of the ball. Baker be the first one to tell you that. The pick cost him the game. Mayfield, quote, we talked about starting fast and quite obviously did the opposite. You can't expect to beat a team of that caliber when you start slow like that. They did get Tristan Wirfs back at left tackle. They did get Chris Godwin back, but the injury report is pretty ugly. Mike Evans is hurt. Hassan Reddick is hurt. Jamal Dean, Benjamin Morrison, Greg Gaines, the defensive line, Rashad Wisdom in the secondary. All those guys got hurt in the second half of the game against Philly. That is a concern. And as for Seattle, there's things to like about this team. 155 yards rushing in Arizona. Sam Darnold's 2024 season really was not a mirage. This guy entered the NFL in 2018. He only had 1 previous season prior to last year with a quarterback QBR above 85. Last year, 102 QBR. This year, 106. 9.1 yards per play. He's only taken 6 sacks. 9.1 yards per pass attempt. He's only taken 6 sacks. He's only thrown 2 interceptions in 4 games. Coach McDonald, quote, Sam's playing out of his mind right now. You see him? He's such a cool customer. Again, they won the yards per play battle by 2 full yards against Seattle. Now, this is a quote that stood out to me. After the team blew a 2-touchdown lead, no time to prepare for the Thursday night games. They're on the road. They're facing hostility. You could easily lose that game. Jackson Smith-Njigba, quote, I had no doubt we were going to go down there and score, honestly. We just needed one play, a couple plays. Jason's going to go down and seal the deal. That's exactly what he did with Jason Myers hitting the field goal. Only the Packers and Browns were allowing fewer yards per play going into last night than Seattle's 4.5. I didn't check this morning. I should have checked before I came on air, but I forgot. But Green Bay's defense got lit up last night. Seattle might be only behind Cleveland when it comes to yards per play, which is the metric we care about defensively. So, yeah, there's urgency if you like the Seahawks. Bet them sooner rather than later at -3. This number could easily go to 3.5.
Sure looks like it's headed in that direction. Teddy, let's talk about teams headed in different directions. Obviously, Joe Burrow is out for the rest of the season for the Bengals, so they have a lot of issues that they have to unpack. They do play my Denver Broncos tonight, but next week they face the Detroit Lions that certainly look like the best team right now in the NFC.
Yeah, so Joe Burrow, we don't know if he's out for the year.
Okay.
I know that Burrow's out, he's out indefinitely, but there's talk that he could be back in December or January if they make the postseason. Look headline here, Detroit -7.5, 49.5. My powering number, Detroit -7. The market's 8.5/9, 49. So it looks like I'm a little bit off market on Cincinnati because I've got Detroit like you right there with Philly as the best teams in the NFC. Lions have really been impressive the last couple of weeks. They held Cleveland to 3.8 yards per play. The offense has only gained 4.9 yards per play and 277 yards, but a punt return touchdown, 1 long touchdown drive. The rest of the game was mostly taking advantage of Browns' mistakes. Goff threw a pick. He had season lows in passing yards and completion percentage. Quote, we can be so much better. Remember, they scored 34 yesterday against the #1 defense in the league. Quote, we can be so much better, especially offensively. Hayden Hutchinson's been a monster. He had a sack again and forced a fumble in that game. 10.5 sacks his last 9 games. Worth noting that Detroit lost a pair of cornerbacks in that game. DJ Reed cut off the field. Terry and Arnold hurt his shoulder. We'll see how Reed is going to miss some time. Arnold is a question mark. Obviously, Cincy plays Monday Night Football against Denver. If you like the Bengals tonight, make a parlay. If you like Cincy tonight, bet Cincy twice this week and next week. If you don't like Cincy tonight, bet against them twice. And in theory, you'll be getting the best of the number. But again, my number is a little bit shorter than the markets on this one. We'll see what Cincinnati looks like this evening as to how this line is likely to move moving forward.
Wow. Shout out to all of you guys. Almost 3,000 of you watching live. Again, we are here to give you guys the best of the information on a Monday morning to get you ready for NFL Week 5. Teddy, The Commanders, Marcus Mariota, looking okay. Maybe a little Jaden Daniels-esque. We'll call it ask. There was multiple times this year I was like, oh yeah, that's Marcus Mariota. Now they're headed to play the Los Angeles Chargers, which you told us last week, do not touch the Chargers with a 10-foot pole from this situational perspective. Great call by you. Is this a spot where maybe we need to be looking at the Chargers?
Boy, we appreciate you guys watching, 3,000 watching it live. I've been doing one form of the opening line report or another for the better part of the last 20 years, 20 football seasons. I've been in Vegas since 98. And with this, this is my best show. This is the show that I put all my effort, my most effort into. And I really appreciate all the support that it's getting. If you like the show, please hit that like button, comment below, tell us what you think, tell your friends about it. And when you watch live, you're going to get the emergency betting alerts when you can actually use them, which is a positive thing. Washington and the Chargers, look-ahead line. And this was a look-ahead line. There were, I'm going to call it 348.5. Most books didn't post it because they didn't know if Daniels was going to play or not. So I wrote it in parentheses. The look-ahead line that was out there was 348.5. My powering number with Mariota, Chargers 3.5. With Daniels, Chargers 2.5. The market's open 2.5/3, 47.5 last night. And we're seeing 2.5/3, 47.5 this morning. We're going to have to see what the injury report is. I'm expecting Daniels to play this time around. That being said, Mariota in 2025 looks better than I've seen him at any point in his career. He was drafted in 2015. The box score numbers don't look great. Only 155 passing yards, 123-yard scramble. But his passes were to the right guy and on target. No stupid throws, no devastating mistakes. And, of course, Washington ran for 6.7 yards per carry. The offense scored 27 and punted only twice. They didn't convert on third downs, but it was the defense. If you're going to say, why did Washington lose that ball game? Nothing to do with Marcus Mariota. The defense got gashed. Atlanta, 6.8 yards per play. Atlanta, 4 touchdowns on 6 red zone trips. The Falcons gained 15 or more yards on 10 different plays. Had a season-high 436 yards overall. Got to see what Daniels and, of course, McLaurin matters, too, for this offense for Washington. But they faced 2 good opposing offenses this year, and the defense has been let up both times. That could be problematic because the Chargers are a pretty good offense, and the Chargers are coming off a win. What did we say last week on the show? It was the mother of all flat spots for LAC. What was it? The mother of all flat spots for LAC. They were off 3 division wins in a row. They were facing a winless team 3,000 miles away in an early start game. And they played like it. Herbert, 2 picks, 2 sacks, only 5 yards per pass attempt. They had 14 penalties, only reached the red zone once. That being said, it was weird. They only had 13 carries for 152 yards for a team that wants to run the football in a game they never trailed by margin. Omarion Hampton was the only running back to have a carry. They outgained the Giants 6.0 yards per play to 3.6. But worth noting, impact, injury. Mickey Becton's already out on the offensive line. Joe Alt got carted off with an ankle injury. That's their 2 best linemen for a team that had OL concerns. The Giants' edge rushers combined for 20 pressures. And certainly if the LA's, and we'll check the injury report for the offensive line, but if the both tackles are hurt this week, it doesn't make me excited about laying the price here, whether Daniels or Mariota starts for the Commanders.
All right, Patriots at the Bills. We kind of talked about this just a little bit ago when we hit on the other 2 opponents. Are the Patriots making strides, Teddy? I'm not trying to say they're good. Are they making strides, or do they just play the Panthers?
Well, probably a little bit from column A, a little bit from column B. The Patriots are making strides, but they also just played the Panthers. Look headline here, Buffalo -10, 48.5. My powering number, Buffalo -9. The markets, 7.5, 8.5, 9 last night. What are we seeing this morning? 7.5, 8.5, 9 out there. Note the 9s are a teaser protection. And I'm really not even seeing the 9. 7.5, 8, 8.5. The 9s are gone. There was a couple of 9s out there, not many. But we've seen some over money for this one from 49.5. I'm seeing 50s out there. And, again, anywhere between 7.5 and 8.5 for Buffalo. The Patriots had a box score that lied. They only had 306. They had 16 first downs, only 307 total yards. They were outgained in the game. But yards per play, 6.4 to 5.0 in New England's favor. No turnovers for either team. Drake May, 11.9 yards per pass attempt and only 3 incompletes. They had a punt return touchdown and a 61-yard punt return to set up another touchdown from Marcus Jones. After turning the ball over 5 times when they lost to Pittsburgh, they were turnover free and went 4-4 in the red zone. Mike Vrabel, when we don't beat ourselves and take care of the football, we can play complementary football. It can look like something. That being said, they got Christian Gonzalez back. They made a season debut, but they lost Charles Woods and Carlton Davis and Jalen Hawkins, all from the secondary, which is a concern against Buffalo. And the Bills weren't sharp yesterday at all. Not a sharp game on either side of the football. They had 11 penalties. And when the dust cleared, they had 31 points on the scoreboard, all from the offense. They had a double-digit win. 4 straight games, they scored 30-plus. Josh Allen sacked 3 times, threw a pick. Still, 9.5 yards per pass attempt. Hit 7 different receivers. Bills 165 rushing yards on 5.2 yards per carry. The defense got gashed on the ground by New Orleans. New Orleans' first 9 drives all in Bills territory. 189 rushing yards allowed. And yet, still, Buffalo, yards per play, 6.2. New Orleans, 4.6. The Bills didn't play well and still won by doubles. And this is a divisional opponent on national TV. Josh Allen, quote, we weren't doing ourselves many favors. Bonehead penalties, bonehead mistakes. Throwing a pick doesn't help. So not like they were pleased with how they played in that game either.
And just like that, Teddy, the Chiefs are back to being road favorites. This is the one I circled last night. I go, what am I missing? As a Chiefs better yesterday, as a Jags better yesterday, what am I missing here? Talk to me about the Monday night football game, Kansas City headed to Jacksonville.
KC, look ahead line, -3, 44.5. My powering number, Chiefs -3.5. Markets open 3 and 45 last night. We're seeing 3s and 45.5 right now. We have seen some over money, and there could well be some urgency for some more over money. But this is why Kansas City's road favorite. Jacksonville played better, right? Well, the defense forced 4 turnovers in yesterday's game. They had 3 turnovers the week before, 3 turnovers the week before, 3 turnovers the week before that. So they are ready right now. We're 4 games into the season, and Jacksonville has 4 more takeaways than they had for the entire year last year. 13 takeaways leads the NFL by margin through 4 weeks. So everything we're looking at with Jacksonville is the takeaways have mattered so far. We're zooming in on the Jags. With our telescope, we're going to go, the success for a 2-2 team is that they've been able to force turnovers. You're going to force turnovers in bunches against KC and against Patrick Mahomes. Good luck with that. By the way, injuries crushed this team yesterday. 8 starters or key reserves left the game at one point or another. Defensive end Trayvon Walker, safety Eric Murray did not return. Both those injuries could be impactful for that team. And of course, they only, Trevor Lawrence, 5.6 yards per pass attempts. They had no turnovers, no sacks, and the running game worked. Cam Little's missing field goals. They punted 5 times compared to only 2 for San Fran. Yards per play, Jacksonville 5.2, San Fran 6.2. It's all turnovers for the Jaguars right now. And we'll give them credit for a defense that didn't force them all the year before. But when you're living off turnover margin and you're playing Kansas City, not always easy to create that. And Xavier Worthy, by the way, all your Chief stats for the first 3 weeks, throw them out. They didn't have any weapons. Now they got a weapon. Xavier Worthy comes back, instant impact, leading receiver. The passing game worked. Mahomes throws for 270 and 4 touchdowns. Oh, yeah, Worthy with a leading rusher, too. Now, that's a problem with Isaiah Pacheco and the ghost of Kareem Hunt, essentially non-factors all season. But 4 and 4 on 4th downs. When Mahomes needs a play, Mahomes is, you need a play to win a game. Mahomes is your guy. More touchdown passes from Mahomes in this game yesterday than in his first 3 combined. First time all year, he's been better than 7 yards per pass attempt. 7.7 career, but 6.8 last year. The defense controlled the flow here as well. Mahomes, quote, you've been making little mistakes here and there. That causes frustration. We've been learning from them. I'm proud of the guys from the way they responded, getting better every week. There was a little personal yesterday between Liam Cohen and Robert Saleh. This might be personal too, but the Jags are not the better of these 2 teams.
All right. And that is your opening line report for NFL. Week number 5 of you guys are going to hang out here. We got Wager Talk today coming up next. You guys get ready for that. Teddy, we got a few more minutes before we got to get out of here. Anything you would like to leave our audience with?
I said everything I got, Kel.
I know.
Check out the
rolled right through it.
I'm in play for Monday Night Football tonight. If you want to get the client play, just visit the page, wt.buzz/TC. Visit the website, WagerTalk.com. $5 Tuesday tomorrow. We'll have MLB playoffs up for $5 Tuesday. And of course, follow me on X at Teddy_covers. Follow Kelly on X at Kelly in Vegas. And have yourself a great Monday. Thanks for watching. We appreciate it. Tell your friends. Cheers.
We do. Thanks to almost 3,500 of you that tuned in to today's show. Again, hang around here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, of course, X at WagerTalk over there. If you guys are looking for more sports betting content, I believe Andy Lang is back from Bethpage. If not, Steve Merrill will be filling in for him on WagerTalk today. Yes, that is part of my job. And no, I did not double check. I hope you guys have a wonderful week betting. We'll see you guys next Monday morning.
Thursday Night Football on Prime, and this is putting it on the line because I'm perfect this year on your free Thursday night picks here. In fact, 5-0. We gave you the Cowboys in week 1, Packers under in week 2, 2 of them in that one, Bills team total over, and then last week we had the Seahawks who went from a slight dog to a favorite. Never in doubt. Hey, there've been some close ones recently, but nonetheless, still 5-0 on your free video plays here on Thursday night games. We'll try to make it 6-0. 49er Rams free play coming up right here, right now. Hi, this is Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, right back here on WagerTalk TV. We have had some success, not just this year, but last year as well, hitting over 70% on your free Thursday night prime games right here. And this is a pretty good one. Battle of 3-1 teams, a couple of California teams, division rivals. And as I always say, that the home team normally has the advantage with the short week. Both teams have just 3 days of rest and preparation, but the road team loses a day due to travel. Not as much of an issue here. San Fran to LA. I've actually made that drive a few times. I think it's about 5 hours, 4 to 5 hours. And the teams know each other well. Now, what could be an issue is Brock Purdy's status. Now, I'm doing this video on Monday. I do it early in the week for you because I want to get it up by Monday night, Tuesday morning, because I know you all love getting this information as soon as possible. Right about 12:30 Eastern, Monday afternoon, the line starts to light up on the odds logic screen, and we see San Francisco go from a 4-point dog to a 5.5-point dog. And why? Well, Brock Purdy is now on the injury report with a toe issue. Said it did not bother him at all during the game on Sunday against Jacksonville, but it started bothering him, I guess, Sunday night, Monday morning. I think he probably plays. Hey, look, this video is going out Monday. Once again, if you get more information, we'll adjust. But the line has already adjusted a little bit, but the total didn't move. It held at 47, which I found interesting. And I'm either way, I like San Francisco in this spot for a couple reasons. And if Purdy doesn't go, I'm fine with Mac Jones at quarterback. He actually has better numbers this season. Now, look, I know you're going to say in the comments, they played the Cardinals and Saints, 2 of the worst teams in the NFL, and I get that. But my point is he hasn't been any worse than Brock Purdy. In fact, on the surface, he's been better this year. Purdy, 4 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 85.8 rating. Mac Jones, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, 98.1 rating. Purdy is averaging 8 yards per pass. Jones only 7. I do think Purdy's obviously the better quarterback, but I'm okay with Mac Jones under center. And either way, I think this will be a close, tight game. Look ahead line was around 3.5 this summer. Even a week ago, it opened 4. Now it's up to 5.5 with Purdy on the injury report. I like San Francisco as a live dog in this game. And while the road team normally has a disadvantage on Thursday night games, I think it's less so here. And the better team normally has an edge. I'm not sure the Rams are necessarily the better team here. We shall find out. If you look at the stats this year, they're pretty equal overall in a lot of key metrics. LA has been explosive offensively, throwing the ball nearly 8 yards per pass. 49ers one of the best pass defenses in the league, though they're giving up just 5.5 yards per pass attempt and just 4.7 yards per play. Both numbers are better than the Rams. They give up 6 yards per pass and 5 yards per play. And overall, the rush defenses are pretty equal. Niners, with the different quarterbacks in and out, have still thrown for 7.3 yards per pass against teams that allow just 6.2. Rams have faced teams that allow average just 6.1. So this is a step up in class. 49ers have also played the tougher overall schedule, which is something I'd like to start to look at in weeks 4, 5, 6, as you sometimes get a little bit of an overreaction after the first few weeks of the season. San Francisco, a live dog here on Thursday Night Football, 8:15 Eastern on Prime. What are your thoughts on this game? Side, total, player props. How are you attacking it? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. As you know, I read the comments and I reply back. Love the support here on WagerTalk TV. And if you're liking these free play videos, and why wouldn't you? 5-0, 100% so far in these free Thursday night plays. Just click the thumbs up and I will keep them coming each and every week. I will continue to do every Thursday night game for you this year, as long as we get enough thumbs up, likes, and positive comments below here on WagerTalk TV. Make sure you subscribe to WagerTalk. It's free. Click it, and also click the bell as well for an instant alert. You'll know when this video gets posted nice and early each week. Also, check out my Sunday night and Monday night football videos I post every week. The Sunday morning England game between Minnesota and Cleveland. Hold your nose on that one. It's a good thing they sent both those teams overseas. But I do have an edge in that game for you. Free play video for that as well here on the channel. And don't forget my 2 big videos each week. College football top 25 video for Saturday's games And then, of course, the NFL Fade the Public video for the big games on Sunday. They're all free. All you got to do is click subscribe and click that bell for an instant alert here on WagerTalk TV. Now, I give you a lot of information in these free play videos. I always try to do high-profile games, spotlight national TV games. Sometimes the games make my best bet card, but the only way to make sure you get all my official best bets is to be a personal client on my page at WagerTalk.com. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. You can get there quicker with shortcut WT.buzz/SM. And while you're there, check out some special offers this week. We also have the Weekend Warrior package, which has been very popular this season. Gets you all of Saturday and Sunday's college and pro football, plus Monday night, if I have it. You get all 3 days and nights of football for just $49. You know, a one-day all access is $39. You get the full weekend of football, college and pro combined, for just $49 with that Weekend Warrior. If you're new to Wager Talk, it's a great package to try out. Or, of course, if you want to take a more serious investment approach, check out a 1 week, a 1 month, even a 1 year. The longer-term packages get the cost per play down to just a few dollars a play. Saves you up to 90% off the daily rate. And also post promo codes throughout the week. So check in this week on some special offers and promo codes on my page. And most importantly, while you're there, check out the daily free play. The last cut from my best bet card goes up free for everybody. Don't miss it. Daily free play right now with analysis. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. Go get it and get there quicker with shortcut WT.buzz/SM. On the way out, follow me on social media at Steve Merrill, 2 R's, 1 L, MERRIL, at Steve Merrill on X and Instagram. You see it in the bottom corner of your screen. And stay tuned here to Wager Talk TV because, as I just mentioned, you know there's more free play videos coming up next.
Hi, I'm Marco D'Angelo, co-founder of WagerTalk.com. We're going to do the continuing series of Behind the Bettor. Going to get you to know a little bit about me and what I'm all about. I've been betting sports professionally since 1980, and we're still going strong. Is there a specific season that comes to mind is the best during my career? That is easy, and that's 2010 baseball season. We went an incredible 25 straight winners during the summer of 2010. And the biggest part of that accomplishment that I'm proud of is we never laid more than 120 in any of those baseball games. That will go down as my best season in all of sports. Do you remember a day that most profitable for you in sports betting? Well, not quite sports betting, but one of the most memorable days for me and most satisfying was 2017 Kentucky Derby. I love betting the horses, and I like to share that with my clients. And that day, we were keying off of a horse, and the horse's name was Lookin' at Lee. He was a huge long shot in the Kentucky Derby that year. He finished second, and he brought us back a $336 exacta for $2, and the trifecta came back at $8,276. That was one of the most incredible days betting for me personally, but I love the fact that for a little bit of money, I made my clients a ton of money. Who would be on my Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? Well, that's an easy one. You start with Billy Walters. Everybody's going to put Billy Walters there. The next one that I would go with would be Roxy Roxborough, great lines maker here in Las Vegas for so many years. Another one, probably not as wide known, but this goes back to the heyday, the early days when the books took a stand, put the numbers up, and I would go with Bob Martin, old-time odds maker. And then for the last one on my Mount Rushmore, I'm going to go current, and I'm going to go with Westgate's own Jay Kornegay. What he did at Imperial Palace and brought to the Westgate to what we see now with everything behind us here and the Super Bowl prop bets and everything else, he deserves to be on that Mount Rushmore of sports betting here in Vegas. What's the biggest mistake I see sports bettors making today? Well, since we've had the legalization of sports betting across the country in many states, places like FanDuel, DraftKings, and so forth, they make it sexy with the parlays. Everybody wants to bet parlays because you want to spend a little bit of money to make a lot of money. I can tell you, if you do that on a consistent basis, 4 or 5 leg parlays, they're going to carry you out on a stretcher. That's my best advice. Stay away from those parlays. Other than sports betting, what's your favorite way to gamble? This is a toss-up for me. I love to play poker here in Vegas, but my true second passion is betting horses. I own horses, I bet horses, I love horse racing. That would be my second most favorite way to gamble. What's the best gambling movie ever? Well, that's going to be a great segue from the last question because it's going to be a horse racing movie, and that is, without question, Let It Ride. Richard Dreyfuss, Jennifer Tilly, absolutely degenerate gambling movie. If you've never seen it, you got to watch it. It's a great one. And as Trotter said in that movie, I'm having a very good day.
I'm having a very good day.
Do you remember your first sports bet? And if so, what was it? Well, my 2 first introductions to betting, one would be going to the racetrack with my dad, betting horses. That was probably at age 10. Then for my first sports bet, that would be an NFL 2-team 7-point teaser. My dad would let me play 1 teaser every week to watch the football games with him, and I was probably 13 or 14 whenever I was doing that, and that was my start to betting football. College football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? Boy, I could go either way there, but I really love college football. I love the emotional aspect of college football, of dealing with young kids on a weekly basis, the highs and lows, the rivalries. College football for me on the Saturdays in the sports book. If you could only bet one sport for the rest of your life, what would it be? Yeah, we'll go back to college football. I love the aspect of college football. I like that I get to break down the games. You got a week to do the games. You look at the emotion. You can study the injuries. Today, you know, one of the things about NBA, for example, you got to wait to see the lineups, who's in, who's out, load management, all that stuff. College football is still, to me, the purest sport to bet. What's your all-time favorite sports book in Las Vegas? All right, I'm going to cop out on this one. I'm going to give you a 2-part answer. I'm going to go old school and new school. Old school, it's not here anymore, and that would be the Stardust. There was nothing like the Stardust Sportsbook. Whenever I was coming out to Vegas, I was coming 3-4 times a year, 5 times before I decided to move here back in 2008. Without question, my favorite sports book was the Stardust. I went there all the time. I had so much logo stuff from the Stardust that I would buy every trip. That was where the Las Vegas line originated. Every Sunday night, everybody waited to see that line come out. Now, my favorite, we're standing in it. The sports book here at the Westgate, the incredible screens, the fact that it is a non-smoking sports book, love that as well. You can sit here all day and enjoy the games. Not one of the best atmospheres in Las Vegas. What's the best sporting event you ever attended? All right, I'm going to go as a teenager back in Pittsburgh. The 1971 World Series, Game 3. The Pittsburgh Pirates were down 2-0 in that series to the Baltimore Orioles. They were up 2-1 in the 7th inning, and Roberto Clemente and Willie Stargell led off the inning. Clemente beat out infield single, the base runner, the first baseman got pulled off the base, and then Willie Stargell walked, put 2 runners on. Bob Robertson came up to the plate. The manager, Danny Murtaugh, put on the bunt sign. He was supposed to bunt those 2 guys over to try to get the insurance run. He missed the bunt sign and hit a 3-run homer. I was there, saw that. I was in the outfield. put the Pirates up 5-1 in that game. They went on to win that game and win the World Series that year. That was a big game for me. I remember that one well. Best advice for sports bettors. I'm going to give you something that my dad told me with horse racing, and I ended up applying that to my style of betting in sports. Okay, a lot of guys like to bet a lot of games, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. That's just not my style. I like to limit my plays. When we used to go to the races, to betting horses, my dad would always tell me, you can bet a race, you can beat a race, but you can't beat the races. And I've used that same philosophy in sports betting. I can't beat the entire board, but I can pick my spots, find the highest percentage plays, and then make 1 to 3 plays a day, maybe on the bigger cards on a Saturday, 3 to 5 plays, limit my liability, find what I feel are the best winning situations, and capitalize on them. That's what I would say to young sports bettors today. What's your most memorable sports bet? Well, the Kentucky Derby one that I talked about earlier, but I remember Super Bowl, and I believe it was 1985. It was the Miami Dolphins versus the San Francisco 49ers. I was only 24 at the time, and when I made that bet, it was one of my biggest bets to date. I loved the 49ers in that game. Dan Marino, only second year in the NFL, gets to a Super Bowl. I just thought he was overmatched by the 49er offense, and they got destroyed in that game. One of the easiest wins I ever had, one of my biggest bets early on in my career.
Talk today, the gold standard of sports betting shows where we talk. It is $5 Tuesday. We got week 5 NFL previews, MLB, college football on the table. Jesse's going to break down Kentucky and Georgia. And we give him the option of giving us 2 teams to support or fade. He's coming with fades, right? Like, we all know this. He's giving us teams to bet against. Brian Power is going to break down 49ers and Rams on Thursday Night Football. He's also going to give us an in-depth breakdown on Tigers and Guardians. Send us a message, said, hey, this breakdown on the baseball game is going to be much longer. So buckle up. I know this is a big game for a lot of people in the chat. My good friend Lawrence, the Prez, is going to join us. He's going to preview the Vikings and the Browns, and I've got a special question that I'm going to ask him. It's a strong opinion I have, and there's nobody better than him to answer. And of course, at the end, it's Tuesday. I'll give you some Contender Series thoughts. But let's get it started. You guys know what to do. Hit the like button and subscribe to the WagerTalk channel if you have not done so. You get breakdown videos, and one person you can get videos from is Jesse. Jesse, welcome. I gave you the no chop chant when you faded Florida State last week. You made me eat my words. It was a fantastic call by you. We're gonna just jump right in. We're gonna break down Kentucky and Georgia. Georgia, as you well know, coming off this very rare home loss to Alabama. We got Kentucky 0-2 in the SEC. I was not even aware of this. Georgia 0-4 ATS. They've not been good against the spread here. We got a huge spread though, minus 20.5. I've seen 21s out there. Over under 48.5. How do you break this game down?
Well, without mentioning last week's game against Alabama, that didn't work out very well for me. I will point out that this Georgia team was on my list of teams to fade this summer on this show. You might remember, Andy, I came in here and talked about Kirby Smart losing control over the team, all the off-field issues and the players getting arrested this summer, and a new quarterback. And I think this Georgia team's good, but I don't know if they're win the SEC, win the Natty good. Now they're 1-7 against Alabama. Kirby Smart's record versus Alabama moves to 1-7. They're still 33-1 at home since 2019. this is clearly not the same team as it was with Carson Beck and Brock Bowers a couple years ago. I think they lack the depth on defense and on the line of scrimmage. And quarterback's doing all right. Last week wasn't the best result, but this is a pretty good result. They're playing, a good situation, playing Kentucky at home. And a lot of people might look at last year's game. They won 13-12 at Kentucky in a nail-biter, low-scoring game. You might look at that and say now they're a 20.5-point favorite. This is out of control, but completely different situation. That game last year was a look-ahead spot on the road ahead of the Alabama game. And this year it's back at home after the Alabama game with a pissed-off team that got embarrassed last week. I think this Georgia team's going to crush in this game. The last time that Kentucky played at Georgia, they lost by a score of 51-13. I mentioned that I don't think that this Georgia team is as good as it was in previous seasons. I think Kentucky is significantly worse than it was last year, particularly at the quarterback position. I know Brock Vandegrift was disappointing last season, but Calzada has already been benched, and now they got freshman Cutter Boley, who was not impressive last week against South Carolina, throwing for 124 yards and 2 interceptions on 10 of 19 passing. Now he's on the road at Athens. I think he's in trouble. I think Georgia runs away with this one, so I will take Georgia to cover the 20.5 points.
All right, big number, but yeah, as long as it stays below that key number, you're getting the best of the number. Jesse, if this happens to move to 21.5, stay off, or do you think this is just an outright ass kicking?
If it moves past that key number, I would say take the first half, because that won't move through the key number. It's at 11.5 right now, and I've got a free pick up on the site. It's not going to go past 13.5. So as long as it's under 14 for the first half, go that route.
Let's take a look at some teams to fade. I know you're fading. I don't even need to ask. One of the teams kind of surprising here. Let's talk Notre Dame. Let's talk Louisville. What don't you like about these teams this week?
Well, let's start with Notre Dame. And they're going to be a 20.5-point favorite at home against Boise State. And I believe that this line, it's been bet up. It opened at 17.5. I think this line is moving as a result of last week's game against Arkansas. Of course, Notre Dame, very impressive, putting up a 50-burger against the Razorbacks on the road. But that's one game. If you take that game away, this Notre Dame team struggles. They gave up 30 points to Purdue. They gave up a boatload of points to Texas A&M. They lost in week 1 at Miami. I don't think this Notre Dame defense is as good as it was last year. I mean, it's glaringly obvious that it isn't. And Boise State, I think the opinion of Boise State is also influenced by one game. They lost in week 1 at South Florida. You take that game away, and they've been as advertised. They're scoring points in bunches. They're giving up a lot of points as well, but that was the same story last year. They look to me very much like last year's team that clinched a first-round bye in the playoffs and ended up losing to Penn State as an 11.5-point dog at a neutral site. And that game was actually a little bit closer than the final score would indicate. Boise State actually had an edge in first downs. Boise State had an edge in total yards, 412 to 387. It was the turnovers that doomed them in that game, turned the ball over 4 times and only got 1 back. And Penn State scored late to cover the 11.5, but 34-14 is well within this 20.5 number. And I just think this line has been bet up far too high. People will look at Boise State and say they lost Ashton Jeanty. Clearly, they're not going to be as good. I just want to point out Ashton Jeanty last year averaged 7 yards per carry. Dylan Riley, his protege, the guy backing him up or the guy replacing him, is averaging 7.5 yards per carry so far. Boise State's running game has no issues, and I think Boise State keeps this one a little closer than 3 touchdowns.
All right. Good stuff. Let's see. How's you had a brutal beat on Alabama. Do you want to commiserate? Because I've had some brutal team total losses. Jesse, do you want to bring it in?
Yeah, I guess I should have bet on Alabama instead of betting on their team total over 24.5. When they scored 24 in the first half, I thought I was golden with my 5% play, but apparently not. Apparently that just didn't work out at all. So what can I say about that? That was unfortunate to say the least.
Well, let's move to this Louisville team. You got -7.5. What are you not liking about them?
Yeah, some fonder memories here because,
Nice.
Of course, we had Virginia plus the, 235 again as a money line dog against Florida State. And when asked if we're taking the points, I think I said, hell no, give me Virginia outright. It was a great spot for Virginia, but situational handicapping, you look at a big upset like that over Florida State. Now they go on the road at Louisville. This looks like a letdown spot, but I'm not buying it. This Louisville team is 4-0. Virginia's 4-1. Virginia should be 5-0. They blew a big lead late against NC State on the road in their last game. It's a close game, decided by one score. I think they can keep this one within one score. Louisville hasn't played anybody, and if you thought that Pitt was somebody, I just don't think Pitt's that good. And last week's win over Pitt, 34-27, Pitt led by double digits at halftime. Pitt dominated the box score in that game, but they gave the game to Louisville. 5 turnovers in that game allowed Louisville to win a close game. I don't think we can expect that here against a Virginia team that's really humming along offensively. And you look at the 2 quarterbacks in this game, Miller Moss, I think there's a reason why he's no longer at USC. He's struggled so far at Louisville. I mean, considering the weak schedule, 1,000 yards, 1,029 yards, 5 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions, not very impressive from Miller Moss. You'd expect him to have double-digit touchdowns given the schedule that Louisville's played. And on the other end for Virginia, Chandler Morris, he's coming off that big year at North Texas last year. This guy played for Oklahoma, TCU. He's been around the block, and he looks great again at Virginia. He's thrown for 1,279 yards, 10 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, fresh off that upset over Florida State. Yeah, give me Virginia again. Take the points, 7.5, and we'll sprinkle on the money line as well.
I love it. Love it. Going right back to your bread and butter. Good stuff, Jesse. It's $5 Tuesday. What do you have up for everyone at WagerTalk?
I have not 1, but 2 wild card games in Major League Baseball. I got a 5%er that goes off really quite shortly, actually, the Cleveland Detroit game, and then I've got the Yankees Red Sox later on.
All right. Great stuff, Jesse. Thank you very much. Great breakdowns. Always love it's Fade Tuesday when Jesse comes on. So, all right. Thank you very much, Jesse, everyone. All right. We're going to bring on Brian Powell. Paul, come on, Paul. We have to have a little bit of fun here. Paul says, bro, nobody cares about college football on a Monday. It's a great thing. It's a Tuesday. So no, much love, Paul. Much love. So thank you, everyone in the chat. We are going to get to baseball. That's why we want to bring on Brian Power right this very second. So, Brian, happy Tuesday.
Yes.
I like that shirt. Good
Thank
shirt,
you,
man. Yeah.
Thank you. I was just messaging our good friend Dan Alexander how I'm a little dressed up. I'm going out to watch Game 1, the game that I'm about ready to talk about. We are talking about baseball here in just a little bit, and laughing here in the comments. Well, the WagerTalk account clapping back, going with a little analytics. I love that. There's nothing I love more than clapping back to someone with analytics. So there we go.
All right, let's do it. Let's talk about the Tigers and the Guardians. The chat was alive yesterday talking about this one. So where do you weigh in on this game?
Well, look, there's only one place to start, Andy, and I know a lot of people know this, but it is the logical starting point for the handicap, and that is the Guardians' historical rally to win the AL Central. They trailed the Tigers by as many as 15.5 games in early July. Even as recently as early September, the Guards' playoff chances were below 3%, and they were still 11 games back. But we all know what's happened since. Cleveland's won 19 of their final 23 regular season games, including 5-1 head-to-head versus Detroit,
who absolutely cratered, lost 13 of their last 16 overall. How did the Guards do it, you ask, Andy? Well, over the last 25 games, they allowed just 56 total runs, just 56 total runs in 25 games. You're going to win a lot of baseball doing that. Easily the fewest number of runs allowed in all of MLB during that time. Going into the final day of the regular season, I apologize for not having updated numbers, but going into that final game, the ERA of the Cleveland staff, guys, in the month of September was nearly a full run lower than the second best team. So pitching certainly carried the Guardians to the pennant, no doubt about it. Interestingly enough, and I think people sometimes roll their eyes when I reference run differential. So get ready to roll your eyes, guys, because I'm going to talk run differential. The Guardians are just the 6th team in baseball history, excluding COVID and strike seasons, to win a division and have a negative year-to-date run differential. Only 2 of the previous 5 won their first playoff series, although the 87 Twins, if anyone remembers that team, they did win the World Series for those keeping score at home. Now, from a betting perspective, what is interesting is, despite all I have just said, Andy, Tigers still the favorite to win this series. So there's perhaps lingering skepticism of the Guardians. I already mentioned the run differential. Well, the Guards are also 28th in WRC+. By that metric, they have just 2 above-average hitters. There was an incredible, I'll give a shout-out, there was an incredible article on Fangraphs. It was titled, Name a Third Guardians Position Player. It talked about just how just historically inept this lineup is for a playoff team. I'm not going to disagree. And for what it's worth, I know the Tigers, the sky is falling in Detroit right now, but they did win one more game this year compared to last. Now, obviously, they were the hot team entering the postseason last year. When these teams met in the LDS, you could argue the Tigers were the hottest team in baseball. A sneaky difference for the Tigers, however, this year, they have more power in the lineup. I will say that. But clearly, the key for Game 1 is having Tarek Skubal on the mound. Skubal's faced Cleveland 4 times this year, guys. He's allowed only 4 runs total in 28 innings pitched. So safe to say, Tigers have a big edge in starting pitching this afternoon as Cleveland goes with Gavin Williams, whose walk rate and expected ERA are major concerns for me. But, Andy, Tigers were 2 for 2, or just 2 and 2, pardon me, in those 4 Skubal starts against the Guardians this year. They lost the last 2. So a logical bet for Game 1 would seem to be to take the Tigers on the first 5-run line. That, if you go back a week when I was with you here on this very show, last Tuesday, I broke these when these teams were playing here in Cleveland. I said to take the Tigers' first 5-run line. Sure enough, they led 1-0 after 5. But then the wheels came off when Cleveland had a 3-run rally in the 6th, despite not hitting a ball out of the infield. Guardians did score the second fewest runs at home this season, so no reason to believe that Skubal's not going to pitch well in this spot. But can we trust the Tigers team right now? I don't know. Therefore, after all of that, your free play for Game 1 is going to be Skubal to record over 18.5 outs. That means he'd have to go at least 6 1/3 innings. I don't think that's asking much. Tigers are going to lean heavily on their ace this afternoon. Earlier in the year, he went 9 innings against this Cleveland team in a game that went to extras. I just think if there's one thing we can count on, guys, for Game 1, it's that Skubal will be a big part of it. I'll say this, Andy. If this prop does not hit, Tigers are probably in a lot of trouble.
I was out in New York with my buddy. We went to the Ryder Cup, and he actually has a ticket on the Guardians to make the playoffs from a few weeks ago.
Woo!
He had a long one on the Tigers to win the division. And he's like, a few weeks ago, I was like, I had this feeling. There was something about the Guardians. I was like, I got to get in their head. So he has this monster cash on the Guardians. It was incredible.
I'll say this. Here in Cleveland, there's tempered enthusiasm about this team. I mean, I legitimately have no idea how this team made the playoffs. I talked about the pitching, but it's insane. I mean, they clinched the playoff spot, Andy. I don't know if you saw this Saturday night. Obviously, there's a lot of college football going on at the time. I had one of my TVs on the game, though. They clinched the playoff spot with a game. They scored the game-winning run on a hit by pitch after Texas intentionally walked the bases loaded. That's how it's been that kind of run for the Guardians. They get the bases loaded. Next guy up gets hit by a pitch. Next thing you know, you're in the playoffs. It's crazy.
It's wild. It's wild.
Yeah.
Let's talk just a little bit about Thursday Night Football. We always want to see if there's a way we can get out ahead of the number. Man, we got injuries galore on the 49ers. I was listening to a podcast and someone was like, can they just take the week off? The 49ers, like, hey, we can't field a team. We only got so many roster spots. What do you look at with this Thursday night game? 49ers, Rams. You got the Rams as 5.5-point favorites, over under 47.
Yeah. I'll be a little more succinct with this one. There was just so much to talk about with the Tigers and Guardians there. But this one, look, this is the third week in a row. Andy, I'm breaking down the Thursday night matchup with you here on WagerTalk today. Not to toot my own horn, I did get the previous two right. Said to bet the Bills team total over 30.5 versus the Dolphins. And then last week, I said, wait, the line will flip, and we can tease the Cardinals up to 7.5. The line flipped. We could tease the Cardinals up to 7.5, and that was good. So for the 49ers Rams this week, we've got a situation where the line has been adjusted. Obviously, you mentioned the cavalcade of injuries for the 49ers there, Andy. They could be without quarterback Brock Purdy. It seems to be the case every season, but the Niners are just always banged up. What is going on with their training staff? Do they not? I don't know. It's crazy how they're always one of the most injured teams in the league. As luck would have it, I faded them on Sunday, San Francisco. In fact, Jaguars plus 3.5 was my 4% game of the week. Got the outright win there thanks to some turnovers and a punt return for a touchdown. 49ers still 3-1, but it's a shaky 3-1. Their 3 wins have been by a total of 10 points, guys. Meanwhile, if not for that ridiculous second-half collapse against the Eagles, Dan, the Rams would be coming into this game 4-0. So they went back to business against the Colts, racked up 462 total yards, 6.6 yards per play in that win. Rams are going to come in as a more confident team. They're 4-0 ATS the last 2 years against the Niners. Won both meetings last year straight up. But I am not particularly interested in laying the points here in this game. I'll be honest with you. I don't think there's that big of a drop between Purdy and Mac Jones. So Bosa, that is significant on the defensive side of the ball. I talked about my Jaguars right up at the 49ers record when Bosa doesn't play. It's not so good. Still, Kyle Shanahan as an underdog historically has been very good. I will say this, 49ers, it's not often you can bet them plus 5.5, Andy Lang. Right now, put a gun to my head, I'll take the points with San Francisco. I think this is a buy low spot on them. They have not been an underdog this season, and I don't think they'd be an underdog of 5.5 against any other team the rest of the year.
The karma gods, the NFL gods, definitely made up for the Rams Eagles by what they did to the Colts. I mean, the Rams, how did they cover? They shouldn't have even won.
Second year in a row, the Colts had I don't have to tell you, I don't want to rub salt in the wounds. Second year in a row, though, a fumble through the end zone. I was on the one last year when Jonathan Taylor did it. I believe it was against the Broncos, if memory serves me correct, and that was far more ridiculous than what we saw. So Sunday, the one that just happened with the receiver on Sunday, that just seemed like kind of fluky. The other one, Taylor was being dumb. So,
see, that's what I said. Now, the Crackman was like, "No, he's an idiot. He's a moron." And I was like, "I didn't think it was that."
It just
bad.
seemed weird. It wasn't like he was, doing a Deshaun Jackson. No, it just seemed like one of those things, man.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got a huge day of baseball. It's $5 Tuesday. What do you have up for everyone?
I have a lot up right now, as luck would have it, Andy. We're coming off a nice winning week in the NFL, but let's talk college right now. We're disappointing 2-3 in college on Saturday, but we're busting out the big guns this week, guys. Already posted on my page, 5% max bet. These are rare. I do not do a lot of 5% plays. I have a 5% up right now. I also, as part of the $5 Tuesday promotion, have a second college football play up for this weekend. You can get it for, guess what? Only $5 today only. So that's a 5% play I've got up in college football for Saturday and a 4% best bet for only $5 today only. In addition to that, for this afternoon, you're looking to bet something this afternoon, I have a 2-for-1 combo, Major League Baseball. It's not the Guardians-Tigers game, and then Champions League as well. So a lot going on over at wt.buzz/BP, Andy.
All right, tell everyone about the Blitz.
It's on Thursday. Following you immediately, live, 1 p.m. Eastern, myself, Ross Benjamin, Ralph Michaels. We will talk the entire card. We will talk any game you ask us. Obviously, we will hit all of the big matchups each and every week. But if you guys are watching live, if there's I don't care what game it is. It doesn't matter how off the wall it is, even if it's an FCS game. You guys want to come in, say, hey, what do you guys think of this game? Just tune in live, 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll be happy to answer.
All right, Brian Power, everyone, $5 Tuesday at WagerTalk. Go check him out. Let's do all around the world and a little bit of a Steam report because I know we got some questions about baseball and can we do some baseball. So I just tell you, there's really not a whole lot of line movement going on in any of these baseball games. The Detroit Tigers are taking a smidge of money, nothing enough to really move the line. The total is stayed steady. Same with the Padres and the Cubs. Same with Boston, New York. Really, a little bit of money has come in on the Dodgers to move the line, about 5 cents. A little bit of money on the over. It's opened at 7. You'll see some books at 7.5. There's really not a whole lot of steam going on in baseball today. Nothing with a lot of conviction. So let's go to all around the world here. We do have some free plays here, and I'll go to the WagerTalk free picks page and give you guys some more baseball here. So we'll start with soccer here. This comes from Pavlos. He does great on these weird props. Champions League, Chelsea versus Benfica, over 4.5 cards. He had 6 cards in regulation the last time they played, and I love this. He knows the official. Daniel Siebert averages 5 cards per match, and the last game he officiated, Benfica, he gave out 9 cards. So we're looking at over 4.5 cards in that game. Do a player prop in the Yankees and the Red Sox. Giancarlo Stanton, under half a hit. You're getting plus money on this. He has a hit in 5 straight games, but he has 7 at-bats against Crochet. He has a home run, but he also has 5 Ks. You're getting good value on this. Don't be surprised if they pitch around him if the situation works out for it that way. So we have a very, very low total, minimum number of bats at Crochet, 1.03 whip this season. So kind of contrarian there, but we'll take Stanton to go under hit. Padres and the Cubs, a lot of free picks on the WagerTalk free picks page on this one, taking the Padres. Pavetta has been really good. Last time he faced this Cubs team, 6 innings, 1 run. Boyd for the Cubs, 5.50 ERA in the last 9 games. So I think there's kind of a consensus here that the Padres are a really good value. And Tokyo Brandon likes a little bit of an obscure play, the Reds, to go over 2.5 team total. He wants to fade this bullpen. So, so that's about it that we have. But again, not a lot of big line movement. And we did the Yankees and Red Sox yesterday. So if you want that breakdown, Steve Merrill did that on the show yesterday. So, all right, let's bring in my good friend Lawrence Presman. All right, hey, Lawrence, how are you? What's
I'm
up,
good, brother? Excellent
nice
work, Andy. I'm enjoying so much watching you right now. This show is going really great, man. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. We have a new intro. So the intro went over well. In fact, we had people submit new intros
as they should. Good.
And you'll laugh at this one. The winner, we can't use it, but the funniest one was someone said, "Start the show with welcome to Wager Talk today. It's time to bang with Andy Lang." And that person, it was so creative. He got sent some wager bucks. It was too funny.
I love it.
To ignore.
Listen, we got some stuff to take care of before we get into the segment, and I got some betting information coming your way. And I do want to just start by saying this. It's been a little bit of a rough couple of months at Wager Talk in regards to fathers. Chris Allen, who is an absolutely exceptional worker at Wager Talk, handles our YouTube channel. His father is a jockey and was kicked off of a horse and found himself paralyzed. He is now moving both his arms and his legs, but it has been very hard for him. And our thoughts and prayers go out for Chris. Joe Ranieri's dad is not doing well either, and our thoughts go out to Joe. My dad is having issues as well, but Paula and Missy, our customer service team, lost their father late last night. And I never had the opportunity to meet this man, and this is Johnny Detroit's father-in-law, but I can tell you that most people do not speak highly of their in-laws. Johnny used to tell me how much he loved this man and how great he was to the family and the girls and his kids. Paula and Missy are part of our team. Missy handles customer service. So does Paula. Paula is the wife of Johnny. And it's like, I am so heartbroken. This was unexpected. This is a wonderful man with wonderful kids. I am emotional. I am gutted. And we're all getting older in life. Guys, call your dad, kiss your dad, give your dad a hug. I'm a dad. Paula and Missy, my heart goes out to both of you guys. Lots of love. Rip your grandfather, your father, and let's hope for some better news moving forward, Andy.
Yeah, we need some positive vibes around here. We need to get some positive vibes going. So
with that said, you were at the Ryder Cup this week, and I want to know this. England created golf, right?
I think it was Scotland, but
well, let's go with Scotland.
Okay.
America is so good that the country that started golf had to go get 20 other countries to form an all-star team. What the hell is going on with this? This is the dumbest event on the freaking planet, bro. Okay, Germany is not an ally with Spain. And France and England have been warring for decades. What is, for centuries, not decades. What the hell is going on? This is the most made up nonsense in the world. Who's up next? The Vanuatu and the islands of their choice? Like, how is this thing even a competition?
I mean, it's one of the best competitions.
How? How?
It's, I don't know. I don't have an answer for it. All I know is it was a bucket list of mine. And I will be honest. I went on Friday. We got seats at the grandstands at the second hole, and I'm so glad I went. I had a blast. It was one of the best sporting event days I've had. I will never go to another Ryder Cup. It is the worst sporting event to watch live in person. There's only 4 groups on Friday and Saturday, and there were 50,000 people at this event. You cannot watch any golf. There's too many people. So we got lucky. We had suites. So we watched for a couple hours, and then we just went and hung out in the suites with free drinks and food all day. So that was where we did.
Yeah, so I would never go to a golf tournament ever. And watching people play golf would be the equivalent of watching people have sex. I'm not interested in either. I want to do it, not watch it. Makes no sense to me. But kudos to this famous country of Europe that beat America. Well done. And it's not even all of Europe, right? Like, it's like just pick and choose which parts of Europe. Anyway.
Yes.
Total utter nonsense, Andy.
Well, I will tell you, when you have a head-to-head bet on a couple guys and they're playing in the same group, it's a lot of. I'll tell you this: we had a bet against Cameron Champ. It was Cameron Champ versus Jason Kokrak, and we were following them around. And there were these 3 women that were following, and we were like, "Hey, just curious, why are you following them around?" And it was like, "This is Cameron Champ's mom, sister, and girlfriend." And we were like, "Wow, we have big bets against your son and your brother and your boyfriend. He's not very good, so we bet big against him." But they couldn't have been nicer. They're really sweet. So I have to tell you this: I've gone to plenty of golf tournaments, and I am convinced the best souvenir to get at a sporting event is a mug.
Okay. Yeah.
It's better than clothing. It's better than. Here's the case: you can use it on every day, and it's one of the cheapest and least expensive things in the shop. It's not very big. It fits in your cupboard, and you can get different colors, shape, sizes at each event.
This
so my
show
case
brought
to you
by Andy Lang's Mug Promotional Company. You can get mugs from Andy Lang for only $1. Use the promo code.
Yeah, Handsome Mug. I should call my company Handsome Mugs. But anyway, mug is the single best souvenir that you can get at a sporting event. That's my case. All right, Lawrence. You have You have the London game, the Vikings and the Browns. Nothing says excitement like a game that starts early in the morning with an over-under at 37.5.
Yeah.
I think we're down to 36. You got it's Carson Wentz versus, I don't know if it's going to be Joe Flacco. I don't know if it's going to be Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
This total's insane. 36 in an NFL game. What's your breakdown on this game?
Brother, I just want to let everybody know we're going to be talking about a more insane total next. But let me break this down real quick. I like Minnesota. I like Minnesota up to 4. I like the under in the game, but I really like under 16.5 points for the Cleveland Browns, and I don't care who plays quarterback here. This Minnesota team is deadly, and this, from a defensive perspective, this is a good unit, a top 5 unit. And this Cleveland Browns team cannot get out of their own way. Andy, you know, you look at it and you say, how are they going to get to 17 points? This Cleveland team put up 10 against Detroit, 13 against Green Bay, 17 against Baltimore, and 16 against Cincinnati. Cincinnati's defense is horrible. Detroit, you should be able to score on. It's indoors, and their defense isn't great. They have gone under this number 3 out of 4 times this year. So I think there are 3 bets available here. You got a Minnesota team that's sitting and waiting in Europe. Is a horrible spot for the Cleveland Browns. They go to Detroit. Now they got to go to Europe. They're going to have time zone issues, jet lag issues, quarterback issues, running back issues, wide receiver issues. And we're at the point now where they have coaching issues. Their uniforms have issues. So, yeah, I like Minnesota -4. I like the under in the game, but my favorite bet is under 16.5 team total for Cleveland. I don't understand how that game is going. I feel bad for the fans who are going to pay money to see this Cleveland Browns team.
You know, I think you could just say they have Browns issues, and that just kind of encompasses everything. Whenever you say like they have Browns issues, okay, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, organizational owners, uniforms issues. It's just Browns. They have Browns issues.
So San Fran Niner, one of our listeners, by the way, nice to see you, brother. He was on our show on Sunday, the End Zone. He writes, no way Wentz escaping Garrett. I don't know what that means. Is Garrett going to get a sack? Sure.
Yeah.
Is he going to get 4 sacks? Who knows? Will he set the record of sacks in a game? Maybe. I don't see what relevance that has to these bets. So
I think he's just throwing out a good player prop.
Yeah. Well, that's not. So Garrett sack is not a good player prop. And we went through this last week with the Micah -140, but he did get it. He did get it. Yeah, stay away from sack props, please, guys, if you want to make some money on a regular basis. Houston versus the Ravens. Should we just take the show over and answer all questions?
Sure. Put him there. It's not Houston, it's Huston.
Well, I like the Ravens here, Andy, that we've seen a bet down to -3 out there. And I think the Ravens at -3 with Rush behind quarterback is a better bet than the Ravens -9.5 with Lamar behind quarterback. I am worried about the defense, obviously, in the Baltimore game. But I think this Houston team is really, really bad. So there you go. I like the Baltimore Ravens -3.
I'll go head to head with you. The Ravens are decimated.
Yeah, I agree.
On defense, I'll take Huston.
Should we bet an eyebrow? I'm trying to find somebody to bet an eyebrow.
Ooh, as 2 people that host shows on this YouTube channel, I don't think Gianni would be that happy about this one.
Listen, I got a really strong college football bet I wanted to give out, and it's
I love this bet. I love this bet. Go over this bet. This is a great one.
So Kent State is playing Oklahoma this weekend, and Oklahoma just shut out a team. Can they shut out 2 teams in a row? Kent State's team total is 3.5. Andy, I swear to you, you did not mishear me. If Kent State gets 2 safeties, they cover this total. If they get 1 field goal and a rouge, they cover this total. 2 field goals, they cover this total. The bottom line here, Andy, is this Kent State team has put up 10 points in each of their games so far this year. They did it against ranked teams. They did it against Texas Tech. They did it against Florida State. Now you have an Oklahoma team whose quarterback is injured. Does that matter? Not really for the sense of the line. I think Oklahoma is going to blow them away. I think this is going to be a complete blowout. But I think we're going to have scrubs on Oklahoma by the fourth quarter. And I think there's going to be an opportunity for Kent State to march down the field and get 1 single touchdown. They don't even need the extra point. This game has blowout written all over it, which tells us we're going to have a wide open revolving backdoor. 3.5, Andy. Please take the over.
I love this bet. I love obscure bets like that. You know, I'm excited about this one. This is great.
Well, this is what we do, right? We unearth these bets. That's how we become really great bettors. So yeah, I love that bet. I put it up on the free pick page over at WagerTalk if you guys want to check that out.
I saw it. That was great. I loved when I saw you were going to talk about it on the show. So, all right, Lawrence, it's always good to see you. I got
to promote.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, firstly, today's show, the best betting show ever with Joe Ranieri and Art DeCesar, is a masterpiece. Art DeCesar, Joe, and I talk about all the 1 and 3 NFL teams and whether you should fade or bet them. There's 7 of them currently. We do a really deep dive into that. And also, we spend a lot of time on Joe Ranieri's dating profile. So make sure to check that show out, the best betting show ever. We do it every single day. It's up now at WagerTalk TV. It's a beautiful show to watch before and after WagerTalk today. That's number 1. Number 2, it's $5 Tuesdays. I have a 4% NFL total up. I went 2-0 in my totals in NFL this week. And Andy, I am 19-9 in NFL betting on the season. That's 68%. I'm the second most profitable handicapper over at WagerTalk behind Gianni, our high volume machine. And I just came off of a 5-1 NFL week. So I got a 4% total. It's $5. I also have a baseball play up. It's $5. I got a college football 5%er as well, but that is not on a discount. That's it, brother. I got to go see the dentist again today, and I'm going to a tattoo artist to start working on my next.
It's a day of your dental work and tattoos. That sounds like quite a Tuesday.
Yeah, and I got hockey tonight. So
Nice.
Go Jays. Go Jays.
All right, go Jays. Lawrence Presman, everyone. All right, let's go over Contender Series to close out the show. My $5 play is Contender Series. And I by the way, I got to give a shout out. So my play lost last week, my $5 play. And we do a live show. We watch Contender Series live. We got absolutely robbed by the judges. It was so bad that even the announcers were like, no, the judges gave it to the wrong person. That's not who won the fight. Dana White even got up there and was like, yeah, the judges messed up the women's fight. Normally we catch a bunch of, nonsense when a play loses. We had so many people reach out and say, hey, that play was really good. That should have won. That should have been a cash. The handicap was really good. So shout out to everyone that recognized that even though a play lost, we did the work and we did the handicap. Results weren't there, so we're back at it today. It's a $5 play on Contender Series, so go grab that, wt.buzz/AL. There's a free play as well up on the free picks page, but we're looking forward to cashing that $5 play, and we will be live tonight watching Contender Series on the Winning in the Shadows YouTube channel, so if you want to watch the fights live with us, get some live bets in, you can do that. So, all right, let's take a look at the Contender Series lines tonight. We only got a couple more weeks here. So I look at these fights, and then I try and make the case for the underdog. So we'll start with the big favorite here, Vagabov versus De Silva. Vagabov is going to try takedowns. He's probably going to get them. The case for De Silva is that he's somehow able to stuff the first couple takedowns and get a knockout on the feet. I don't think he's going to be able to, but if this is a striking match, De Silva could win, but I do think Vagaboff rolls. Line's a little too wide. Curtis Campbell and Demba Sek, this is the exact same thing. Curtis Campbell's a very talented wrestler and grappler. So slick on the ground. So slick. Demba Sek, I watched him get taken down, but he's a very good striker. He's much better than Campbell. So again, he's got to stuff those first couple takedowns. He can work the jab and get his striking going. That's the case for Sek. Christopher Alvidrez and Cubanza. This Cubanza guy, Dan, this guy, his first few professional fights were in a league that's no holds barred. No rules. Anything goes. So to say that this fight is going to be a car crash would be an understatement. The case for Alvidrez is he's a very talented striker. He's got a lot of first-round finishes. These guys are going to strike. They had the most intense face-off I've seen this season. Look for unders in this one, but Alvidrez can absolutely knock out anybody that fights on Contender Series. The case for Magno Diaz is that he can get takedowns as well. There's not a lot of film on him, but this is Charles Jourdain's brother, Luis Jourdain. Jourdain's much taller. Sometimes that can be to your detriment if you're blocking takedowns. So if Diaz gets us on the ground, he can absolutely win. And then this is going to be the most violent fight of the night, maybe of the season. Damian Piñas and Vitor Costa. Don't blink in this one. These are two heavy hitters. Anytime you get a fight with two heavy hitters, it should be a pick 'em, and it's pretty close. Either guy can knock either one out, but look for this one to not go very, very far. Should be a really fun night. So IUD, yeah, that's the name of the channel is Winning in the Shadows. That's where we do all of our live shows. So come join us. It's a lot of fun. We do write-ups on all the fighters that get contracts. That way you can know who these guys are when they enter the UFC. A lot of great live bets. You learn a lot when you're watching the live broadcast. So, all right. Thank you very much, everyone. Again, $5 Tuesday. All handicappers can put up a play for $5. You've got some plays for NFL this weekend. I know we got plenty of MLB. My $5 play is Contender Series, and I believe we've got a couple other sports that are up. So you want to take advantage and get as many plays as you want. We recommend it, but always bet responsibly. We don't want too much of our bankroll to be in play on a Tuesday. And that's going to do it for us, and we're going to do it again tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining us. Don't forget to hit the like button on your way out. Don't forget to leave us a comment in the comment section. Tell us what you're playing today. Good luck on all your plays today. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care.
Seven 1-3 NFL teams. We're going to tell you exactly how to bet them. The wild card starts today. We're going to tell you how to bet those, plus a whole lot of sports betting information coming your way. This is the best betting show ever. I'm Lawrence Pressman, Joe Ranieri joining us, and of course, the great Art DeCesar. Gentlemen, wow, are the Jets horrible. The battle of the Capri Pants and Miami won. Art DeCesar, did you take more bets on the Jets game or the Denver game?
Oh, the Denver game by far. The Jet-Dolphin game was kind of a low-handle game for a Monday night game. Now, I think it's because they had another Monday night game to bet. You know, it just nobody seemed to have any interest in the game.
Wonder why.
Yeah. Joe.
Horse crap. Terrible press. Terrible.
Dude, it was the battle of the Capri Pants, dude. Aaron Glenn versus Mike McDaniel. Art, have you seen Joe Ranieri's dating profile? He is wearing Capri Pants. I'm not even kidding.
I wouldn't even know where to get Capri Pants, Art. Like, honestly, I'd have no idea where you can pick those up besides the Prez's closet. That would be the only place I would know to look.
I will say I've officially... Go ahead, Art.
I've never seen anyone more fascinated with someone's dating profile that's not theirs.
Thank you, Art. Thank you.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Every show.
Well, you know why, Art? I'm trying to do the guy a solid, right?
I don't think he needs your help.
Yeah,
I write dating profiles for a living.
Yeah.
I write dating profiles. Hi.
No wonder why the divorce rate is so high. Shocker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
shocker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My name is Joe Ranieri. I like slow walks while talking about NFL football, fast jogs while thinking about baseball. Art, how did the books do this past weekend in college football and NFL? What was the best position you had and the worst?
Saturday was the best Saturday we've had all year. One of the best we've had maybe in 2 years, it felt like we won every decision. All the big games went our way. Oregon was good. Alabama doing what they did even earlier in the week when we took all this Alabama money. We took all this Georgia money late because we got under the field goal. It was really an outstanding day. I can't pinpoint one game. I can't even pinpoint a game we lost on. But then you have to go to Sunday, where outside of the Giants winning early for us and being the only basically big-time dog to do anything for us, that helped. You would have thought that the Sunday night game ending in a tie was positive. It really wasn't. We really needed Dallas outright because it would have killed all the money line parlays with Green Bay in it. Obviously, those become voids as far as that leg goes. So Sunday was not as positive as Saturday. Sunday, we really, outside the Giant game, couldn't get a game to land our way. And then last night, everything, that rolled over from Sunday rolled into Denver on money lines and teasers, and that was no sweat for the people. So NFL Sunday / Monday, not as positive for the sports books.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Art. If we could just take a look here at our 3-team NFL parlay from the past week. Yeah, I'm starting to sense a theme here. You had Atlanta on the money line. That seemed to get a lot of juice once Daniels was ruled out there. And then, look at that, Jacksonville, 3.5. That was an outright win. That had to be pretty decent for the books. Look at the Prez had the team total over at 16.5. Art, that's how many points did Cleveland actually get there in that game?
I believe 10.
10. So that's not over. That's under. Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
So I guess I'll use this opportunity, everyone, to give out a promo code for my NFL. I've started the season 19-9. That's 19 wins, 9 losses. I'm 68%. I'm the second most profitable handicapper at WagerTalk, and I'm kicking the crap out of Joe Ranieri. You can get 30 days, all access to my NFL. Use the promo code NFL30. That's NFL 30. That's 30 days to my NFL. Thank you for setting me up so beautifully, Joe Ranieri. That was
no
some
problem.
good stuff.
I'm glad you brought up college football too. If we can take a look at the college football 3-team parlay from the show. Look at that. Prez had Houston laying 13.5, and they barely won. Washington, unfortunately, got their ass handed to them by Ohio. But look at Duke. Duke did win outright. Look at that, Prez. So at least one of us is holding up their end of the bargain here on these 3-teamers.
Just that gives me a perfect opportunity to promote my 5%
There we
college
go.
football
There we go.
play
Here we go.
this Saturday. Art, what kind of bets are you taking on the wild card games this today?
Yeah.
Anything we need to know about?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, if you love baseball, this is an enormous day for baseball, and we love this, where we start with all the games, basically today, tomorrow, and Thursday. So early money for us came in on Cleveland. We took sharp money at plus 150. It knocked Cleveland down to plus 140. Cubs and Padres has been pretty good two-way action, basically at a pick 'em. Cubs slight favorite, minus 108. We're on the low end of the Yankees. We were minus $1.25, where basically everyone else in the market was $1.30. Now, we deal the 10-cent splits in baseball. We try to be as fair as we can with our baseball splits, so that's why we were just a little bit lower on the Yankees, because we're dealing minus 115 on the Red Sox anyway, which most people are. Dodgers, obviously, almost a $2 favorite. They're very popular in parlays. All the totals are low. You got 3 7s and a 6. And I would say, as far as series prices go, the two we've seen the most money on are the Padres, which we had as high as plus 105, now minus 105. And we saw some money on the Indians at plus 115 / Guardians. I know I always call them the Indians. But we didn't really move off the Indian number. It was still plus 115 when I left work last night. It's still plus 115. It wasn't necessarily sharp money. It was just people looking to fade the Tigers. I will say the Padre money at plus 105 for the series was sharp money.
Art, I'm still seeing the Brewers for when we look at World Series prices. It feels like, all right, everyone, Phillies and Dodgers, yeah, we get it. Doesn't make a difference who makes it from the American League because apparently National League's going to win everything. But I'm still seeing the Brewers at, 7-1? It feels like there's still some value here in the World Series future markets as long as you don't think the chalk is going to reign here.
Yeah, we're a little bit lower, Joe. We're 6-1, and it's interesting that you bring up the World Series. We win on everybody who's not named the Padres and the Reds. The Dodgers, for us, is a tiny loser.
Ooh.
And I don't even, for us, if we lose a little bit on the Dodgers, that's a win because of the way they've basically bet the Dodgers here over the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, to see the Dodgers come into this, and I know they haven't been good, but the Dodgers to be as high as 5-1 for us, basically all season, opening they were 2-1 and 5-2, and you started seeing that, and for them to creep up that way, and the Dodgers, you got to remember too, with the popularity now of future parlays, Dodgers are in a lot of future parlays. Dodgers to Bills. You see a lot of that type of stuff too. So we don't mind being a small loser on the Dodgers. We don't think the Reds are going to win. The Padres is the team we really want to avoid.
Go Blue Jays, go. Art DeCesar joining us like always Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Risk manager over at the Westgate Superbook. Joe Ranieri, slave to Sports Grid. Guys, hit that like button. Wait, dude, you work at Sports Grid more than any human being on the planet. I mean, you literally are on that show 24/7. Am I wrong?
I'm also on this show every goddamn day of the week, too, as well there, Prez. So, yeah, talk about it. Yeah. Thanks very much.
Yes. Yeah, you might need a new dating profile.
Oh, God.
NFL this coming week. Art DeCesar, before we get into our parlay of the day and our fade or not fade, you want to talk Bucks, Seahawks, Giants, Saints, Pats, and Bills. Where's the money going in these 3 games?
Yeah, let's just start with the 3 games, our weekly rundown where we start just hammering some of these games. Look ahead line on this game was Tampa Bay -1. We're now Seattle -3, -118. I think eventually we will hit 3.5. There are plenty of 3.5s out there. Bucks are still dealing with some offensive line issues. Seattle's been good. Seattle on a short week. So as of right now, we will need Tampa in the game. This Giants-Saint game is very fascinating. Look ahead line on this was Giants -3. Now they go to the rookie quarterback. They win a game, but still the game reopened as a pick'em. We've seen a little bit of Saint money, which has moved us to Saints as a slight home favorite now, -1. I think that's fascinating. It does seem, though, and they did it last week, they drove that Saint number all the way down to 14 at kickoff against the Bills. I mean, it feels like they bet the Saints every week. That is not stopping this week. And then Patriots-Bills, believe that's the Sunday night game. Look ahead line on that was Buffalo -8.5. Got all the way up to 9.5 when we reopened the game. And then we've seen some Patriot money, which has taken us down to 7.5. People, Bills have been good, but they haven't been that sharp. Divisional game, people are happy to take over a touchdown. But Buffalo being a Sunday night game with the 7, 7.5, 8 out there, they're going to be very popular for moneyline parlays and teasers. We'll need New England in the game regardless of the early money that's come in on them on the side.
Art, we got, 1 month in the book. September is done in the NFL. Now, a year ago, we saw the sharps, a lot of contrarian bettors made out in September. And then once we got to October, November, December, it was chalk in public. USA here. How are we trending so far through a month?
Yeah, I mean, last year was incredible with the chalk. And, we have been fighting it early in the season, too. I mean, you see every Sunday when I'm sitting in that risk room, I see so many 3, 4, 5, 16 parlays, all moneyline favorites, all teasing the favorites. I mean, it just feels like the people who were probably very successful last year are just rolling that concept into this year. I mean, Sundays haven't been, I think, out of, the 4 Sundays, we've had really one dynamite Sunday, and then the rest of it either like a small winner or a small loser. Like I said last week, it was not a profitable NFL week for us. So, we're kind of fighting against the tide a little bit right now.
Yeah, and that's a perfect lead-in for me to promote my parlay record.
For Christ's
I have had 5 money line parlays, and I have won all of them. 5-0. Use the promo code. Okay, fine. Art.
But Art, let me ask you a question though, because we had a lot of outright dog winners this past week, right? Jacksonville, you had Pittsburgh, you had the Giants. And we had a lot of outright winners here from a dog. Yeah, I mean, so almost Dallas there. So really, even still, it wasn't. It was just blah for the books, huh?
It's funny. When you talk about Pittsburgh, you talk about Jacksonville. Those are games 2.5, 3, 3.5 in that range.
Right.
The ones we really need to happen are like the Giants and Dallas outright. Like I said, that game ending in a tie, no joke, was a 6-figure swing for us. Dallas winning outright would have been enormous for us.
Oof.
Pittsburgh was good as far as the side goes because it felt like every bet we took was on Minnesota. So that was good just from like, hey, this was a good single game win. But outside of like the big 7-point favorites in parlays, those are the ones we need to lose. We need those teams to go down. We need Detroit to go down to Cleveland. We need those, the Bills to lose. We need those type of things. That's why the Giants early was good, but it didn't salvage today. Denver losing Monday night would have been enormous for us.
Yeah,
would have been huge. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm sure you had a lot of teasers and moneyline parlays going into that. Art, let's turn our attention to college football real quick, guys. Hit that like button, please, and make sure to comment. I forgot to give out a word of the day yesterday. The word of the day today is
schmuck.
Schmuck. There you go.
Schmuck is good. Yes. First word that popped into my head. Shock.
Well, you were in the middle of writing your dating profile, so I understand that.
Yes, of course.
Ohio, Ball State, Duke, Cal, Vandy, and Bama. Where's the money going in these 3 games?
Yeah, this MAC game has seen some pretty good action. Ball State's taking a lot of money at 16.5. We're all the way down to 14.5 now on that game. Seen some under money as well, 51.5 down to 50. This Duke Cal game is fascinating. All these 3 games in college seem to just get back and forth all week. 2.5, 3, 2.5, 3. We saw initial Cal money at 3. Now we've seen Duke money at 2.5. Weird spot for Duke. They have to go and play a super late game on the West Coast, 7:30 kick. It's 10:30 East Coast. It's going to be a tough game, but that's seen really good split action. I'd be shocked, though, if we don't need Cal in the game because it feels like Duke is a little bit more popular, especially with the public and the sharps. And the Vandy Alabama game is also fascinating. Vandy took money at plus 10.5, but we didn't budge off that number. The total went from 57 to 55.5. Bama obviously comes off the really big win, and Vandy has been very under the radar, and they beat Alabama last year. I know we're going to see Alabama money yet. We just have not seen it yet. And I think it's, like I said, it's you have to note when even we took that not sharp, but we took that initial flood of Vanderbilt money, we did not move off our original number. We're not worried about taking more Vanderbilt money. If we need Alabama in the game, we'll feel good about that.
Interesting, Art. Couple of really big games coming up this week here, and maybe none bigger than the Florida State and Miami game. And all I'm seeing is Florida State money. I mean, what do we have in a look ahead here, Spot? What was it, 7.5? And I'm seeing 4.5 now in the spot, which is crazy to me.
Yeah, we had 6.5 on a look ahead. I saw some places open that game 4.5, 5. We were 4 on our opener. It's early, and I think Florida State's the right side in the game. I think getting over a field goal in the game at home is the right move. Florida State was in a weird position last Friday playing that game in Virginia. A game they could have won anyway, but yeah, that game's going to see really good two-way handle. It's old school Miami, Florida State, a game that actually means something.
Art the Cesar. Let's get into our parlay of the day. Am I the one that's going to muck this up?
Are we taking bets on that? What's the line on the Prez screwing this up here, Art? What do we got currently?
Well, it's baseball, and he can't bet the Blue
Oh,
Jays.
yeah.
I'm gonna open my line, and I know I'm gonna get pounded on my opening number.
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna say opening yes minus $1.50.
Oh.
When I take a max bet, I'm instantly gonna go over $2.
Absolute one bet. Yeah, consider it over $2 because
Yeah.
the money is rolling in, Art, here.
Yeah.
So
So
go
as
ahead,
we
Prez.
speak.
Ruin
No,
it
no,
for
you
us.
guys
No,
go
no,
first.
go ahead.
Art,
Ruin it for us.
no,
Let's hear it. Oh, no,
Art,
fine.
what's leg number one?
All right, I'll do leg one. Leg one, and it could be that I'm a Yankee fan and I'm super nervous, but I think Krackomberger is the best pitcher in baseball. I really do. I know Skubal's phenomenal. I know Skeens is phenomenal. All the pressure is going to be on the Yankees here at home. You're giving me him at plus 115. Give me the Red Sox.
Prez?
Joe?
Do you want me to go? Okay, Prez. No, I'll go because somebody's got to come up with a winner here. Very simple. I'm going to go to a late game with the Dodgers and the Reds. Depending on which Hunter Green shows up will depend on which way this game goes. But since he's horrible on the road and much better in Cincinnati, and this game being at Ches Ravine, I am going to lay the 1 in this game here. I'll go Dodgers -1. I think this has got a 6-2 Dodgers win written all over it. How about you, Prez?
Well, I will go with Skubal, Detroit first 5. So Detroit first 5. There we go. That is our parlay of the day. Hit that like button, subscribe to our channel, make sure to comment. Guys, let's get into fade or not. We're talking about 1 and 3 NFL teams. And the reason I want to discuss the 1 and 3 NFL teams is this is basically their season. You win, you're 2 and 3, you're in it, you're feeling better. You lose, you're 1 and 4. You're basically done. Let's start with the Miami Dolphins. And this is a team that has a pathway to a few wins in the next couple of weeks. Joe, I'll start with you. I'm looking to bet on Miami moving forward. I took them as a circa bet against whoever the hell, the Jets. So I've already started to look towards betting Miami, Tyreek Hill or not. I say they're a bet on team.
No, they're hot trash on so many levels here. No, they are not a bet on team. They are a fade. They're going to be 1 and 6. Coach is going to be fired. Front office is going to be changing. It is down. That is not a good football team, Prez, in any which way, shape, or form. The defense is atrocious. Anybody with half a pulse should be able to beat this Miami team. Not buying it. They're a fade for me. How about you, Art?
Despite their win last night, they've been a fade for me ever since their week 1 debacle. And I just think that's who they are. They're not the team that basically snuck out with a win last night against the bad Jets. I do not like anything I see out of the Dolphins.
They're -1.5 against Carolina on the road this week. Let's turn our attention to the next team, the Las Vegas Raiders. And this is I don't know what to do team. Well coached, maybe. I don't know what to do with the Raiders. You guys go. Art?
Well, it looks like they're going to lose their tackle, who's their best offensive lineman. Genti obviously had a breakout game, but Geno Smith is still the quarterback. If he's going to still be the quarterback, and I know their backups aren't any good, I got to fade them. It's interesting though. This week you saw money on them at +7 against the Colts. It's now 6.5. I just don't like Geno Smith, so I'm fading the Raiders.
Joe?
I could not be in more agreement here with Art. Geno Smith leads the league in interceptions. He can't figure out which team to throw it to. Don't trust him. Great final, welcome to the NFL, Ashton Genti, but very hard to trust this team when the back is against the wall on any competitive teams over 500 for Geno. You're in trouble. He's done a great job of beating all of the crap teams, under 500 teams. He looks like a world beater.
Yeah.
But anytime he steps up, the competition levels up. He's a turnover machine. You can't trust him.
Yeah, I don't understand what people's infatuation with him is. Guys, let's turn our attention to the Baltimore Ravens. We did not expect them to be 1 and 3. The line was -9.5 this week against Houston. Lamar is out. It's -3.5. There's a 3 on board already. Cooper Rush. I mean, could you? This sounds like they have to change the entire offense to me. I can't make heads or tails on how Cooper Rush is a backup to a running quarterback, but Harbaugh knows better than me. I don't know what to do with this team either. Their defense looks horrid. I'm probably going to look to fade them. Joe?
It's not Lamar Jackson that worries me with the Ravens. It's every other injury on the defensive side of the ball that worries me there. With Roquan Smith, their best linebacker, questionable. Marlon Humphrey in the secondary, questionable. They have injuries, cluster injuries on the defensive side of the ball that's extremely worrisome. I think offensively, they'll be fine if Lamar needs a couple of weeks. I think they'll be good to go, but I am wait and see until we get how many of these defensive guys are actually going to be available to him, Art. Otherwise, it's very hard to trust them here.
Oh, it's got to be a wait and see approach. First of all, obviously the quarterback, but you hit it, Joe. It's the defense that's been awful. They got a million injuries there. There's no way with all the other games you could bet this weekend that you could go run to the counter and bet this Raven game. And you mentioned, Prez, we're 3 on the game. You know, I know there's a lot of 3.5s. We also, this is a game, we don't do this a lot. This is a game that we're kind of smaller limits right now on the game because, you know, it's just, and we rarely do that. Maybe once a year, twice a year, you put a game out like that where we open it with smaller limits, and we had to do that with this game.
Art Caesar joining us. Art, let's go to, well, just really quick, Art. Ravens are -180 to win the division. They were -200 yesterday. Are you taking any bets on that? The money value is a little whack, but there's a pathway.
Well, of course there's a path, especially too because 2 of the teams can't win. You know, the Bengals can't win, and obviously Cleveland can't win. Now it's just, do you trust in Pittsburgh? You're right. I mean, that just goes to show you how good we still and how much we still believe in Baltimore, and you know all their infrastructure and their coaching, and if Lamar comes back and all the pieces they have, that them to almost still be a $2 favorite in that division at 1-3 is remarkable.
Yeah. Browns 1-3, horrible spot for them this week. I'm looking to fade them this week and to basically fade them moving forward. I understand they have a good defense, but even that is going to quit at some point. I'm a fade on the Browns. Joe?
The total is 36.5. Like, you got to be kidding me in this game here. And why are we continuing to wheel out Weekend at Bernie's and Joe Flacco, Browns? Like, what are you waiting for here? You got 2 young quarterbacks. You got to figure out what the future looks like. The future ain't what Weekend at Bernie's. Like, get them off the field and see what these young guys have. But to me, offensively, Prez, there'll be no over team totals with Joe Flacco in the near future under center. Art, call me crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Prez, you said it. Their defense is really good and keep them in some games. Eventually that will quit. The big thing is, when do they try one of these guys? When do they try Gabriel? When do they try Shador? At what point do we get
Week
there?
6.
I just can't put my money on the Browns. It's impossible for me to do. Yeah. Maybe you could look at, totals. I mean, I know these totals are low, but, the Browns can't score and they can hold some people. Maybe you got to look that way.
They haven't scored 20 points yet this year, I don't think. I don't think they've hit the 20-point mark yet. So their total is 15.5 this week.
Yeah, I like the under. That's a lot of points for that team. The Houston Texans, they got off the snide. Look, decent win. They didn't look that great, but this is a team that is well coached. They made the playoffs the last 2 years. That division is not yet run away from them. With all that said, I think this is a fade team moving forward, Art.
Yeah, I mean, if they get to play the Titans every week, it will look that good. And
exactly.
And like you said, even at 26-0, what was it, 6-0 at the half? I mean, it wasn't like they were great in that first half. Tennessee was still kind of creeping around, trying to steal that game, but they're inept. I'm with you, Prez. I have to fade the team. Their offensive line is still not great. And listen, I don't think C.J. Stroud is that good. I know he runs for his life every week, but I don't know. He has regressed big time.
I love, shout out to Cam Ward, had the comment of the weekend when asked to describe it. He's like, we ass right now. Like, we can't win a game. We total ass. And yes, and they
That's
are.
phenomenal.
But you know what? So is Houston. And I'm with you, Prez, here. That game was 6-0 going into the fourth quarter. Like, are you kidding me? They still can't run the ball. They just traded Cam Robinson, their offensive tackle, for some reason, because, like, what? The backup was so much better to the Browns. So I don't get it. To me, there's no way you can trust them to score enough points to beat anybody in the NFL, much less this week.
So before we get into the Giants, and we've got the Giants and the Panthers left, what do you do with this Baltimore-Houston game? I mean, you got a backup quarterback, but they still have a power running game in Baltimore against a team that really is struggling to score, but playing a horrible defense. How do you attack this game, Art?
I think for me, the only way I could look is Baltimore, but I wouldn't love it. I think at 3, even on a money line at -150, -160, I think Baltimore is still better than Houston, despite them not playing Lamar. And I understand all the injuries, but Baltimore, especially at home too, I think that's the only way to look.
Yeah. I agree with that. Joe, New York Giants and Panthers, I'll combine them together. I'm looking to bet on the Giants, likely not this week. And as far as the Panthers go, I'm staying away from this team, and I have for a couple of years. What are you doing?
Well, the Giants are going to be this is an interesting game this week to see what happens here. Is the public going to run to the window to back Dart here? Do we think they finally figured something out, or did New Orleans show you enough competitive wise against Buffalo that maybe more money will come towards them? It's kind of a wait and see. I think with the Giants, I think there's going to be some value opportunities with them, but maybe not right now. And listen, Bryce Young's doing a great job of great game, you suck. Good game, you suck. He sucked last week, so maybe he'll be good this week.
Art, it's more like great game, you suck, you suck, you suck, you suck. Great game, 10 you sucks.
Sounds like your dating profile, Chris. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, my dating profile.
I think the Panthers are a wait and see approach. I think maybe you can find some spots with them. Listen, they had a moment against the Cardinals where they had a backdoor cover. Obviously, they blew Atlanta out. They're just really hard to figure. I think the Giants are real interesting because obviously they get, we all said it was a bad spot for the Chargers last week, and it was. And now the rookie's got to go on the road. I know it's against the worst team in the league, but he still has to go on the road. I feel like the public will be on the Giants. I've already told you early money from, the indicators that we like with groups are on the Saints. They bet the Saints every week. Yeah. I think there will be spots with the Giants, especially at home. Dart will be better at home, and their defense is fine. You got to pick and choose with the Giants.
Man, Art, that was our longest segment with you ever. Wow. It was amazing. Great work. Thank you for doing this. And you guys can see Art on these long versions on Tuesday and Wednesday. Thursday and Friday, we only get him for about 12 minutes. Art, thanks for doing this, brother. Kick ass. And I hope we win our parlay of the day, damn it. Ladies and gentlemen, standing ovation for Art to Caesar. Guys, before we get into the rest of the show, in the comment section, write a dating profile for Joe Ranieri. I'm curious how it would
this is never going to see the light of day, right? You know this, right? Because I'm
going to slide it in throughout the whole show.
All right, White Snake.
Right,
let's
so
go.
that you can't edit it out. Come on, man. Keep this in. I challenge you to keep this in. Guys, we're about to go on the clock. We got our NFL best bets, our college football best bets. Joe's going to take apart every wild card game. And we got some incredible questions in the mailbag section. Yep. Joe, from solutions to world problems. He wants to know, when do we bet money line versus spread? When do we buy a half point versus a point? Teasers, good ones versus bad. Joe and I are going to take all three of those questions apart. Hit that like button, subscribe to our channel, and guys, please, I do have a promo code up for you guys for my NFL. It has been absolutely incredible. I'm 19-9 on the season. You guys can get 30 days all access for only $139. Use the promo code NFL30. That's NFL30. As well, it is $5 Tuesday. I have a NFL total up, Joe. It's a 4% play. What do you got going for the clients over at WagerTalk?
2 $5 bets, Tez. One in Major League Baseball in a wild card and one in college football. I would hop on and grab both of those rather quickly over at the page at WagerTalk, as both those lines likely moving quickly here.
There we go. And guys, Joe's killer in baseball. So, $5 for his baseball play. Okay, Joe, let's turn our attention to NFL best bets. And here is one. I'm going with Denver and Philadelphia over the total of 43.5, 44. And I know it's counterintuitive in the sense that these are running teams, but doesn't matter. Philadelphia just put up 31 against Tampa Bay. They put up 33 against LA. They put up 20 against Kansas City. On the road, good defense, and they put up 24 against Dallas. This team will run, and they'll have a play action pass, 50 yards. This team can score, and we know that they're struggling on defense. 25 points they allowed to Tampa Bay, 26 to the Rams, and Denver is stretching the field, guys. Bo Nix is throwing long bombs and connecting every now and again. They put up 28 against Cincinnati and frankly could have put up more if they needed to. 20 against the Chargers, 28 against Indianapolis, 20 against Tennessee. Both of these teams are regularly in the 20s, and both of these teams can score. Take over the total of 43.5.
Like it, Prez. All right, let's just keep it simple. We talked about this earlier. Across the pond, Minnesota taking on the Browns. This total is dropping now, 36.5. I have no idea why Joe Flacco is still under center, but as long as he is, we might as well take advantage here. We have not seen this Browns team score 20 points yet in a game. They're going to need to if they're ever going to beat Minnesota. I don't think they will. Their team total is 15.5. It's 3.5 in the marketplace from Minnesota, who's been there now for the last couple of weeks. I think they've got enough help now offensively back with Addison and company. I expect Carson Wentz and this Minnesota team to kind of pull away here from Flacco and this lack of an offense. I will lay it here with Minnesota, Press.
Yeah, Joe, real quick, before we get into our college football, we've just had DraftKings move that number to 4.5.
There you go.
3.5, most of the places. Don't let that phase you guys. They cover 3.5. They cover 4.5 too.
Yep.
Joe Ranieri, college football best bets. I'm going to shock you with mine, dude. This is not a typo, guys. Kent State is playing Oklahoma, and Kent State's team total is 3.5. 3.5. Not 13.5. 3.5. One touchdown, 2 field goals, 3 safeties, a field goal and a safety. It all gets us there. Now, I understand this Oklahoma team just shut a team out. They're not going to shut two teams out in a row. And this Kent State team can score, well, at least 10 points. They put up 10 points in each of their last few games against ranked teams, Texas Tech and Florida State. Plus, Oklahoma's QB is out. Will that affect the blowout? No, but it will give Kent State maybe one extra possession. I think this game is going to be a total blowout. I think Oklahoma will have all their backups in the third quarter, and I think Kent State will find their way into the end zone. This is a hold your nose, wait till blowout time begins, and take Kent State over 3.5 team total.
That's a unbelievable number, Prez.
Shocking.
3.5 is just absolutely crazy. All right, one of my best bets last week for clients was Louisville to get it done on the road, laying 4.5 against Pittsburgh. Now they come home. They got that outright win, and now they're coming home, Prez, and they get to take on a Virginia team that just pulled the upset of all upsets here against Florida State, so much so that their fans, well, they bum rushed the field and celebrated like they actually won a national championship. Oops, sorry. This is the ultimate letdown spot here on the road now for Virginia. I love Louisville to keep this rolling, like this team. I expect Miller Moss and company to put up some points, and Louisville's defense to get enough stops to cover this game. 7.5. I got no problem backing Louisville, Prez.
Joe, let's keep it moving, brother. 2 minutes each segment. It's time for our MLB rundown. 4 wildcard games are all today. How do we bet each one of them?
All right. So one thing they all have in common, Prez, that we should all know is that look at the totals in each of these games. 7, 6.5, 6, 7. You're starting to sense a theme here, and it's going to start off early today with the Guardians taking on Detroit here, 2 teams that have been absolutely horrific offensively, especially against right-handed pitching here, which is why the Guardians are going with Gavin Williams. 1.88 ERA in 4 September starts. He has 2 wins already in the last month against these Tigers. Skubal's pitched great, but Skubal's lost both games against the Guardians. I don't see how we're getting a ton of runs in here. I know it's low, 6, 6.5, but it's worth continuing to expect a 3-2, 3-1 game here. I am on the under. Expect the unexpected with Wrigley. 10-mile-an-hour breezes blowing in at Wrigley. Boyd on the mound, who is kind of running out of steam here. But I always like a team that can hit the long ball in the postseason versus a team that, well, doesn't. And the Padres, well, they don't. The Cubs are a better home run hitting team. I think that's going to matter because Pivetta on the road has not been good. I am going to be backing the Cubs to get it done in this spot, game 1. Don't forget about the Yankees, of course, and Crochet going for Boston. Listen, Fried has been every bit as good for the Yankees. That total 3.5 in the first 5, Prez. I don't think either team is getting anywhere near the kind of run support that you think they will. I think the under 3.5 in the first 5 is the best look. And I had mentioned earlier, part of my half of the parlay here of the day, the Dodgers laying 1. Go to the alternate market there. Lay the 1. I believe they got this game 5-2, 6-2, somewhere in that ballpark. I believe the Dodgers will cover it. And that is your Major League Baseball wild card rundown, Press.
There we go. Guys, you can see me on WagerTalk today, and also I'm doing the NFL presidential address later. It'll be up at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's $5 Tuesday at WagerTalk. I've got an NFL total up for you guys, 19-9 on the NFL season. Joe has a baseball play and a college football play as well. It's $5. Check that out. Joe, let's go to our mailbag, and I want to talk about solutions to world problems. He asked some great questions. Guys, put questions up in our comment section. We'll read them and answer them. If you have nothing to say, just put the word schmuck up. That's the word of the day. Joe, firstly, Solutions wants to compliment you on your brilliant hurricane call last night in Miami. Well done. He also wants to compliment me on calling both Monday Night Football games correct. Thank you for that. Now, with that said, he asks the following questions. When do you bet a money line versus spread? We've done a very deep dive on this, and I'm going to speak specifically about football, both college and NFL. Anytime you can get a money line of minus 135, which is associated with -2, you are better off on the money line. So if it's -2.5, -3, you take the point spread. If it's -2 or lower, you take the money line. When do you buy a half point in the NFL or college football? Joe, I'm going to ask you this too, but my answer is never. Never do you buy a half point or a single point, ever. Do you have a thought there, Joe?
No, not in college. I would never buy points in college any way, shape, or form. The variance is just too great. It's a waste of money at that particular point. And Prez, very rarely in the NFL am I going to be running to the window to take a 2.5 and buy a half a point to get it 3. I'm not buying it. The books and the lines in the NFL are the sharpest areas in all of sports here. Half a point here or there. Just don't find many situations where I think the value warrants spending the extra money.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll talk about teasers, which ones are good or bad. But the half point one is a big, big conversation. And real quick, guys, in an isolated incident, you might regret not buying a half a point, I understand. But over 100 bets, it will not make you money. You will lose money. When do you buy a warranty at Best Buy? The answer is never.
Never.
And it's exactly the same.
Yep.
Do not buy half points. Joe, what a fun show. Maybe our longest to date. Thanks to Art to Caesar. Thanks to you. Guys, put up a dating profile for Joe Ranieri in the comments section. He does not want to see it. So that makes, put up 2. Joe, anything else? Exactly. Lots of love, everyone. Let's all win together.
Welcome into Drew's Daily Diamonds for Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. I am Drew Martin breaking down the MLB postseason slate here, guys. Yep, welcome to the playoffs. Let me know in the comments below where you agree, where you disagree. All is welcome. Your picks for today for the MLB postseason overall. Who's your World Series pick? It is all welcomed in the YouTube comments below. Smash that like button if you're liking the content. As we got first game up, 3:08 Eastern, the first game we're talking, it is the Chicago Cubs hosting the San Diego Padres. It's Nick Pivetta on the hill for the Pods, Matt Boyd going for the Cubbies. -115, that is the Cubs as the home favorite, total of 7. It's anywhere from -115 to -$1.25 with the Cubs as the home favorite. And guys, this is a very difficult handicap in terms of just offensive metrics. The bullpen metrics, they're both coming in very good. I mean, very to the positive, as most teams are that make the playoffs. But I mean, the Padres' top 5 lineup over the last week, same thing with the Cubs, actually the hottest lineup in baseball. And when you look at the bullpen metrics, the Padres have the best bullpen whip over the full course of the season. The Cubs' top 5, they've both been pitching very, very efficiently in the later innings of recent, over the last month, let's call it. So I think, both offensively, bullpen, very difficult handicap. Looking at the starters here, Pivetta 13-5 on the season. He also went up against the Cubs earlier this year. Granted, it was in April, but the past performance, 6 innings, just 1 earned run, whereas Matt Boyd took the loss in that matchup in over just 5 1/3. He only had 2 strikeouts, or actually 3 strikeouts and 2 walks, with a 75% left on base percentage. So in terms of past performance, it's there for Pivetta. He had the better season overall. I think he's a little bit more trustworthy in this matchup. Overall, guys, I mean, if we're going to get +102 widely available on the Padres, we're going to put the 2 cents in our pocket. Efficient numbers here in the playoffs. But we're going to go with the dog first in Wrigley. It is the Padres listing Pivetta as the starter over the Cubs. We got next one up, I guess the night slate here with 2 night games. It's 6:08 Eastern in Yankee Stadium, the AL East matchup, battle of rivals here. Boston Red Sox, New York Yankees. Max Fried up against Garrett Crochet in the battle of southpaws here. Total of 7, -130. That's the Yanks as the home favorite. A couple interesting stats in this one. One I want to throw out there, the Yankees are on an 8-game win streak. And the last team to go into the playoffs on an 8 or more game win streak was 2019 Washington Nationals. They took that all the way from the wild card round to win the World Series. Something to throw out there, playing hot baseball at the right time type deal. And they got Fried on the hill. 6-0 his last 7 starts. He went 6 innings, 0 earned last time out against Boston as well. He really dominated them overall. The problem is Garrett Crochet has similar numbers against the Yankees. So both of these 2 starters have really dominated the opposition. I think it kind of goes towards just what offense can kind of run into one here. And I would go with the Bronx Bombers. They've been playing a lot better baseball overall, obviously, with the win streak. They got the number 2 lineup over the last week by weighted runs created plus. Seen it very clearly here. Also the number 1 lineup against lefties, and obviously in the battle of southpaws here. So overall, guys, I think the 30 cents, it's worth it on the Yankees. We are listing Max Fried as the starter, Bronx Bombers over Boston for our second game. Got 1 game left. It will be the nightcap for the show. Reminder, if you could comment below, anything more than welcome, guys, how your weekend was, your picks in MLB playoffs, all of that. If you're interested in premium picks, check them out. WagerTalk.com, experts page, Drew Martin. Do have the $5 Tuesday play up in the one game we are not talking here on the Tuesday postseason MLB slate, the Tigers and the Cleveland Guardians. So you can check that one out for just $5. Great special there. All plays discounted to just $5 on Tuesday. Also got NFL college football ready to rock here on a great run for the clients. 8-0 overall, actually. All right, let's talk the nightcap. 9:08 Eastern time, 6:08 local. It is the Dodgers hosting the Big Red Machine. Hunter Green on the hill for Cincinnati. Blake Snell, the lefty, going for the Dodgers. Minus 200 here. That is the Dodgers as the home favorite. Heaviest home favorite on the board. Total of 7. Now, great matchup overall. I mean, side-wise, it's tough to go against the Dodgers. Obviously, you know, making the playoff. The problem is, you know, since about midpoint of the season, actually since the 4th of July, they've just gone 37-37. So a 500 team over almost the second half of the season. Now, if you're looking to bet on the Dodgers, there's obvious reasons why. The talent on the roster, also their starter, Blake Snell, just 1 earned run in his last 19 innings. That includes 28 strikeouts in 19 innings and only 9 hits. That's a tough go against there. Plus the fact the last time he faced the Reds lineup, he didn't face them at all this year, which I think is a positive towards the pitcher. But last year, late in the season, you might remember he threw a no-hitter. 9 innings, complete game, no-hitter, 11 strikeouts. So he's kind of owned the Reds lineup, obviously, in the past. Hunter Green going for Cincinnati here. Look, he's a guy, an LA native, for what that's worth. 132 strikeouts, 26 walks on the season. He threw more pitches over 100 miles per hour than any other pitcher in Major League Baseball. He's hot right now. I think that he can actually quiet this Dodgers lineup, at least to some degree. And when you bring in Cincinnati's offense, arguably, maybe another 1 or 2, but one of the worst offenses to make the postseason. They've been terrible against lefties, bottom 5 in MLB. And both bullpens have been pretty good of late, particularly Cincinnati's top 6 in MLB over the last month. Their bullpen whip here. We get a total of 7. West Coast pitchers ballpark at night. I don't know if we get there. This could be 3-1, 4-1, something of that nature. We're going to go under 7 in the nightcap for Tuesday. So that's the Reds and the Dodgers under 7. In recap, we got the Yankees minus 130 against the Red Sox. We're starting it off here, Drew's Daily Diamond, with the San Diego Padres. Best bet for the show, plus 102. The slight dog barking in Wrigley to start us off. Guys, that does it for Tuesday's show. We'll be back tomorrow breaking down the Wednesday slate. Until then, cash those tickets. Thanks for tuning in. Smash that like button, comment below. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday.
One of the greatest games in the history of the NFL this Sunday, Vikings-Browns. The total is 36.5. That's how bad these offenses are. So what do? We export both teams. Send them over to England. Let them deal with them. But seriously, I do think there's a betting edge in this game. I'm going to break down the side and total and also give you a player prop for this early morning Sunday game in England between Minnesota and Cleveland. Free play with analysis coming up right here, right now. Hi, this is Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, right back here on WagerTalk TV. And do you know the look-ahead line this summer for places that post advanced lines at Minnesota -7, 41.5 for the total, which is already a pretty low total. Now, as of this week, the real betting line, Minnesota 3.5, 36.5. We briefly saw some 37s on Sunday night, Monday morning, and by Monday afternoon, it was down to 36.5. And why am I talking about that? Well, yes, obviously it's a low total, but 37 is a very key number. In fact, back in my day when I was coming up in the 1990s, and yes, I started 29 years ago in August of 96 as a full-time professional sports bettor and handicapper, 37 and 41s we saw all the time in the NFL. There was about a 4 to 5% chance a game would land exactly on 37. It was the king of totals. It was like a 3 or a 7 with point spreads. 41 was pretty important as well. We never talk about it anymore because all the games are in the 40s and 50s now. Well, 37 is back. The Browns are bringing it back, and the Vikings are helping as well because these have been 2 good defensive teams. In fact, Cleveland's been a great defensive team. Both offenses have been pretty bad. In fact, Cleveland's been a terrible offensive team. They remind me of the Iowa Hawkeyes the last couple of seasons. We had a lot of fun with them 2-3 years ago playing all unders because they had a great defense, no offense. Cleveland looks like they fit that mold. The problem is that out at 36.5, there's not a lot of value left with the under. Under or pass for me would be the only way I play the total. And it's also an interesting situation, though, with the side in this game, because Minnesota just played overseas last week in Dublin, Ireland. So they do have to travel a bit, but they're staying in the time zone. They're staying overseas. They're not having to cross the Atlantic. Cleveland does, and they just played a high-scoring shootout against Detroit. Well, high-scoring for Detroit, but Cleveland's defense still held up pretty well in that game. And they also held up well in the game against Baltimore earlier this year. You know, on the surface, you wouldn't say, oh, the Browns are a great defensive team. They gave up 41 points to Baltimore, 34 to Detroit in their 2 true road games. But then you look at the yardage. They only gave up 242 total yards against Baltimore. 2 turnovers, no was the problem. Against Detroit last week, they held them to 168 passing yards, only 109 rushing yards, 3 turnovers. In fact, Cleveland has had 8 turnovers and only forced 2 in their 4 games this year. So if things start to turn around with the turnovers, which we might see, could get a little closer here. So I do think Minnesota has the scheduling spot being overseas, but once again, in no hurry to lay 3.5 in what should be a very low-scoring game. I lean under in this one. Would have liked it a lot better at 37 or more, but we always look to play the low totals under. But I'm going to give you by the way, the team totals, odds makers did a really good job on this as well. 20.5 with Minnesota, 16.5 with Cleveland. Obviously, 21 and 17 are key numbers. So if you can get either the Vikings or Browns under 21 team total or under 17 team total for Cleveland, I do like those options. But I think the best play in this game might be a sneaky running back prop. And I know we're talking a lot about unders. How about let's take an over prop, though, for Cleveland in this one, and probably not one many people will talk about, and that's their rookie running back from The Ohio State University, Quinshon Judkins, over rushing attempts, yardage, however you want to look at it. He did not play in the opener against the Bengals, but he's been pretty good in the other 3 games since. In fact, despite getting blown out in Baltimore, he still had 10 carries, 61 yards, averaged over 6 yards per carry. Then against Green Bay in that tight home win, he was very effective. 18 carries, 94 yards, over 5 yards per rush, even on 18 carries. Last week at Detroit, blowout game, but they still gave him 21 carries, 82 yards, almost 4 yards per carry. So on the season now, he's averaging just under 5 yards per carry, 237 rushing yards in 3 games. So yes, the Browns are a terrible offensive team, but they have a solid running back, and Minnesota's been very average against the run. Both these defenses have been great against the pass, but Minnesota's been very average against the run this year. In fact, Minnesota on the season's given up just 5.8 yards per pass. Cleveland's averaging like 4.8. Flacco, Dilla, Gabriel, whoever they have back there. I do think Gabriel's an upgrade, by the way, if we see him sooner than later. Flacco, who's 40 years old. He's 40. He's a man. He's terrible, though. He should be out of the league. Don't understand why Dylan Gabriel isn't under center. I'm doing this video early in the week, by the way, to get it up for you here. Maybe by kickoff on Sunday, he will be the starter. We'll see. Either way, though, I think the running back, Judkins, is going to get the majority of the offensive work here on Sunday. Carson Wentz, of course, in for J.J. McCarthy. I wasn't big on McCarthy, the second-year quarterback from Michigan, who's really a rookie because he played like 1 snap in the NFL preseason last year before getting hurt. Wentz has looked serviceable this year. He's been pretty good, actually, in the 2 starts, a 98.2 rating. But once again, Cleveland's defense is at another level this year, and I do think they can hold him in check. One other thing I wanted to point out about the Minnesota defense is that their rush numbers, as I said, haven't been anything special. In fact, if you look at Minnesota's rush defense this year, they're giving up 4.5 yards per carry against opposing teams that average just 3.5. They're giving up 130 yards per game against opposing offenses that average just 92. They have faced some bad offensive teams running the ball and still underperformed. And while Cleveland's numbers are nothing special, 3.7 against teams that allow 4.1, I think they're a little bit better because, once again, the rookie Judkins did not play in week 1, and he's put up some good numbers since. I think this is a little bit of a sneaky prop. You can play it however you want. His rushing attempts, his yardage over, any kind of Cleveland rushing props over. I think that's going to be their edge in this game against Minnesota. And let's stay away from the ugly side in total and look at a prop to make us some money. Or early Sunday morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern in England, Vikings and Browns. Hey, what are your thoughts on this game? Drop your thoughts below in the comments. I do truly read them. I reply back. Hey, include some analysis if you have time as well. What other NFL plays do you like on Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening, even the Monday night game? Hey, drop your NFL thoughts below. We read the comments and we reply back here on WagerTalk TV. And if you're liking these free play videos, I do all the Thursday night games for you, the Sunday, Monday night games as well this week. These primetime games, whenever they're national TV standalone games, including the England games, the Europe games, I try to give them to you free here on the channel. All I ask is a thumbs up like. The more thumbs up likes, the more positive comments below, the more free play videos I'll keep pumping out for you each and every week here on WagerTalk TV. And never miss out. Click subscribe for free and click that bell as well. You will get an instant alert. I got this one up nice and early this week for you. Wanted to get it up several days in advance. Click that bell. You'll get an instant alert when these free play videos are posted every day. You'll also know when my NFL Fade the Public video is ready for Sundays, and also my college football top 25 video is ready for Saturdays right here. Click that bell on WagerTalk TV. Now, it's nice, these free play videos. I give you opinions on all the spotlight games, and sometimes they make my client card. Most of the time, they're not strong enough. But if you want my official best bets each and every day for all sports, all access, baseball playoffs are here, college and pro football, college and pro basketball starts right around the corner, just a few weeks, then get a direct subscription at WagerTalk.com. There's several different options. It doesn't matter if you get a 1 day, a 1 month, or 1 year. Every client gets the exact same best bets I'm personally using, same games I've won with consistently since I started over 29 years ago in August of 1996. If I have a personal best bet, I send it to my clients. And right now, I've got some special offers this week. Go check them out right now, including some promo codes on my page, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. And don't forget about that Weekend Warrior special. Gets you all of Saturday and Sunday's college and pro football and Monday night for just $49 complete. Also have some all-sport, all-access packages, a 1 day for $39, a 1 week for $99, 1 month, 1 year for as low as $3 a day, about $1 a play. Check it out on my page and get there quicker right now with shortcut wt.buzz/SM. And by the way, I do have a 1 year promo code, SM365, available, which gets you a full year for about $3 a day, $1 a play. It's an instant $811 discount. So check out the special offers on my page, the best bets every day. And oh, by the way, the best reason to go to my page on a daily basis is my free selection. Here's how it works. The last cut from my best bet card is still a really strong opinion. I put it up for free for everybody each day. So get the strongest free play each day on my page with analysis, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, and get there quicker, wt.buzz/SM. On the way out, you can follow me on social media at Steve Merrill. You see in the bottom corner of your screen, 2 R's, 1 L, MERRIL, at Steve Merrill on X and Instagram. And stay tuned here to WagerTalk TV because you know there's more free play videos coming up next.
What's up, everybody? It's Hakeem Prophet or Ski Prophet, whichever you prefer to call me. And yes, that is my real name. I am with WagerTalk. I've been betting for almost 10 years now. And I guess we're going to talk about behind the bettor today. So you guys can learn a little bit about myself. I'll go through these cards. I didn't cheat. Just so you guys know, I'm seeing everyone for the first time.
That was really interesting. You just called
College football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? Absolutely NFL Sundays. I'm starting to get more into college, but NFL 1,000%. What's the best sporting event you've ever attended? That's a really good question right there. Best sporting event I've ever attended. I'll say I really enjoyed a trip with my friends. We went to Florida. I went to Hollandale Beach, Florida. We went to a Marlins game. There was a preseason football game for the Dolphins. And then we also went to Gulfstream Park and bet horses, and we almost won the pick six. So a lot of friends that I started with in the industry were there at that event or events. And it was one of my favorite times.
There is a reason why this guy's turned into.
What's your most memorable sports bet?
10 straight.
It's a lot of those. 1,000 of those. Russell Wilson, he threw the end zone pick. So I had Seattle against the Patriots. It was my first time betting $1,000. I thought they were going to win. I thought Marshawn was just going to run it in. And man, that's when you learn you have money and you think you already have it. It's already cashed. not so fast. So that's one of my most memorable sports bets. What's the best gambling movie ever? I don't know that I've seen too many. I'm not a movie person. I spend most of my time playing sports, watching sports. So gambling movie, I showed yesterday. The things have been going well though. WNBA playoffs, I think I've hit 10 out of 12. So we'll try to keep that going here today. Tennis Beijing has been a disaster for me. So I got to clean up the tennis. What else do I have to recap? NFL was profitable. My best bet on the Lions was a winner. Not too much else going on, Ravino. So I have been making a little bit of money lately. We do have MLB playoffs here now. How's everything for you?
Things are good, Ski. The NFL weekend, once again, was tremendous. 6-1, closed it out with a 5% on the Denver team total last night over 26.5. And as I jumped at that play specifically because obviously I've been rooting for the Broncos for some 50 years. And it reminded me when we were off air last week how well people know their own teams. Like you saw the Chargers minus 6.5 and you're like, hell no, I ain't getting it. Even if it is the Giants, even if they don't have Malik Neighbors, hell no. And it worked out, right? And for me, with the Broncos, ever since Bo Nix became quarterback with Sean Payton, it's their offense bullies bad defenses, which Cincinnati fits the category. And then they get stoned by every good defense in the league. They beat the bad ones and they can't do anything against the good ones. Last night, just another case. I think Bo Nix had 353 yards passing against the sorry Cincinnati defense. And now they'll play Philadelphia this week, and they'll probably go back to scoring 13 points because they just can't play offense against good teams. But it did remind me how well, if you follow a team, how well you know it. And NFL, just to get back to that point, 18-5 the last 3 weeks. Absolutely
Nice.
Been good for us. So we'll get to the WNBA here because I know this is a WNBA show, and we'll see if we can make a little extra tonight.
It's a money show. We'll talk about whatever is going to put some money in
Yeah.
our pockets, Robbie.
Let's do
Whatever.
it.
I don't care if it's table tennis. If you got an edge, I want to hear it. But one thing I'll mention too before you started, going forward with the Chargers, I'm not betting on them laying anything. I mean, I already don't want to bet on them laying points, but I'm nervous. No Joe Alt. Like Joe Alt, for anybody who doesn't know, that's like Tom Brady of the offensive line. Like he allows literally no pressure, like zero pressures. You can't replace that guy. And they're already down Rashawn Slater from the preseason. I'm worried about the offensive line for the Chargers. You won't be seeing my money on them in the near future. I'll tell you that. They're going to have to show me, Ravino. All right. Let's see a couple comments. Shout out to Duffel Cole, says longtime listener, first time caller. Appreciate you tapping in. We got Mark B-Man in the chat. Casey listening as well. Casey says WNBA, CFL, cricket. We only want the moolah. Don't care how we get it. And this, Mark says, just watch Fee's W interview. Wow. Yeah. Hey, they're lighting Kathy and they're lighting them up over there in the W. Shell Reeve, Becky Hammond, Stephanie White, Nafisa. She pretty much did you see it, Robino, or no?
I have not seen the interview. I saw Cheryl Reeve get fined for her comments, but heat of the moment, and she's probably right.
So to sum it up, she said pretty much like we got the best league in the world. It was something else, the best something else in the world. We have the absolute worst leadership in the world. So she's throwing some shots over there. People are not happy. They want some change in the W. So if you're into the W, which if you watch the show, you probably are, you may want to check out that interview. But let's see how we can get paid today. We do have one game, and it's a big one. WNBA Game 5 in the semifinals, at least, and before is equivalent to an NBA Game 7. And for this one, it opened aces -7. I'm seeing pretty much 8 everywhere. There's 8.5 still out there, 7.5 at a couple shops, depending what you like. Make sure you line shop. Total open 157.5. I'm looking, we'll call 158 the current consensus. As far as an injury report, we know everybody who's been out for Indiana. Demiris Dantes out again. For the Aces, they look to be healthy. So Rob Vino, in that last game, I mean, speaking of interviews, Asia, I mean, she let it be known. She says, quote, she or not all the way quoted, but pretty much what she said was, Aaliyah Boston is always saying Asia has a special whistle. She said Aaliyah shot 13 free throws tonight. And I mean, that goes back to, I mean, we talked about it, Rob Vino.
Yes.
The Fever all season long. They get that good home cooking. Like they got more than 5 players on the court in those Fever games. And we saw it once again. They shot 34 free throws compared to the Aces 11. That's a big part of how they win that game. Now, in saying that, I guess before I break it down too much, I want to ask you, is that just, mostly home cooking? Is that are the Fever doing something to allow themselves to get to the free throw line more efficiently? If I have to think about it, I would say maybe it's Aaliyah Boston just being, extremely physical. That's how they're doing it. But what's your thought on that?
Well, in the series overall, Ski, it didn't show up until that last game, right? Indiana, for what it's worth, is plus 26 in free throw attempts for the series. They were plus 23 in that game. You just mentioned it, 34-11. So it was only a plus 3 advantage through 3 games. And I think we noted here on the show that because of their, depth shy rotation, I had noticed that they had gone to more physical style play inside. It seemed to me like Aaliyah Boston was getting tougher the series before that got him through. So I don't expect any plus 23 free throw differential as far as attempts goes in this particular game, especially when, the other side makes it known, hey, they got a little more favorable whistle than we did. And in this case, a lot more. Can't take anything away from Indiana. The fact that they're here, Ski, in a game 5 in the semifinals is ridiculous, to tell you the truth. But they've done what they had to do. Las Vegas has found a way to score on this team, though. The last 3 games of this series for the Aces, 90 points, 84 points, 83 points. Their offense is not sporadic like Indiana's is. Indiana has shown us 68 points in one game, 72 points in another game. They can be contained offensively. And of course it is because they just don't have an array of scorers. I would expect Las Vegas to be extremely, and not that either team, both teams won't be fully focused, but I think there's a little chip on the Aces shoulder in this game. And I think through 4 games, even though it's a 2-2 tie, to me, when I go through this whole thing and break it down, they show to be the better team. And when they've won in this series, it's been by 12 and 13. So the 8 shouldn't be scary here. I don't know that there's a lot of, in football, we call it backdoor ability, but I don't know that there's a lot of, last second 3-point worries that Indiana could shoot a 3 and cover. They've got a couple of players, but I don't worry about that too much. I think Las Vegas is probably the right side. Where I came into a little bit of issue was with the total. Just thinking it's a game 5. It's for all the marbles. And in game 7s in the NBA, generally we would be on under, knowing that it would be a physical style. It would maybe be you take more seriousness of each possession, not wanting to commit turnovers, and it kind of slows the game down. So maybe an under look, but I think mostly the Aces are the better team here, and it'll show up tonight in a double-digit win.
Well, so what you're saying, and Chip Guys mentioned anybody else taking second half under if they go way over in the first half. I mean, this would be a game where I would expect the second half to get a little tighter if the first half does. It is higher scoring. B-Man says Fever #1 pace postseason. They run straight to the hoop and draw fouls. Look at the Dream series, same thing. Maybe that's part of how they're getting to that free throw line he's saying there. That total, Rob, Quincy asking over under full game. That total, the one thing I'll say is, like, when I think about it, the Fever, either team really in an elimination game, we're not going to see them give up and just, they're like that one game the Fever had, it still stayed under. it was not the prep pass game, but the game before it stayed under. But they were fouling. They were down 10 within the last minute, still fouling. We're gonna see that as long as this game doesn't get out of control. So that's something that makes me hesitate as far as less points in this game. I think the Fever are going to continue to shoot a lot of threes because the Aces are trying to force them to shoot threes and cut off the paint. Whether they shoot them well or not, we shall see. I think they can. And I think that they can get to the free throw line because of what we said with the pace, getting to the basket, drawn fouls in transition, or just the physical play from Boston down low. So I do think Fever have figured out how to put up some of their share of the points. The Aces, I do think they can score as well. More I don't know. More I think about it, maybe that comment. I mean, I did pull it up here. Let's pull it back up here. Maybe this comment I don't feel so strong on. I mean, the second half, like in this elimination game, like I said, they're gonna keep fouling. That could mess up a second half under real quick. So I like more points in this game than less. I like more points in this game than less. And to what you said about the Aces being the better team, I agree with you 1,000%. Will they be the better team tonight? I mean, yes, they had that 17-game win streak, but they've also been pretty inconsistent for other parts of the season. So I couldn't lay 8 with the Aces and feel comfortable and good about my bet. I just couldn't. Even if I think they're the better team. So it would be either Fever or over for me, Ravino. Mark wants to look at that first half only. Any thoughts from you before we wrap up this game?
Well, just real quick, if we're looking for ways that Indiana stays in the game, I'm just noticing here, Ski, that they are plus 27 in rebounds. That shouldn't happen against Las Vegas. They got to take a little more pride, and I'm sure Becky's harping on it for sure. But the last 2 games in particular, plus 13 and plus 12 for the Fever on the boards, which just shows that they've been kind of the tougher team, the more go and get it type team. You would think Las Vegas shows that mindset here tonight to close that gap. Boy, it's tough. Because to your point about over real quick, this is the other thing I want to say. The odds maker has really baked that into the line, so to speak, right? Because these totals in these games were all 162, 162, 162, even higher in the first couple of games. And now we're down to 58.5. So they've automatically taken 4 points off of this total because it's a game 5, simply because it's a game 5. And so to your point, an overplay is a so-called value play here. If we look at the results of these 4 games, you have a 162, a 173, a 158, which would be either a push or a half shot here, and then 56. So they've been all around this number for sure. So an overplay certainly not out of the question here.
All right, I think we did a good job on that game. We're not going to get too far into it, but we do have 3 MLB playoffs coming up. I'm not going to go super deep. I'll just throw out initial thoughts because I'm not one who was betting the entire MLB regular season. I'm doing a little bit of catch up and betting on some of these numbers and what I'm thinking right now currently. So MLB playoffs. Oops. Yeah, okay, there we go. So Padres and Cubs, that's probably my least strong opinion. I'm going to just throw them all out there at once, and then you can come back and let me know before we get out of here. I don't know how long I can trust Boyd. I do trust Pavetta. I trust the bullpen for the Padres. I think I might be able to trust Boyd early. Maybe like this. This could be the one where it's no runs early and Boyd starts to give it up later. That's my initial thought, but I don't have anything strong on that game. I haven't played yet. I'm gonna try to look up some stuff when I get off of here. Other than that, Fried, I want to try to bet on him first 5. I don't want to deal with that Yankees bullpen. And you know what? The Boston bullpen, I don't want to deal with either. I'm thinking maybe a first 5 under there, or maybe a first 5 Yankees. And for the last game, Hunter Green, home road splits are pretty bad. Blake Snell, I think his last few starts were pretty good, if I'm not mistaken. So I didn't watch baseball all season, but I did follow my hometown Dodgers a little bit. So I want to bet on the Dodgers some way, shape, or form. Maybe just fade Hunter Green early. Any thoughts on MLB playoffs today, Ravino?
Yeah, real quick. I was going to bet the Padres, and let me just preface this by telling everybody watching and that will watch, like you, I did not bet Major League Baseball, I would say, after the second week of the season. I played a little early and then just stopped, focused on the W, focused on the NBA playoffs, and then some Canadian Football League stuff. So for me, it was a weekend worth of catch up. I was going to play San Diego, but then I ran into Michael Boyd's home numbers at Wrigley Field, and it stopped me dead in my tracks. Matt Boyd Matt Boyd in Wrigley Field this year, 12-1 with a 2.51 ERA, 79 Ks, only 14 walks. So you were talking about home road splits for somebody prior to this. These home road splits are legit. So he's got a little playoff experience from pitching prior. His playoff numbers were like 0.77 ERA. So I didn't play Pivetta, but I'm with you on the fact that if you're going to play the Padres, you want to play full game because there is a discrepancy. This is the largest discrepancy between bullpens in these opening 4 series. The Cubs bullpen is horrendous, and the Padres bullpen is lights out. So maybe if you're going to play San Diego, you play them full game. If you're going to play the Cubs, you might want to get on Boyd and then get out. Yankees and Red Sox. Again, Crochet is an underdog, and we know Crochet is one of the 5 best pitchers in the American League. Not that Max Fried isn't, but if you want to just take a price plus price, you probably want to play Crochet. They are missing a couple guys, they're not missing a couple. They're missing one, Roman Anthony, and Alex Bregman. I think is sick, but he's still going to play tonight. Stayed off of that, and then of course I too am a Dodger fan. Would love to be on Blake Snell in some way, shape, or form. For what it's worth, the Dodgers starting pitching the last 3 weeks of the season was, incredible. The numbers that starting rotation put up. The bullpen failed them in many instances, but the difference between the playoffs is you really don't have to use your relievers as relievers. The Dodgers have 7 starters, and you're gonna see Clayton Kershaw out of the pen. You're gonna see a lot of starting pitchers from the pen. They got Roy Sasaki back, and he looked good as well. So I think the Dodgers, the worries about the bullpen are lessened for me because they'll use starters out of the pen.
Fair enough. I like this play from Mark in the chat. This is a straight fade of Hunter Green, like how I'm thinking of playing right there. First 5 team total for the Dodgers. I like that play right there. All right, I think we did a good enough job here today, Ravino, and my computer is dying anyway. So we're going to move it on over to best bets. I don't have anything to put up. Oh, actually, we're still doing Weekend Warrior, right? So
yes,
we can go ahead and put that up there. Just remind everybody if you want to be involved with every football play for the weekend. And Ravino just told you he's been killing it the past 3 weeks. You can get every football release for only $49. So on that note, Vino, I'll pass it back to you. And maybe if you want to put some numbers again to, how much you're killing it in football. And also if you have a best bet for the show or anything else you'd like to promote, we'd love to hear it.
Real quick, just the numbers are off of the NFL the last 3 weeks, 18-5. 20-5 would be 80%. So I'm going to guess that's about 77, 78% off the top of my head. But it's been great. It was 6-1 this weekend, had a couple of 4% wins, the 5% win last night. So 5%, by the way, this year, 4-0 so far in any form of football, college or pro. So it's been good. Best bet. And again, we hate to do this. We hate to leave it dry in this area, but it just, I don't have a real good feel. Not enough to recommend as a best bet on the Las Vegas, Indiana game 5. You guys heard my thoughts on it. I do think Las Vegas is the better team. And if they win, it'll probably be by more than 8, but I'm not, I don't have any real conviction on that game. So I'm going to let best bets go because I didn't play any of the nighttime baseball, and we'll get back with it. I don't know. When do we come back? Ski, we come back on Friday, I guess, or Thursday night football.
Okay. Yeah. Thursday night football.
So we'll get back to best bets then. For today, I'll just leave it empty.
All right. Fair enough. And for myself, I don't like to get bets that I haven't placed. And like I said, I still need to think about a couple of these baseball or, a few of these baseballs I'm looking at. I do have a 5% up in the W tonight, and I can't give it to you guys because it's just not fair. So if you want to be involved with me on the W, I've hit 10 out of 12 in the playoffs. I have a best bet up and available for tonight. But yeah, I mean, maybe it's the Dodgers first 5 or first 5 team total over. But like I said, I haven't bet it yet. Wouldn't feel right making it official best bet for the show. Yeah. Oh, Vino, how do we forget? It is $5 Tuesday too, right? So you got something up for $5 Tuesday?
I do, as a matter of fact. Well, no, it's already gone, guys. So you know what though? Remember last week we talked about this, Ski. We're now allowed to put 2 $5 plays up. We can put an advanced football play up, and I actually am in the middle of the write-up. So you will find a college football play for $5. It'll only be available till midnight Pacific time because that's when we're mandated to take these down. But yes, I did have a Tiger first 5-inning play as the original $5 Tuesday bet, and now I will put a college football play up, so you can still get that from me.
All right, good stuff. We'll wrap it up here. I do have an NFL top play up as well for $5 Tuesday, and I'm 3-0 so far this season on those. So Vino, it's great doing the show with you. Appreciate you taking the time to break the games down with me. Everybody in the chat, we appreciate you as well. We'll be back for Thursday Night Football, and then when WNBA Finals resume. So until then, best of luck on all of your action, and we will catch you all later.